Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be pro.
Susah nak menang, selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan?
Jangan risau. Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak duk kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai?
Download aplikasi Kohai. Downloadlah aplikasi Kohai.
Dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. And the best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with us here. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys?
Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry ya?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kok kuat. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line-up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk $10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
Tank ni siapa je pandang, hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry game korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya. Kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi. Kita jumpa malam.
what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak, dekat Kohai Gamer sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys, sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
What up guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player yang nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be Pro.
Susah nak menang. Selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan?
Jangan risau.
Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak duk kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai
Download aplikasi Kohai.
Downloadlah aplikasi Kohai.
dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. And the best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with us. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys? Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry ya?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kuat-kuat. Hello semua. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara. Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk 10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
Main tank ni siapa je pandang, hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry game korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya, kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi, kita jumpa malam.
Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak? Dekat Kohai Gamers sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys, sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
Alright guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player yang nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be pro.
Susah nak menang. Selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan?
Jangan risau. Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak duk tau, kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai
Download aplikasi Kohai. Downloadlah aplikasi Kohai.
dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. The best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys?
What up guys?
Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry ya?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kok kuat. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara. Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk $10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
Main tank ni siapa je pandang hyper tu, kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang? Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry game korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya, kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi, kita jumpa malam ni.
Hai Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak, dekat Kohai Gamers sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys, sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
Alright guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player yang nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be pro.
Susah nak menang. Selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan?
Jangan risau.
Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak berpiau, kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai?
Download aplikasi Kohai.
Downloadlah aplikasi Kohai.
Dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. And best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with us. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys? Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry ya?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai, dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kuat-kuat. Hello semua. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara. Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk 10,000.
Welcome everyone, Mobile Legends Bang Bang fans worldwide. Welcome to the first ever season of the Kohai Southeast Asia Championships. My name is Monshel, and together with me, we are Sir Cloud. We are your broadcasters for tonight.
Yes, and also thank you so much for people behind the scenes here. Thank you so much to Kohai Esports for having this tournament. And this tournament is also supported by IWG Esports, MLBBE Project, as well as TikTok. And we will be watching some of the best from this tournament duke it out with some of the best teams in the region.
I mean, tell me a bit more about this, Sir Cloud, because it's not just from we're live from Malaysia, but we have teams invited from MPL MY, Cambodia, PH, as well as ID, all together collectively fighting against all the top 4 teams from our respective Kohai championships. What do you think about all this?
Oh, I think this is there's also an amazing exposure for our teams here to be pitted against some of the best in the MPL teams region as well. So one is exposure, of course, and second is that we can't think about it. If these teams can actually beat the big names, they are out there within the region. Imagine what kind of bragging right would it be?
I mean, of course, before we can say about like the national pride as well as the bragging rights, we gotta think about how do they get there, and of course, like the entire journey to come all this way to go up against all these international teams.
Yeah, so it's going to be really, really exciting for us to see. And plus, for you guys out there who might be following some of these teams and maybe you're fans of these teams, well, they might have a little bit of a switch of roster here and there. Maybe it's about it's about trying out new names. So I guess it's to a certain extent, we don't really know what to expect. What are they going to come up with? It could be a different kind of draft, different kind of strategy. And plus, let's not forget as well, with recent changes and updates within the game as well, that could affect what's going to happen here today. Of course, it's day number 1. So let's keep our minds open. Although we have seen like the teams coming in from the Kohai Championship previously from their previous regions, I guess it's something of to an expect out of them. But here is our mascot. Say hi.
Hi. What are you doing here? Are you about to show us any new updates of the upcoming matches? Or any updates regarding the Kohai app, which everyone, like, again, massive shout out to Kohai. Without them, none of this would be possible. Like all of our invited teams, as well as the teams that battled out throughout all the championships, they came a really long way. A lot of grueling best of 3s, best of 5s, and in the end, the best of 7 to get all the way through. And to get all this way is not an easy feat.
Yeah, and some of them did give us a surprise as well during the previous respective regional championships. So, well, I guess that's the beauty of the game, right? You can expect like different kind of surprises. Like some teams that you expect, okay, they're going to win this 2-0 or they're going to win this easy and all that. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be that easy because we have seen a lot of potential, especially from some of the top regions around, whereby the quote-unquote tier 2 teams are also as good It's just that sometimes there's a very limited opportunity in the MPL scene, right? So
I mean, hey,
they're able
like
to
that's
do-
why the hashtag below, if you everyone can see in the bottom left side corner, is born to be pro, because no matter if you're tier 2, there always opportunity for you to grow, and that's why with all these tournaments available, we can see so much growth. All this competition will grow the ecosystem like throughout Southeast Asia, which is what we are really hoping for, because fiercer competition means everyone in the chat will get to see more intense competition. We don't really want to see too one-sided games. Come on, like, don't give the other team too much bragging rights, right?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, if you win it, right? You have all the rights to brag as much as you want. So that's going to be something to look forward to. But speaking about something to look forward to, we'll be looking forward to our first game for today. So as mentioned at the lower third, it will be HOMEBOYS versus BBC, or known as Big Bang Club. Who came from the Kohai Championship in Indonesia, and of course HOMEBOYS. We all know MPL Malaysia.
We all know, man. Our top 3 are HOMEBOYS. I mean, like I would say, I did see, like, across like the community, like really people are really looking forward to watch HOMEBOYS play. Even though MPL is over now, it's like we do get to see maybe their slight changes in roster. Who knows what they would bring to the table? And well, in all this hype, we really can't wait for this upcoming match to start, to be honest.
You know what? To a certain extent, sometimes I wonder that is it really a change of the roster, or it's still the original roster, but they just changed their names for this tournament?
I mean, like, we're casters. What would we know about these teams, right? So once we get into game, maybe they're embellishing like different names, different IGNs. Who would know? But I think maybe their gameplay in Hero Foot might reveal a thing or two.
Yeah, so that's something that we will be looking forward to see whether we can see some pattern, because we have seen like for HOMEBOYS since they're the first game, right? So to a certain extent, we have seen them play in the MPL, so we can see like some sort of a pattern, like, oh, what do they like to pick, especially for their goal laner. So if we can see a similar pattern, we can come up with theories of like, okay, maybe it's him, but maybe it's not. So until we get maybe a camera view of whoever who's actually playing, then we can know for sure.
Yes, I mean, we will definitely get to see all the teams in their respective, I would say, their gaming hideout or their training rooms, and then we can see them full on in action. But of course, since everyone, thank you so much for tuning into the stream. Do remember to like and subscribe, and share the stream across with all your friends and family that is interested in watching all the upcoming matches. And let's not forget, Sir Cloud, we're not only just casting today, we're casting throughout the weekend. This is a 4-day tournament with a lots of jam-packed action.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point as well. So it's going to be today, as per the timing, that wherever you guys are within the region, this will be the same timing. We'll be at the same channel whereby you'll be watching this. Same goes for tomorrow as well. But for the weekend show, it will be a little bit earlier. Well, a lot earlier. We'll start from the from noon. So make sure you guys tune your time for that. You don't want to miss out on the action, because towards the weekend, of course, it's going to be playoffs, and it's going to be the playoffs as well as the grand final. So it's something that you don't want to miss.
Right, and I mean, let's talk a bit more about Sir Cloud. How has your grinding experience been? Have you got out of mythical, it was like mythical glory? Have you reached the top tier sites?
Well,
are you having trouble?
Well, I have very limited time to play, but I've already reached mythical at least. It's just. But my goal is not to be mythic. Mythic is just too common.
Yeah.
My goal is to be top whatever. Yeah, for my hero. So my hero high loss that nobody plays, and I don't understand why. It's such a good hero, and currently I'm still top. Last I checked, it was top 69 for KL.
Wow,
I think it would have gotten up. Yeah.
Because like I think in the recent like patch, I think Hylos might actually have a chance. We have not seen him in pro play, but hey, like what are the odds? Like we have a really experienced Hylos player. Do you play jungle, EXP, roam? Or just all cards?
Oh, I'm a roam guy. So just give me the roam. I'll be the one to run to the back line and just try to tank out all the damage. It's the role that people don't really like to play if inside of ranked games.
I mean, Sir Cloud, since like you're a really experienced player, but you just lack the time, because every game you play really counts. So why not you try downloading the Kohai app, and you'll be able to partner with pros, and you're able to like rank up as fast as possible, because time is precious. We don't have exactly like 24 hours to play the game and hit like the highest like level possible. I mean, I know I don't. I have to work, and right after work, I rushed over to the cast. So just get together with your friends, or if you, for whatever reason, you don't have a team yet, you can find a team on Kohai just like that.
Yeah, I guess same goes for someone like you as well. If you're busy at work and then when you come back, it's like maybe all your friends are busy playing with someone else. Ooh, ouch. At least you can find new friends with the Kohai app.
I mean, you've seen the meme, right, where you're like, okay, you tell your friend that you're going to bed, and then you're in the rank game, and then you see your friend on the opposite team who say he was going off already. So that's kind of awkward.
Yeah, I know, right? Then you just use Kohai and says, "I'm breaking up with you. I'm finding a new friend with my Kohai app." And who knows,
Yeah.
with that new friend of yours, maybe you can be the next Kohai SEA Championship.
Yeah, I mean, from there, it's like, I would say, do you know that you are able to rank up and like play with a partner 24 hours? Like, I mean, no matter, maybe you're having a really rough time and you can't sleep. It's like 3 a.m. in the morning. You still can play with someone. You still can play with a team at wee hours of the night, whichever how messed up your sleeping schedule may be. I mean, that's all possible for sure with the Kohai app. And of course, like, do you know that there is prize money to be won every 2 weeks for the top 8 teams?
Wow, I didn't know that. How much is it on the line?
I lost count, but I think it's like really going up. Like, I think from what I last saw in the app itself, like, why not? You should consider it. Like be the number 1 high loss player worldwide.
Well, oh yeah, while being the number 1 high loss player worldwide and earn some money, why not, right? And I believe it's also a ladder match if you were to join that. So if you join in certain weekends whereby it's running and it's called the Combat Arena, yeah, you can actually stand a chance to actually win a prize money as well as play as many games as you want. Because during the weekends, of course, it's always nice to spend time playing games instead of doing something else. You want to play games, for sure. We all love games, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, and not more like you make money off playing games. I mean, that's the dream. It's like you can tell your parents, like, hey, mom and dad, I made it. It's like I do what I love and I'm making money out of it. I think like it's a win-win situation. Then you're like, okay, I've been proven wrong, and you can just go with it. But of course, all these pro teams and even these tier 2 teams that are here today, you definitely say that they really came a long way, and everyone else has a chance to actually reach this way. But you have to make yourself known. You have to keep playing, find your team, and and get attention of those organizations where they want to be able to scout you, because all these tournaments, all eyes are on the teams, on the players. They want to be able to scout out new talent, new blood. So all these tournaments are something that you should participate in for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You should at home. And if you win the prize money, maybe it's a question for you, Mansha. Like, what would you do if you were able to get prize money out of playing tournaments? What would be the first thing you do with the money?
Upgrade my gaming rig, honestly.
Wow.
Just a full decked out gaming rig with your, I mean, it may be a bit cheesy with all the RGB lights and everything. That is probably like your neighbor next door will be thinking, is there a disco going on next door, or is my eyes deceiving me? So I think that's my dream right now. Or even maybe I think my phone is pretty good right now. Maybe eventually just save up for an upgrade would be great, because I think the last thing you want is to play on a really laggy phone.
Yeah, so then you can play longer hours, or you can play more rounds using the Kohai app as well, because there'll be weeks that the more games that you play, the more games you play equals to possibly the more games that you win equals to the possibly of getting bigger, getting the prize money in the combat arena. So that's something to consider. So I think that's a very good investment that you have there.
I mean, it's those chances that you don't take, right? I mean, those are the ones that you will regret. I mean, like, yeah, a bit deep. We haven't even started the game. We're going in a bit deep, but I mean, that's how it is. Like, that's how life is. You have to keep taking those chances. That's why it's like you always like tell yourself, one more game, one more round. we all know that's a lie. We really know that's a lie. We just keep going round after round. We are like not going home until we win. We say that a few hours later.
Yeah, whenever your friend tells you, it's like, okay, this is going to be the last round. No, 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 no. That's not going to happen. You know, the last round only happens when your battery tells you, like, okay, dude, I'm out. Maybe the charging port is far away, so it's about time. Or if mom comes and knock the door and says, hey, you gotta stop and do your homework, which you guys should do anyway. But speaking about what we should do today, of course, we gotta check out our game. We gotta get to business, and here we go.
I mean, right into it. We're right in the draft for the first match, game 1 of our series, Homeboys versus BBC. I think just straight off, I think really standard bands, Fanny and Kaja on the side of Homeboys and Arlit on the side of BBC. But I have questions for you, Sir Cloud. Novara is now open to be played. Will teams consider just maybe a gentleman's agreement, just ignoring the hero, or are they going to opt to ban it out? But that is a very interesting ban, straight up.
Okay.
Usually, you don't ban a Farsa in the first phase of the draft. That is quite curious, but I think what BBC has done is that they really done their homework. They know that the combo of Warlord and Barbosa, Warlord is scary, dangerous on this Farsa pick.
Yeah, I also want to point out that remember the theory that I talked about, like, oh, could the players be changing their IGNs for this, but they're actually the same players?
No, it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same players. So Diablo and Rimuru, which we will call them today. So that's going to be Anik as well as Chibi.
Now, there's definitely IGN changes, but I think everyone who's watching, who knows the Homeboys, would definitely recognize their players. But we're just gonna call them that. Like right now, it's like, I mean, I think just straight up like this, the banning phase is going a bit slow. I think right now just standard 1-1 is banned out. They don't really want to deal with it. BBC is just really hard focusing on these mid lane picks, and by doing so, Novara is open. Joy has been picked up. For the side of BBC, there is still a form of suppression they could take up. They can take up the Franco, but but I mean, like, it's still open to the drawing board. There's still a lot of good picks. Glue, Faramis. I think it's just free game right now.
Yeah, I think some of the hot picks for BBC would be like they do like themselves a Kufra, they do like themselves even like some of the heroes that we don't really see inside of pro plays like Hayabusa and Hanzo is something that they like to pick as well.
Give me a Hanzo, man. I really want to see that.
Okay, there's still that opportunity.
I think that's so fun. We really don't get to see that. I mean, like, we've been pestering teams like, come on, give us a Hanzo, give us like these weird off-meta picks. But no, as mentioned, like, Glue is open and it's picked up. And they have secured the Beatrix really earlier on. I think overall just a very solid marksman to pick up, but still so much like marksmen's left in the hero pool, Homeboys for the choosing. And since that they have revealed their marksman on the side of BBC, Homeboys should opt to pick before it's banned out in the second phase.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to the marksman pick, there's still a good amount, right, for them. So like for Homeboys, it could be carry, it could be like a carry, it could be like a Claude even. And it's not the hot picks in meta. So even right now as well, like Claude is still a hot pick meta as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see it. Kufra, as what's mentioned, it's a hot pick for BBC. Will be used by Shiva later on. So not much of a big surprise there. Pretty standard picks, I would say.
I mean, you have seen the previous games. What do you think of this is their signature pick. So what do they have to do to really set things up for their team? Is this Kufra really the main source of their initiation?
Yeah, I think definitely Kufra is going to be the main source of initiation. Here, Shiva has gotten an MVP a couple of times, so he's definitely have that potential to start it off first. But the difference between that and now is that they're going up against a team that has a bigger achievement. That's going to be Homeboys. So I wonder if that's going to change, or have they set up something different to make themselves unpredictable in the face of Homeboys?
I mean, like, bigger names, they're really like, I think, let's say household names in some Malaysians, for some Malaysians, I would say. And wow, I actually can't believe it. They're actually banning out the Hanzo. I mean, like, we're talking about this so much, and that is actually ban out. But I think something we should note for Homeboys that they are extremely aggressive. They would have a really good if they want to try to have the best lead possible in the early to mid game, and they just become this unstoppable force. They're very momentum based, so that is going to be key for them. And on the opposite side, I think just banning out the remaining marksman picks, you don't really want to give Homeboys a really solid marksman.
Yeah, and you don't want to give Barbosa his drop as well. So
Oh no.
yeah, so that's why it's been taken out. So not gonna give any chance here.
Huh?
Oh.
Odette.
Odette. Yeah, Odette has been used quite often by DL. So I think definitely Homeboys have done their homework. I mean, they have a full coaching team to help them. So they're banning out some of the hot picks previously used by BBC. That's going to be Odette, the Hanzo. So with Odette being taken out, of course, there are other options as well that they have used. They've used like a Loyi in Odette's absence. So it's still a good option, amount of options for BBC to pick.
There's still a lot of I would say mage picks that they could go for. I Movara is completely ignored up till now. It's actually true the second phase of the bans and picks phase. It's maybe it really is a gentleman's agreement. They're just okay, we're not good. And I mean, this is something that I think I talked to you off stream. I really want to see Bane, jungle Bane specifically again, because this hero has been, I would say, adjusted quite well in favoring him in the recent patch, and we're seeing crazy numbers and sustain max HP scaling damage. I think that's pretty insane.
Yeah, I think Bane, well, he's no stranger towards BBC's pick. So Felicio has used Bane once with a 100% win rate. He won that one game with it. So looking good. And interestingly enough, that one game that they tried to use Bane, they also use something that they haven't used before, which is a Minotaur. But since we have a Kufra, definitely we won't see a Minotaur for BBC, but we will see a Minotaur instead for Homeboys.
Oh, I'm really imagining all the wombo combos you can have with the Call. I'm honestly quite terrified. Sir Cloud, you've been doing your homework. Loyi going to be locked in for the final pick. It's it seems like BBC just doesn't want oh no, we don't want the Yi, we don't want the Lilia, the usual boring. I would say yes, kind of boring mid lane picks.
Yeah,
I'm shook.
Yeah, in fact, if from what I've seen, BBC's gameplay or their picks is that they always try to do something different. So that's why the Hayabusa, the Hanzo, and now the Loyi, it's not something that you often see. And I think by picking something that you don't often see, it kind of gives the opponent a level of unexpectation. What are they going to do exactly? Yes, they have shown in the previous Kohai Championship that how they've used it and so on and so forth. But is that enough for Homeboys to really know what they do? We'll need to find out later on, as we will be heading onto the game. And here are some interesting, beautiful graphics for us to enjoy.
I mean, straight out, we're seeing all the heroes in their glory, not their skins, but we'll be jumping right into the Land of the Dawn. This is game number 1 of Homeboys versus BBC. Let's get into it.
Yep, here we go. So looks like no big moves. I think there will be a lot of respect here, especially for both sides, since this is pretty much their first time meeting each other in a tournament. So there will be a lot of respect here between them. So we won't see big jungle invasions just yet. If any jungle invasion were to happen, then it might come from Homeboys, because naturally, them being an MPL team, their confidence level will be higher.
No, it's not just that. Just straight up, they're pulling him in, forced out the flicker. That was almost a dead beer cheeks. That was a really close call.
There was a close one there. We almost got a first blood. So no first blood. It's A-OK. Nevertheless, BBC is going to play this really, really safely. They're not going to do any bigger moves just yet. But except for the bottom lane, that what we see is that Solo is that he's quite far ahead. I got to be careful in case Joy do come from behind and backstab him.
I think overall it should be fine. It's good overall. A lot of survivability. We're really getting a lot of these nice Shadow Stampedes. It's we say that Homeboys is just because they're an MPL team, they would have more experience, but naturally they are very momentum based and they want to be the aggressors in most team fights.
Yeah,
so I would say they have to be the initiators here.
Yeah, it does look like they are trying to take the opportunity onto a BBC. Just look at this. Now, even Diablo, he's inside of the jungle now, and they're trying to find opportunity. Okay, wait for it. Okay, no, not really going to make the big moves just yet. But it just shows that the confidence level that HOMEBOYS has to really go into the jungle.
I mean, it makes sense that why BBC is definitely on the more cautious side, because like right now, like with the first turtle of the game being spawned up, this is when, but surprisingly, no contest for now. I'm not sure what is going on.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well that we haven't seen the first blood, considering how active HOMEBOYS is. But looks like they're going to get the first objective. That's going to be the turtle taken by HOMEBOYS. And with that, the BBC just they came slightly late there. If only they came a little bit earlier, then maybe they would be able to contest the turtle.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say they weren't late to the party. It's just like they decided that they're going to play more passively. They don't want to really force it, because they are aware that HOMEBOYS wants to be the aggressors, and solos, really taking quite a fair bit of damage. They're going to, I'm not sure where they're going. They're actually going to rank top side, but it seems like Faila's Wolf taken really low. First blood, there you go. Going to the carry.
Yep, going to the carry, going to HOMEBOYS. That's going to be first blood. So finally, they're making their first move. This could be their second move. As Shiva Choi, a little bit caught out there, but no issues since he is the Kufra anyway. He could bounce away.
I mean, a lot of scuffles in the jungle of BBC. HOMEBOYS just making them like they're just crawling under their skin, making sure that they can't farm comfortably whatsoever.
Yeah, looks like they are not that comfortable, especially for the side of BBC as Warlock gets it onto solos. And Felizi managed to get away. Felizu got away with just a tick of health there. But Shiva been pulled back, beautifully done. Gets a double kill. That's going to be Rimuru Tempest. He'll be happy with that pull.
War is just a monster on this Faramis. Every single Shadow Stampede almost almost guarantees a kill in all these circumstances. It's like honestly really good like back and forth between HOMEBOYS and BBC in that jungle. And like, what did I say? Warlord is just a monster. It's like, yes, you can ban Farsa, you can ban Valentina, but this Faramis is something that he's so comfortable on.
Yeah, definitely. We can see how well he is with that, how comfortable he is. And imagine this, with a 4-minute game, carry, Rimuru Tempest, already got 3 kills. It's like the best start that he could possibly ask for.
Definitely the best start any marksman, or I would say any hero could have potentially. So I would say overall, what does BBC needs to do? I think they do have good counter engage, but they have to be able to layer their ultimates beautifully, and this is what HOMEBOYS is doing.
Oh yeah, managed to get a kill onto him. So it's going to be Shiva Choi going down, and without Shiva Choi for them to initiate, it's going to be a little bit difficult. And HOMEBOYS knows that, and with that, you can see the confidence level for them to go all the way behind with Diablo now just cutting the wave, and there's nothing that BBC can do.
I mean, when we see that they're like a few levels down, like Felizo is 2 levels below. And this is not looking too good. I mean, in terms of the gold lead, in terms of EXP, it's just not looking hot. And again, this carry, even before she's max items, I think she's going to hurt so much more after this. Like, no one is able to jump in and take out the carry.
Yeah, that's almost an average of 1 kill per minute. And Warlord almost getting it. That was a close call there. Shiva Choi on the outside. Well, are they going to make the big... I don't think BBC can really do it right now. I guess they really
I don't think you should have like Loi out right in the open when there is a Faramis on the opposite team. I think that's just calling for punishment. It's like, what if happens if that Shadow Stampede connects Felizo, Deadly catch? Like he pops it, he tries, but Sepat is finally taken out. Like he has gone too far, but he gets the kill.
Yeah, I think a little bit of an overconfident there, but it's not going to be an issue for HOMEBOYS. As look what happens on the top, on the mid, and they're going for a turret, and not an issue for them. As Rimuru Tempest again gets a kill, being unstoppable now.
I think like Call Altar, Moon Fury, that's just so much. Again, Warlord's on the killing spree.
Oh man, it's just happening back to back now. It's pretty much like a massacre. But BBC now trying to defend the mid lane. It's not going to be possible for them to defend the mid lane, the turret. It's definitely going to be down, just waiting for the minions to arrive.
Minotaur is just such a good counter engagement tool against the Kufra. It's like the BBC can't find any opening. This is looking like close to a disaster.
It is. They're pretty much they're definitely going to lose the next objective. That's going to be the turtle given towards Homeboys, and I don't see BBC really taking back their jungle at the same time. Supat and Diablo had to get a kill for the Supat getting the turtle and Diablo getting the kill, and Rimuru Tempest getting the turret. It's basically a perfect one moment for Homeboys.
I think overall just perfect game, like overall decision making. Like for Sheva can't even like walk out safely, and he's the tank, Sir Cloud. And this is a sign that your team is so far behind. I mean, like this gold lead is just getting dragged further and further as slowly but surely the map presence of Homeboys is overwhelming.
Oh man, but Solo C still tries. He does go in. He is all alone. He'll be taking out Rimuru Tempest. Will be the next one to get a kill again. Mega kill for Warlord. Even Warlord got 4 kills. And Faramir is getting 4 kills in 7 minutes. Can you imagine that?
Nah, it's just day in the life of Warlord. You can't keep doing this. Oh, he just keeps going. He lands it. He gets it. And there's nothing BBC can do to stop them.
They're not even phased. The fact that there's no minions at the mid lane, they just take down the turret just like that easily. And now with BBC being pushed back into their base, not able to come out at all, I mean, it's a really tough round for BBC. I think at this point they'll be looking forward to the next round instead.
Man, so I'm so sorry. This feels so bad, but overall teams of the item builds, like the carry is so rich. Like he's the combination of like the network is two members of BBC. That is ridiculous. Almost maxed out. I think just having a bit of the steel leg plates just ensure a bit more survivability. I think he could opt to just go for full damage items.
Yeah, as a rule of thumb, if your team has 50k gold, technically you are full.
You are full, yes.
Yeah, the fact that they're already at 32k, only 18k difference. I mean, they're about there. They're like 80% there.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think he's just like 1 or 2 items away from max. But what could BBC do in this sort of situation? It's like, ideally, it's like, but they're lacking damage from this point. They're so under level and like they lack farm, and Homeboys is just taking us like a storm. Like this is the danger of dealing with Homeboys. If they're able to have this snowball of a lead, they will not let this go. They are so momentum based. They're riding so high on this lead right now, and it's kind of hard to watch if you're a BBC fan.
It is very difficult. I mean, we're talking about level 9 versus level 12, level 13 at this point. And now Homeboys, they just want to wrap it up, but they're really disciplined. They're waiting for the Lord to arrive, but if they could get a couple of pickups, then they might end it. But without minions, it won't be possible for them to do that. But just look at the confidence of Homeboys. Without minions at all, they are still inside the base, dancing around.
I mean, like, what can you do? It's like you go towards the front, you're dead. The carry will shred you. All the tankier members on the side of BBC don't stand a chance. Like Felizu, he has the deadliest catch to like push out the members Homeboys, but you only got 1 shot. You have to position, but Diablo just straight going in. He doesn't care.
Yep, he goes in. Warlord as well goes, but there will be godlike in the fray for Rimuru Tempest. They managed to get one. Warlord finishes off deal, but then again, it's going to be the minions together with the Lord combination that ends the game. And this is going to be the first win for our tournament here today. And it's going to be Homeboys taking back home.
I mean, like, they are our Homeboys. I mean, like, yes, if they definitely taken that first game point home, I would say, like, overall, this is the standard lineup, even with slightly different IGNs. You know them, you love them. It's the Homeboys.
Yeah, I was expecting that when they put on IGNs like Rimuru and Diablo, it's like, okay, it's gonna be maybe a tryout lineup. We got to see some new names, new faces, and when the pictures reveal, it's like, oh, it's still dumb. It's like, okay,
it's dumb. It's just dumb. It's just the same old boys. But overall, I think just really clean play. From everyone. Everyone just did their job. Amazing setups. Like I say, Warlord. This man is respected, and the thing is, BBC did like target ban very heavily. His Farsa, like all these heroes that they ban not hard targeting, but to no avail.
Yeah, I must say there's pretty much from the start to the end, definitely Homeboys did control everything. So there wasn't much opportunity really for BBC to really try to counter back. Even if you want to say like, okay, maybe they should play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more faster, get into the jungle. But if you kind of think about it, it was Homeboys like from the start, they are already pushing it onto BBC as well. So if they want to do that onto Homeboys, then they have to do it like as a team. But if they do it as a team, meaning that they will leave the lanes empty and probably free farm for the rest of Homeboys.
I mean, it's a very difficult situation when you're dealing with a team that is as oppressive as Homeboys. It's like you can see straight up they're invading your jungle. They're not giving you you don't feel safe whatsoever. So I think this is something that BBC has to consider in the upcoming draft. But for now, we are going to look towards the match highlights. It's like this Minuan Fury combo with Faramis is honestly extremely terrifying. There's honestly no way out. You use the Deadly Catch or you flicker out Warlord Barbosa would just be the duo to really just set up for the team.
Yeah, but I must say though, I do agree that the Faramis, played by Warlord, is definitely the MVP for me in this round. His setup, the way he works as a team, the way he just moves around together with them, with the Shadow Stampede, together with the Ghostbusters, it's just on point. So it's definitely the MVP for me. And yes, according to the stats as well, 5-0-10. I mean, how can you say no to that?
I mean, yes, people would say, oh, the carry dished out so much damage, but Warlord and Barbosa just created so much space for carry to farm safely, to dish out damage, because the thing about carry is that you have to keep standing in front in order to take out the glue, the tankier members on BBC, and he was able to do that with all thanks to his teammates. It's like Sapat just he goes full on damage, which is how you should build the Joy, but he was this confident enough to just jump in, dish out damage and jump out. But maybe at that point he did go a bit too far, but overall just really clean gameplay from Homeboys.
Yeah, even if they ban out the Barbosa's grog, it's not going to be an issue for Barbosa because, hey, he doesn't need the grog. Just look at his assists, 15 assists, and they got 18 kills. So you can imagine that how involved is he with all those kills. So it's not going to be an issue for them. I mean, this round, we can say that it's definitely a landslide win for Homeboys. But for our next round, this is a best of 3 series, right? So BBC still has another opportunity. What do you think BBC can do in the next round to come back on the Homeboys?
Here's the thing. I actually really I like the draft. It's very interesting. I like they're trying something new, but they were playing so passively. I understand that you are too scared. You want to be able to farm up first before you contest for objectives, but now they get a taste of what Homeboys is capable of. I think they should take the fight to them, because I think they have what it takes, but they just have to be they have to watch out for what they're coming for. And of course, the MVP, as you did state, this has got to be Warlord, man. 5-0-10 KD on this Faramis.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the heartbeat of the team. He sets up everything. He definitely helps carry to actually get those kills. So, I mean, that's pretty much all he needs to do as a Faramis. But in the next round, right, I do agree with what you say, right? I think that, as a lot of players, how we see, they always have the mindset of okay, let's farm up first. Let's take the first maybe 5 minutes just focusing on farming, winning our lanes, and try to win it back later on. But that can't be the case here against Homeboys. But let's see if anything changes later on after this, as we still have round 2 to play, round 2 to watch. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Moisha. We'll be back after this break.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel, and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kuat. Hello semua. Hello everyone. Nama saya Lafel, and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok @Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line-up ni ialah Homeboys, SMG, Aura Esport, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esport, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk 10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
je pandang, hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang? Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry game korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya. Kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi. Kita jumpa malam ni.
Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak? Dekat Kohai Gamer sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys. Sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
Alright guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player yang nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kohai Southeast Asia Championship. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with Monshell, we'll be your storytellers for today. Thank you so much to Kohai Esports for having this tournament. And this tournament is also supported by IWG Esports, MLBBE Project, as well as TikTok. And soon, we'll be jumping to game number 2, HOMEBOYS versus BBC.
Honestly, Circle, I think we have heard quite a lot from both of us, but honestly, what were your thoughts of that first game?
Well, I think that it's let's call it a warm-up round, all right? I mean, we all gamers, we have this warm-up round thing. We always take it as like, okay, if the first game doesn't go well, it's a warm-up match for us. So it was a warm-up match for BBC.
I think there's a reason why Malaysians, we dominate in best of ones. we really do so well. Like we take the opponent off guard so much. It's like, what just happened? And then I think after this, like BBC is gonna realize that, okay, this is how they play. We need to watch out for certain things. Like maybe they're able to read the draft a bit better. But I think only time will tell when we jump into our second game. But I mean, right now, like huge shout out to Kohai, like amazing app. And making all this championship, all these Kohai tournaments possible. So check it out.
Yeah, check it out. Without them, we wouldn't be having this tournament. So do check it out and do put your support in as well in the comment section. Do share out this live stream. Tell your friends about it because you don't want to miss out on good Mobile Legends Bang Bang action. And after this, Big Bang Club, what are they going to do? Like what you mentioned before we went into the break, you would like to see them do not play with Homeboys tempo, like bring the tempo against onto Homeboys. But do you see anything in their draft that could be might be changed later on?
I think it's a bit hard to say because every game is different, and when we go through like the picks and bans, I think it will be completely different. But I think a lot of respect must be given towards the Warlords, Faramis, and that Minotaur from Barbosa. That's why like Warlord and Barbosa, they just came into like this year's MPL and they have made waves in the competition, man. No one was expecting that. And I think like what teams need to do, it's like, okay, if Homeboys want to do this, like, okay, we play towards our team's strengths and strategy. Remember your win conditions and you play towards that. I think what happened with BBC was they kind of panicked and they did not know where to move across the map. If they're ganking top, go bottom. If they're elsewhere on the map, maybe consider invasion or stealing the turtle or all these sort of things that they can do. All these cross map plays. If the opposite team is dominating, like in team fights, split push. It's like you'll think of what you can do in the moment to make things better for your team, to create space or buy time for them, because that's the only way you can buy time and resources back into this competition.
Right. I'm thinking of like, okay, if they want to like do not get involved with fights, especially looking at how Homeboys are very well coordinated, right? Probably they need to pick something of high mobility instead. So maybe something like a Fanny would be good as well for them because they have played a Fanny before. That's one. Maybe another one would be. Okay.
Homeboys ban Fanny.
Oh, okay.
First ban. Yeah.
Right. So, so they did the homework.
Yeah, they did. I mean, like, okay, there's Lance. There's Lancelot. Lancelot was ignored. No Ling. Yeah. I think there could definitely been adjustments. For sure.
I would like to say that for the record, like we have not seen a Ling for being used by BBC. So maybe that's something as well, or maybe that's something like a wild card that they have up their sleeves, right? It's like, okay, if they ban out like our Fanny, like we probably have the Ling, just that they have not shown it yet. And that's why we kind of call like the first round is like more of like a warm-up round for them, just to get them introduced to how Homeboy's style is. And maybe in the next round, they might come up with something like that.
There's no true way to target ban a team. I think it's like, yes, I think it's very important to contest certain picks, like letting the Joy through. You're just asking to be punished. Faramis from the side, from Warlord side, like again asking to be punished. Again from both sides. Oh my God, boys, you gotta stop doing this. Like all the mage picks just out of the way. Farsa, Yves, Odette. Homeboys is like really rubbing in like salt.
Yeah, they're definitely not giving any face at all by taking out the Odette, because they know that DL has used Odette very, very well during the previous tournament. But I'm kind of surprised with the Farsa ban again as well. I felt that as one of their first few bans, definitely Faramis has to be taken out unless Big Bang Club wants to get Faramis.
They're on blue side. Absolutely take it up. If you can play it, pick it up. Don't give that to Warlord again. Warlord, I mean, like, let's just say he plays a really mean Farsa. I'm personally, since like since I started the game, I love playing Farsa up to now, even though like all the nerfs and adjustments, still love playing her. And again, Homeboys is just not letting Fanny see the light of day whatsoever.
I guess it's also like what we discussed earlier on, is that they try to ban out heroes with mobility, so they're not able to do like the split push stuff or just try to get away from fights and something like that. So maybe that's why the Fanny has been banned out. So maybe something like a Ling could be banned out as well, but there's no record of Big Bang Club playing the Ling, at least in recent time. So that might be like if they do that, it's more of like just thinking a few steps ahead. But if they want to ban out something a little bit safer, then they can still go back to the Hayabusa or Hanzo kind of ban as the final ban before the first pick.
Honestly, I think Homeboy is just opening up the draft by banning things like the Odette. It's like Arlid is open, Joy is open once again, Faramis is also open once again, and like you cannot resist
Oh.
how attractive Arlid is. That final slash, I mean, not him.
Oh,
As he is, like,
I,
in
I
terms of looks.
mean, I mean, he's kind of good looking. Not gonna lie. I mean, yeah. He got hair, something I can't relate. But I guess it's kind of surprised that Faramis is left open, and the first two picks for Homeboys. Okay, no Faramis.
Again.
Okay, but it's still going to be the same.
Man, you can't keep giving them like Fredrin and Joy. This is heresy. You shouldn't keep giving them picks like this. Like Fredrin's always solid like jungle, or even can be flexing towards the EXP. Joy is just, even with the recent adjustments, like she's more squishy, but she's still such a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mobility when it comes to using Joy, right? So that here will be the question for BBC. Okay, so they know that it's Joy pick. They fought against the Joy previously. Like, how are they going to catch Joy? What is their best pick right now for them to do so? Honestly,
Kaja.
from Kaja, yeah, I think Kaja will be great. But then again, I was thinking of Kaja, but they have never used Kaja before, so I hope that that's part of their hero pool.
Oh my lord. Alice and Natan. So ignoring Faramis, ignoring the fact that okay, there could be, suppression with Franco, Kaja, or you name it. BBC is just here to they want the most variety of hero picks. Like they are the one team that will be driving up like the hero pick grade.
Yeah, honestly, this is pretty much the first time they played Nathan, at least in recent tournaments. So it's, let's see, Alice as well. Okay, at least they played it once before, but they lost playing with Alice. So win rate doesn't really favor them. But to my surprise, still, it's Faramis is still open.
I mean, at this point,
yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah,
it doesn't really matter. I think it's just like teams are just not picking it up right now. I think it's just like comes to things. But you mentioned they have played Alice. Was it jungle?
Let's see. It was Alice as a mid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean like okay. I mean like I'm gonna like what I want to see this play out. It's like I feel like Alice is having a really tough like spot like in this meta. Like she's just trying to find her place. And I think overall, Homeboy is just not taking any risk. Kaja is just banned. I think this hero is too good. When there's a Joy on the enemy team, just, you opt to take it out of the picture. And hard focusing on Torimuro's hero picks. The carry was a monster. I think they have known history of how crack his Claude can be. So
yeah, just banning out the Kaja. Of course, don't need to worry about the Divine Judgment there. But there's going to be Lolita being picked up by Homeboys here. Lolita, interesting, at least during the MPL playoffs we have yet to see.
Circla, I'm seeing this already. Basically, like, have you heard of the broomstick?
The broomstick?
Yes, so Numenon Blast combo with the Final Slash. They have Valentina. They can steal the Final Slash combo into the Numenon Blast or vice versa. That is the broomstick.
Oh, right. Okay. So they're really setting up here for success for Homeboys.
Yes.
They're not experimenting then.
No, this is all like tried, tested, effective. I'm worried for BBC right now.
Okay, at least they have Lancelot. You did mention that Lancelot being one of their picks, at least with good amount of mobility as well to try and get away in case things don't go their way and they get jungle invaded. So the Lancelot that they have can actually do that kind of split push if needed. But here will be the bigger question: is that will they even have the opportunity to do the split push? Because like in the previous round, for BBC they didn't manage to get a single objective.
No, was there any like turret even taken? I can't even recall. It just happened like so fast. Yeah, so I think like I would like to see from BBC is to try making things happen across the map. But I think it's going to be quite difficult when they locked like Homeboys locking in the Brody. Like this amount of split push potential is also really terrifying. Honestly, we already can imagine what Homeboys is trying to do, what ults they're going to steal. Like this is really terrifying. I mean, I want to see Shiva's Kufra working out. I do want to see this sort of setup coming in as we're jumping, like we're going to show both teams side by side. This is their lineup of chosen, and whether this will actually work out in their favor, because if they do not try something new, Homeboys would potentially just make a clean sweep of this best of 3. As we jump into the land of dawn, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is game 2, match 1 of BBC versus Homeboys.
Yeah, I think you made a good point. Is that when it comes to going up against Homeboys, and this pretty much like a do or die situation, like you might as well try something new, because if you try to do something of the same, the results might be the same. So why not, right? Try something else and you might get a different result. But so far we can see that the BBC, they're playing a little bit more aggressive at the mid lane, but a little bit of a caught out there. Barbosa has to back up, but Warlock going in for the chase.
I mean, all this considered, it's like, I would say BBC, okay, playing more aggressively, which is what we like to see across the board. Manwon, again, taking a bit too much damage from Rimuru. I mean, this is the danger you're playing against a Brody. A loss pushing power, and Natan needs time and items to be able to scale up. So he's going to need a bit more assistance from his team.
Yeah, we can see pretty much, I think what I see here is that pretty much the same pattern as the previous round, whereby Homeboys, they start playing a little bit more aggressive. There's still some objectives inside of BBC's jungle, and from here onwards, they might secure the first turtle, and it might snowball for the side of Homeboys.
I mean, interesting enough, we can see that Alice actually rotated down to feed off the EXP lanes just to ensure that she's able to hit level 2 tree as soon as possible to have access to her ult. I mean, that's the play right now. So I think we can see some slight adjustment. BBC is farming in a way where they want their key core players to be able to hit level 4 as soon as possible. Sheva not quite landing that Tyrant's combo whatsoever. Like, I would say nothing's happening across the map for now.
But if you kind of think about it, do you really want to land it against Barbosa? I'm not really sure about that option. So I think he's kind of glad that it didn't.
It's fine. I think it's fine. I think against Barbosa it's still fine. But
okay, looks like we might see the first play here against the Sapat. Sapat is like
Sapat.
super low. It's going to be solo say. Getting the first blood against Sapat. Wow, okay, good with the but at the top. Looks like we managed to get a counter kill here. Homeboy's getting 2 instead.
I mean, yeah, staying for too long. Nice final slash. Solos has to flicker out. He will be able to retreat back to safety under his turret. I would say I was thinking, okay, they were able to get first blood, but then they traded, and then Natan lost on top to Brody. Definitely not ideal situation to be in. And I think while all that is happening, Homeboy secured the turtle.
Yeah, oh wow, not only the turtle, but looks like they want to buff as well. So they are going in and they managed to shoo off the Lizzo. And definitely the purple buff will be taken by. Okay, yes, it's taken by Diablo.
Yeah, this just feels bad. Like, just like, you think like, okay, he's able to dive right in, but able to get it, but nope. Whatsoever, Sheva taken very low. Numenon Blast cancelled.
Interestingly, not only cancelled, but he makes a U-turn though. So here we have Mama be taken out by Waller. We still have Barbosa kind of busy behind, but okay. Alright.
I mean, this is just basically like, you know, when Uranus hits like really late game and is able to just soak up all the minion waves from the base. I guess that's what they're trying to do, but he will die for it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's worth it, but I guess it's again trying out something different in this round against a team like Homeboys. So let's see if that works out in the longer run.
I mean, you gotta give them credit for trying. Rimuru, I'm not sure if he should rotate. Oh, he actually gets.
Beautifully done, and that's the target that they would have wanted. But on the bottom lane, we can see that Felicio seems to be having trouble securing the buff. Can he actually get it? And it looks like it's going to be
No, he gets
Diablo.
it. Yeah.
Oh, he got it. He got it.
Felizo gets it. I was wondering why was Rimuru recalling right underneath his turret. Maybe he thought it was safe enough that there wasn't going to be a potential like camp situation going up. But no, Sheva. Okay, now we're seeing like the Kufra like really working his magic. That is what we want to see. Give us some competition. And Sapat. Oh. Yeah, he stayed for way too long.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there. But on the top lane, we can see that Barbosa is trying to get away. The Numenor Blast does connect onto 2, but that's not the target that they wanted. But it doesn't matter. At the end, Rimuru Tempest got the kill.
I mean, And right now we're seeing like okay, it's really good. It's really back and forth. Barbosa will be taking out Shiva. Is really feeling it right now. He is angry, but I think he's just gonna be caught up straight up. Like there's no walking out of the Fraser's Wrath combo. And Dio is just once again getting chased down.
Yeah, that's like what, 3 kills back to back for the side of HOMEBOYS. So now they have a little bit of a lead there, but at the same time, the Moon Tempest will secure the turret at the top lane and at the bottom lane. Be worried because Sapat is having the time of his life.
I mean, like with Joy running amok, there's no other than Shiva. There's no really source of CC that you can really catch Sapat. But I think that's what they're trying to do. Sapat, is he able to? I think just barely enough. But Felizo cutting. But Barbosa will be there to protect his teammate. But Solos will be able to come in and finally take out the Joy.
Oh, finally! But it took so many people to really come down to take out Sapat all alone. But the top lane as well, Gil's not having a good time. He's trying to fight against Warlord, trying to win the lane. But at the same time, you can see at the mid lane, Diablo going on to Felizu.
Oh no, he's not. He's living. He's alive. But Shiva is not so lucky on the top side. Felizo really playing with all these iframes. I mean, that's the beauty of having lands. I mean, overall, I think with the adjustments that's coming is really good. But Barbosa getting stunned. Final slash.
Barbosa still able to tank it out, and he's still alive after all that. But then again, Remove Temple tries to get the kill on the Solo C. Solo C managed to get away, but they got it out to Mammon instead. Beautifully done. Guardian's Bulwark making its work.
I mean, this is what to be expected. But Solos, I guess again, staying for too long. I think he should they should have left. That was so unnecessary. A shutdown feed into the Arlet, not good overall. Diablo will be able to secure the turtle on top, but Solos, looking at it, it's going for tenacity. So he was definitely going for mid to early game. Basically, he's able to defend himself. But Filios, he's just gone. He won't be able to dash back in. I guess all his skills cooldowns are gone. Final slash onto Warlord.
Trying to trade it back, but then again, Warlock is just too far behind thanks to Diablo as well. Really stopping Shiva from finding Warlock, and Shiva, there's nothing much that he can do. But Mammon is coming to give Shiva back up, but it's going to take 2 to try to stop Diablo. Can you imagine the resources needed to stop Diablo alone?
I mean, okay, comparison from previous game, there's not too big of a gold lead for now. I would say 2K is still, 3K is still significant, but Diablo, he's really staying forever. But Barbosa taking a fair bit of damage. They're really setting up for Numenon Blast. Lands!
Oh, getting Felizo at the end of the day is a challenge for them because Felizo managed to get away. Barbosa will be the next target. Barbosa still holding it off with the Goddess Moonwalk, and Barbosa will be taken out finally by Solos. Even a trade back has happened as Rimuru Tempest gets 2. Will definitely get a third one. It's going to be Solo C down thanks to Warlord.
That's going to be a shutdown going into Warlord. Overall, I would say Solos, honestly, okay, we really underestimated. This Arlet is really cracked. This is something you really need to watch out for. This is so much more back and forth. And I would say Dio, I think his job is just similarly to Reina's, just soak up the minion waves, ensuring that they are able to at least maintain some form of map control. But I think it's not going to work. Dio flickering out of the Appraiser's Wrath, but will he be able to survive?
Oh, yes, Sapat will get away. Oh, maybe not! Because we can see that they have backup there as Velozi goes in and takes out Sapat. So there's a little bit of a trade there. Warlock wants to get revenge, but definitely not going to do it all alone onto Velozi.
Right, I mean, there's still ideas to be made here. Bottom side, Natan and Kufa will be joining Turtlebit. The Bobos are looking to set up Numenon onto Felizo. But I think, that's it. Now that BBC has lost their EXP lane, this is go time for HOMEBOYS to take out this Lord.
Yeah, so it's definitely another objective for the hands of the HOMEBOYS. So far, all objectives has been taken by
the bottom side.
Oh, Sapat got away, but Warlock coming for the backline, Barbosa coming from the front. They don't have the Numenon Blast, but it's not going to be an issue. But Sapat made a U-turn at Sapat. Hello, don't be a naughty boy. You're super duper low, but they're going to chase down Shiva Tree anyway.
What is this damage coming out from Warlord? like, understand, like, yes, you're a few levels up, but that is not like going for Warlord. Like, there's a reason why that you can ban like Paramis or Farsa, but man, he can just make this work for his team. Right now, BBC again pushing to a corner is not looking too good. They have ways back into this, but Mamon is keep getting shut down. Deal is not able to find any space across the map. He's doing Arlet can only do so much, surviving for this long, but he will be taken out.
Oh man, a little bit of an overcommit there, whereby his teammates are all behind. Even Shiba Joy is behind as well. I don't think he's that confident enough to tank her. That's why he's left behind. You can see the goal difference is not as far as before. It's about 7,000 difference. So this time it's a little bit better. But because right now BBC they've been pushed back.
Is this any better though?
Slightly better than before, but
slightly,
yeah. I'll still give it slightly better.
Yeah, but I mean, now HOMEBOYS, like, I think overall HOMEBOYS still needs to be really careful. BBC does have some really good high ground defense with the Arlet as well as Natan, so it's still something they have to watch out for. They're only able to get the bottom inhib from that previous Lord push. But Serpat really not like he might be overstaying his welcome. He's just getting ignored. Final slash.
Yeah, Serpat is just teasing at the bottom lane earlier on, and now they're starting to go in, but a little bit of overconfidence there, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Warlock gets the double kill. That's all they wanted. They get the kill, they get the turret. Only the mid turret left, and just look at Diablo. He's just teasing the opponent.
Oh, they tried to land something. Remember, Tempest like, how are you? Like, he's like so much lifesteal. Like, you get a one good engagement onto the Brody, but he takes you out like your piece of paper.
Oh man, that's the piece of paper that they want to write on, and they want to write on their name inside of the victory piece of paper. Send it as a postcard back to BBC, and it's given towards HOMEBOYS, a 2-0 win.
Overall, just clean sweep from the side of HOMEBOYS. I mean, like, this is what we like. Unfortunately, we see this coming from the MAO. HOMEBOYS being MPL team, they have a wonderful showing throughout the MPL season, and again, what a way to open up our Kohai SEA Championship 1.
Yeah, I mean, it is the first game, and such a good, it is a good opening, a good showing here by an MPL team as well. But nevertheless, it's still a good learning curve for BBC, knowing that this is the pace that MPL team plays, and maybe it's something that they can work on in future rounds.
Honestly, I just think that it's a bit unlucky they had to deal with this team in particular, because like HOMEBOYS, it's like, will steamroll you if they're able to have a good lead. They're very momentum based. They will do, as you said earlier, they will just steamroll the competition. And if you know they're just playing towards their strengths, their composition, they can be aggressive as they want because of how Warlord and Barbosa is able to enable the rest of their team to play so aggressively. Like, sometimes just zipping across the map. I mean, like, occasionally, yes, he gets punished because, like, you know, recent nerfs towards Joy a little bit more squishy, less survivability. But again, going around unpunished, I can't recall how many kills. Like, what's the KDA of the Brody, but I think would say that he survived pretty much everything.
Yeah, I think Serpat was just being naughty, right? He was just running around the map, especially at the bottom lane, just to be annoying at some point. Because he can do that, and that's pretty much like the role of Joy. It's like you just want to put your face at the enemy's back lane, just to show them that, hey, I'm in your jungle, I'm in your back lane, try to kind of catch me. And that makes the opponent wants to commit like 2 or 3 people at the bottom lane, allowing other lanes to be opened up. But I think this time around, we still have to give it to, for me, my personal MVP choice would be Warlord again. With his final slash is definitely on point. I think he can play any kind of hero at this point and still be good at it.
I mean, like, I think we already saw, like, basically within his top 3 hero picks, Farsa just keeps being banned out. You know, he's not going to play. I don't think he might be allowed to play unless Faramis or Valentina is banned out. So we got to see what he can do with it. So you can't leave all the bans onto Warlord, unfortunately, because there's still so many prioritized picks to go for. Okay, now we're able to see overall the score from the side of HOMEBOYS and BBC of Game 2. And we can see, like, again, MVP is going for Warlord. Like, you're really spot on these MVPs, Sir Cloud.
Well, have an eye for talent, right? But I think it's honestly, I don't know about you, but I feel like it's not hard to spot that Warlord did a lot of work here. Even putting aside like the numbers, I think he was on point with all his skills and also, yeah, pretty much his skills and how he invades the jungle.
Hey, I mean, I was talking a bit too much about Warlock. Like, people in the comments will be thinking, like, oh, is it because you play a lot mid lane or mages that you only know how to talk about laner? No. I think Warlock like really should be commended, but overall, like I would say, like Diablo, he's usually like he's always been a master assassin kind of guy, and he is like your first team to play all these tank junglers, but he's really like doing so well for the rest of the team. Like really beautiful appraiser's wrath. Like the taunts in is so annoying. Where like I don't think Shiva could really do too much. Felizo as well. It's just you're caught into a situation where there's no way out. Once you get stuck, the rest of Homeboys will collapse onto you. But honestly, shout out to solos. Like that Arlet was cracked.
Oh yeah, I think for the opponent, definitely Solo, he definitely was doing his work there earlier on. But then again, you got Warlord. I mean, Warlord is always there to steal the right skills as well, the right abilities as well, and pretty much on point. And besides like being on point when it comes to fights, right? He also does his work of like jungle invading, and the fact that he has a 10-0-6 KDA, his jungle invading is just perfect.
I mean, this is Warlord style. He will invade with Barbosa, and he's confident enough with these heroes. He knows his limits, that he's able to push the limits as far as he can go without getting punished. So I think this is just his style. I mean, like this is why when Homeboys brought like Warlord and Barbosa in, like you can see like magic happening. Like they were forced to be reckoned with, and all the teams who were like, okay, we gotta watch out for these two, and we have to figure out either we contest for heroes, or we just have to write your usual respect bans accordingly.
Yeah, we can definitely see that. But even if you go for respect bans, right, you can see that how versatile they are in executing different kind of styles, different kind of lineups as well, with different kind of heroes. Like you ban out the Grog, for example, and Barbosa can still play the Minotaur. And you did mention off camera as well that Minotaur is quite difficult to actually play because of how short range it can be. But anyway, that is it for Homeboys versus BBC, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be jumping into our second series after this, but we'll need to take a short break, so do not go anywhere. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with Monja, we'll be back as the storytellers after this.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu saja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be pro.
Susah nak menang. Selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan?
Jangan risau.
Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak duduk diam. Kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai?
Download aplikasi Kohai.
Download lah aplikasi Kohai.
Dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. And best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with us here. We have Homeboys, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys?
What up guys?
Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry ya?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kuat-kuat. Hello semua. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara. Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk $10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
Main tank ni siapa je pandang, hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry game korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya. Kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi. Kita jumpa malam.
Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak? Dekat Kohai Gamers sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys, sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
What up guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player yang nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be pro.
Susah nak menang. Selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan? Jangan risau.
Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak duk tau. Kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai?
Download aplikasi Kohai. Downloadlah aplikasi Kohai.
Dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. And the best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys?
What up guys?
Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry ya?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom, sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kok kuat. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara. Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk $10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
siapa je pandang hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Ha? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry team korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya, kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi, kita jumpa malam ni.
Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak? Dekat Kohai Gamers sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys, sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
Alright guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player yang nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur. Begitu.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Kohai SEA Championship Day 1. I'm Monshal and here this is Sir Cloud and we will be your commentators for the English broadcast. So saying Sir Cloud, I would say this is going to be a very spicy upcoming match we got on ourselves. Oh, okay. I think we're having a bit of a situation right now. But I was asking Sir Cloud, what do you think of this upcoming matchup? It's going to be Blacklist Academy versus Team KAGENDRA. I mean, like your classic PH versus ID matchup. I mean, like what is more than we could ask for?
Yeah, it is. It is definitely going to be classic. But of course, not to be confused with Blacklist International. There's going to be the Academy team. That's going to be representing Blacklist as well. So, but we have seen them played in other tournaments. But we'll talk about their drafts later on. But before we go into the drafts, we also like to take a moment to thank our sponsors for this tournament. That is Kohai Esports for sponsoring this event, and also this tournament is supported by IWG Esports, MLBBE Project, as well as TikTok. And thank you so much to everyone out there who's watching. Don't forget to like and share the live stream as well to share this tournament across, because you're going to see a lot of great action when it comes to Mobile Legends with this tournament as we go on the next few days until Sunday.
I mean, it's all jam-packed, and we love to see how like MLBB is getting more exposure. We're having more international tournaments where like we have like I would say like semi-pro as well as like invited teams from our local MPLs just duking it out. I think this is really exciting, and we get to see like a good taste of where they stand and how far they need to go. Because let's not forget for PH as well as ID, they have their own like development lead, so MDL, and this is where like tier 2 teams can go in and they train and they be brought up. And if they get shortlisted, if they get recognized, they actually will join in the big leagues with a lot of well-known names. So I think this is all really exciting stuff.
Yeah, and speaking about well-known names, right? So for Blacklist Academy, there is a well-known name who used to play with Blacklist International, and that's going to be Haji. And he is in the lineup as well for today. And for Haji himself, for what I've seen, at least in the recent tournament that he has played, for every round that he has played, he picks a different hero. Can you imagine his level of hero pool? He even picked a new hero, which is Novaria as well. So, but I don't know. I wonder if he's going to pick that today, because we've been wondering whether teams are going to respectfully not pick the Novaria, or they're just not comfortable with it yet. But for Haji, the last time he played, he picked a Novaria and he got a win with that.
I mean, Haji being a very extremely experienced player, played in many internationals. I think it's great that he is actually coming into Blacklist Academy to bring up and train like the next generation. I think it's really great that he's really stepping up as a leader to really bring the team together. And I would say, like in terms of like hero pool, like I would say there's no denying that. But I would say he's classic. He's always been artillery style like mid laner. So Farsa, Yves, and I'm not surprised that he picked up Novaria, honestly, because it just suits his playstyle. And then I honestly would love to see more of that, because I haven't got to see much of it myself, because the hero was only recently released and playable in international tournaments as of this week, to be exact.
I got to play like whether with or against people who pick Novaria in my ranked games, and it's kind of like a mixed feeling. I think it's also because players are still experimenting on really how to play the Novaria. Like there was this one game that was like Novaria didn't really work out that I played, and there was another game where Novaria was the MVP with tons of kills. So it's still like kind of like a mix. But of course, that's like in ranked games whereby people can just pick whatever they want and can just experiment however they want to play the hero. But for a competitive tournament like this, it's like if you pick it without the confidence of knowing how to play it, then it's going to be a big issue and you might end up losing the round. So I wonder if he's going to take that risk. But nevertheless, he has played it in a competitive setting before and he has got a win with it. So we might be seeing Novaria here. And like what you mentioned, Monsha, you like to see picks that are not in meta, right? Like experimentation, or
I mean,
maybe
like
a
come on.
So,
I mean, like
just to give you a little bit of hope, right? So KAGENDRA actually picked a few Banes before this.
Oh, okay.
3 Banes to be exact, and they won all their rounds with a Bane.
Damn, okay. And speaking of KAGENDRA, it's like they were, I'm not mistaken, they were top 2 in their Kohai Infinity Championship as well. So honestly, this is a really strong contender, and I would love to see how they would stack up against Blacklist Academy, because like everyone knows, I mean, everyone in the comments, like it's always going to be whoever sides with the agents, with the Blacklist, and all your ID fans out there supporting KAGENDRA. We want to see who is the best team. As Malaysians, I get to be on the sidelines and just be cheering on and watching, enjoying the cast as we go on. But right now, we have jumped first phase of the draft. Really fast bans, Sir Cloud.
Okay, yeah, just looking over at the bans, I think there's some obvious bans, which is like the Joy, because we saw like in previous round like how Joy was used, despite some changes to the Joy, but it is still very effective. It can be really annoying. So it looks like KAGENDRA is not willing to deal with it. And we're going to start off with the first pick here for Blacklist in the Blacklist Academy. Almost like got the international, just because of how so used we are with it. But it's going to be the Lancelot being picked. So this is going to be the first, not the first time actually. They played Lancelot before, so Rindo played it. But I expect them to go with like a maybe like a Arlot pick, a Benedetta pick, as well as the common picks around.
I mean, okay, let's look at what's open. I would say Glue, Valentina is still open, Arlet. I would say like the fact that Blacklist is picking up Lancelot first means that they're opening up the draft. They want to be able to counter what Kagendra is trying to do. And as I mentioned, those two heroes, they've been picked up. We have Glue and Novaria.
Oh, but this time Novaria is not on Blacklist. It's going to be on Kagendra. It's going to be the first time they actually pick Novaria. So it could be a respect pick just to not allow Haji to take the Novaria. I'm just putting it out there.
I think respect regardless. I mean, this is a new hero, and like we all know, whenever a new hero is released, like everyone is fighting over head over heels wanting to pick it up. And Haji honestly going for his classic Eve, I think is just comfort all around for his side. And as well as locking in the Claude. I think this is really terrifying. You lock your opponent into the real world manipulation, and Claude comes in just blazing to it, everyone.
Yeah, it's that nice combo, right? So I can see that definitely happening for them. But for the side of
yeah, I mean, like we definitely can see that, and KAGENDRA is actually going to follow up and go for this Beatrix pick. Sir Clark, could you continue what you were trying to say, because I actually couldn't hear you earlier.
Right. Okay. So
and I still can't hear you. Yeah, for some reason. But I think never mind. I think maybe we would just you just have to reset your settings, and then you can jump right back. Sir Clark, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay,
Yep.
loud and clear. Great.
Yeah. Yes, I could hear you loud and clear throughout, though. But anyway, so since the Beatrix has been picked, so that's going to be played by Matt. He has played the Beatrix just once in the previous tournament, and he came back with a win, so he definitely knows what he's doing there. Now, when it comes to the bans, again, we're going to see a Hanzo ban. If you kind of think about it, right, even the Hanzo was banned when HOMEBOYS played. So is Hanzo a hero that is now feared by teams?
Honestly, it's really hard to tell, because I feel like these professional teams know something that we don't. We don't know what happens in scrims, and if this is a tested and effective draft, then this should be something that we should watch out for in future matches. But for now, Hanzo is banned out, and wow, Grok and Cho, respect to the Rome on the side of Blacklist. This is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, and but the funny thing is that for these two, well, okay, because Blacklist, they're fielding a different lineup as compared to what we've seen previously. Like previously, there were others, but there was let's see here. Yeah, so the changes here is going to be Reina J as well as Super Red. So they're going to be pretty much like the first time we see in the competitive scene. So that will be something that Kagendra might not know what they're going to do. So they're just going to try to ban out something that maybe they are not comfortable fighting against.
Do they want to play Atlas? The fact that they are banning out the Digi, they really want to pick up a Rome with some CC lockdown. The fact that they ban out the Digi, this is revealing something of what they might want to go for. It's quite scary. Or it could be Minotaur for all I care.
Well, if it's going to be Minotaur, then it's definitely going to be their first time. So again, because it's pretty much a new lineup for Blacklist, not too sure what they're going to pick for now. But if we look at Kagendra, it looks like it's going to be the Lolita pick. Lolita is going to be a first time that we see it, but Lolita is a good pick. Definitely the Lumino Blast will be good when it comes to trying to stop the real world manipulation at some point. But I think that when it comes to executing the real world manipulation plus the place into a combo, I wonder which will come first. Whether the damage will come first before the Lumino Blast, because it does take a decent amount of time to charge.
I mean, that's why positioning is really important from the side of Blacklist Academy in order to set up for this. Similarly, from K-Dot, with this Lolita pick, positioning and counter engagement is going to be key, ensuring that he's able to survive fights as long as possible. And it takes time. I think all these ultimates really takes time to come true. So it really comes down to who is able to set up first. And whoa, Charizla and Kufra being locked in from the side of Blacklist.
Looks like two good frontliners there to try and protect Yves from executing the real-world manipulation. So there's some good heavyweight picks there from Blacklist. But for the side of Kagendra, I think what they could use more mobility, I think, if you kind of think about it. Maybe a Hayabusa would be great for them. I am thinking around Pakido as well, could be something. Or even a Fanny would be interesting.
The Fanny is
Oh, Fanny's
banned out,
banned out.
unfortunately.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that's a bit unfortunate because like I mean usually if Fanny is like true, like teams are like really all hands on deck trying to get it. But I think you're correct. You're locking in an assassin Hayabusa going to be picked up. But I would say from Blacklist, they have really picked up a really tanky like lineup. This is going to be tanks a lot. Like with what I'm suspecting that maybe building, but all these wombo combos they can do into the penalty zone, into the room manipulation, all these sort of like team fights. I think this is where Blacklist really shines. And KAGENDRA, they're really looking for those pickups with their lineup. So I think it's more, it comes down for, I like both drafts, but it's going to come down to execution.
Yeah, what I see is that for Hayabusa, he has only one job and one mission is to try to get Yi before the real world manipulation or even during the real world manipulation is being used, because if it allows it to do that, like what you said, that one plus the placing duet is going to be very, very devastating for KAGENDRA. A lot of damage can be dealt by then, and the placing duet, we know that it can really scale in terms of damage, so it's something that they need to be aware of. But if it's only the placing duet, then maybe they could survive it. But if it's comboed together with the real world manipulation, that's going to be a difficult one. But let's see if that happens here as we get on to our game one between Blacklist Academy versus KAGENDRA.
All right. It's like start off. Sorry, could you able to hear me? Because Mets is actually like being caught out by Renegade here. This is quite an interesting situation.
Yeah, so far we can see Blacklist Academy, they are making their moves at the top. They're waiting for a pick-up, but same goes for KAGENDRA as well, waiting at the mid lane. But we can see Haji is not really showing himself. I think because he knows that, okay, there are 3 people there. Okay, let's not be too hasty and let's respect the opponent for now.
I mean, with 2 in the mid lane, I think this is like pretty, I think all rounded. Kage really being poked out, it's like it's not getting much help because it seems like the Lolita is just giving as much protection to Novaria from the Eve and during the early stages of the game. Super Gens actually taken quite low. He will be torn rose, Rindo will be able to get first blood.
Okay, that was quite a fast one as well. So Rindo make the rotation at the bottom and easily getting the kill from there. But it could be countered back by K-Dot. But he has backup there though. But Rindo, last hit. But there is K-Dot there to finish him off.
Yeah, I mean, like, just throw out the shurikens that Lancelot would not be able to survive. I think good attempt, like, he tried to use as much of his skills to negate the damage, but I think it's no longer going to save him because Navarra has also joined down the bottom side, pressuring hard. Imagine if that Star Shatter connected, that would be quite devastating as well.
Yeah, I think K-Dot, he definitely knows a thing or two about Hayabusa, so the fact that he's allowed to pick this, I think that he has a potential to counter against the Yeef later on at the later stage during the fight. But now, the fight for the objective that's going to be the turtle, Rindo will secure it. And good backup there by Blacklist, making a rotation bottom to open up space for him.
I mean, this is definitely something they have to watch out for considering Blacklist, known for their ube. Definitely watch out for those rotations going on. But I think overall, Kage has been doing a good fight overall. Ooh, Mizuki almost like taken out. Has to force out the recall. Both members actually force out the recall. I wonder what's going on for Novara. She doesn't seem to be having low health. Maybe she was out of mana for.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's about the mana. And also at the same time, being at the lane is risky considering that 2 from Blacklist is there. But speaking about 2 from Blacklist, we got 3 there at the mid lane. But that kind of pulled 4 from KAGENDRA to come towards the mid, opening up more space at the bottom.
I mean, they're just answering and mirroring to what Blacklist is trying to do across the map. It seems like they are maybe looking for a play on the bottom side onto Dominic, but I don't think they're opting for that. He'll be taking the gold crab and but seems like mid side Addicted Mew will actually be taken really low, but the astral protection will be able to ensure that he's able to phase through the walls into safety. This is the really annoying part of Novaria. It's like she's just able to phase through walls, even outside the walls, to get to safety. And her movement speed increases with every wall she phases through.
Right? Then it gets a little bit difficult to catch, but so it's really up to, I would say, Rindo to really try to catch, because Rindo probably has the best mobility of all beside the Blacklist, and plus he has the damage, so it might not be a tanks a lot. I think this is definitely going to be a damage one.
Yeah, I mean, considering how Renegade and Dominic are really like beefy frontliners, that's to be expected. Oh, penalty zone, like wasted, but Renegade conquering. I think Mizuki forced out the flicker. He will be able to survive. Numenon Blast lands onto one, but Renegade will sacrifice himself to ensure that Rindo gets away to safety.
Wow, Kada, he's really on point right here. The real world manipulation from Haji will take out Addicted Meow, and he will be out of this for now. At the same time, we can see that Rindo secures the objective. There's going to be the total again in the hands of Blacklist.
I mean, again, objective gameplay from Blacklist. That's just, I would say, overall class. I guess it's just their training regimen overall. Whether it's international or academy, that is the standard they will uphold in Kage. But overall, I would say like there is farming up really well. There's not too much of a goal like difference. Maybe if they're able to secure more objectives, that will be really helpful. I think both sides really has to watch out. Renegade getting another beautiful Tyrant's Rage. But Mizuki, Mizuki is really staying there. It actually connects Numenon Blast, and Rindo, not enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, Mizuki, he is tanky enough though, so for him to be a target earlier on, I kind of expect Mizuki to be able to get away. But if you gotta think about it, Mizuki did expand his flicker there, so he cannot combo the Numenon Blast and the flicker for now, for at least the next 40 more seconds of the clock.
That is one gutsy Lolita. I've never like imagine like under so much pressure, taking so much damage, you still stayed to finish the Numenon Blast, even though it didn't like produce too many results. But hey, and we need to see more of that from Mizuki.
Yeah, you know what? If you already executed, you might as well go all the way. Despite him know that okay, Numenon Blast hits, but there's no one else to follow up. But he knows that because he's behind the wall, he'll be fine anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the thing with having Haji on the Youth ensures that he will be able to, like, dish out damage from a relatively safe distance. But from, like, bottom side, 3 rotating from Kage, 4 from Blacklist. Astral, Echo will reveal their positioning. They will back off because the hitbox increase will be a pain to deal with.
Well, gotta keep an eye on the turtle at the top lane. So far, we can see that Kagendra, they are surrounding the turtle, so they definitely want the objective. But we have Blacklist in the house.
Straight up, beautiful combo. Tyrant's Rage into the penalty zone. Super Gen split will be able to get out into safety. But no answer, no star on the turtle. Kagendra understanding that they're at a manpower disadvantage. And Rindo, once again, will be able to take this turtle with no contest.
Yeah, because without Mizuki there, no Numenon Blast to kind of open it up, then who else can open it up? Then this will be the question, right, for Kagendra. If not, it could be Super Gens with Blue, but other than that, they don't really have much option to start the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really unfortunate. Like, Blacklist really, like, reacting so fast, Renegade not quite landing that. Kagendra will be able to back off into safety. Blacklist playing this fairly well. They're increasing their goal lead. It's like slowly but surely from 1k now it's up to 3. And honestly, this is like the lowest KDA like in terms of like in the matches we have seen so far. 3 for 2.
Oh yeah, it is. Especially when we are almost at 8 minutes now, and also the lowest gap when it comes to net worth as well. But Blacklist Academy, well, they're not stopping yet. They are trying to get the bottom turret, but not able to do so just yet.
Oh, again, split, but he gets dragged, and they were able to take out one member. Dominic taken out of the picture. That penalty zone was expanded, but the good counter engage from Kage.
Yeah, it looks like their best bet at starting a fight is going to be Super Gens here. Mizuki, because, well, the Numenon Blast needs time to charge, so will not be a good option for them to start the fight. So they really need to keep Super Gens alive when they start fighting.
Oh, they really, like Haji has nowhere else to go. An Astral recall, and Echo has been expanded. Numenon Blast lands onto thin air. Nothing for it. While 2 falls on the side of Blacklist.
But 20 more seconds before the next objective is up, and that's going to be the Lord. And if we look at the flickers onto the side of Kagendra, most of them are on cooldown now. And by the time the Lord is up, probably we only have K-Dot up, but Mizuki as well as Super Gens, their cooldown will still be active by then.
I think see how they're playing this is that Kage, it's like they want to be able to split up the fight. That is when Blacklist is the weakest. Like we can see like the minute they are able to collapse and pick off members one by one, this is their composition. This is the strength of it. Blacklist, in the minute they miss a big ultimate, whether it's penalty zone or the Tyrant's Rage Revenge combo, it's go time for Kage.
Oh, speaking about go time, looks like it's going to be go time. Dominic could be pulled back anytime soon, but looks like they won't focus onto that for now. They're still keeping at bay, and Super Gets tries to get away, but Super Gets will be target. Super Gets will be the first one to go down, and Super Gets is out, taken out by Hanji.
Not quite enough damage to take out the members of Blacklist, it appears. But I think surely Kage, like I think this is like ever since the reveal of Beatrix, like you are able to just take turrets at such an alarming rate. It's just so nasty.
Yeah, Beatrix definitely is one of those very good turret ticking sort of heroes. But to take this objective next, that's going to be the Lord, might be a little bit difficult. Mizuki, we can see him waiting for the right moment, waiting for Lord to go down. But then again, it's going to be Dominic going in for the back line to Mets, and Mets is suffering right now. Dominic chasing him away at the same time. Rendo gets a kill for himself, gets onto K-Dot too. Going to be double kill. Dominic getting onto Mets. They're just trading it back their lives. But Kagendra, now there's nothing much more they can do. They need to reset.
I think instead of a reset, they really have to wait it out. Like that was engagement favoring Blacklist. The fact that they're able to secure the Lord and like take out 3 members of Kage while Kage gets nothing out of it. But let's look in terms of the itemizations. Lancelot this is a tank slot.
Okay.
I was right on this. They're really just going full out for like just bulking up and relying like the damage coming out from the Eve and the Claude.
Yeah, so I hope that over-reliance will not bite them back in the back later on. But so far, it's looking so good for them. As we can see, they are able to not only secure objectives, but because they are such a tanky lineup, they're able to just shoot away, especially Mets, who's playing the Beatrix, and not allowing him to be part of the fight at all.
And right now, Kage, like just having a brief look at the itemization, they are like slightly behind in terms of farm. They could definitely use 1 or 2 more items to be able to take on these 5v5 fights again, Blacklist. But I think it's still quite difficult. Ideally, they still go for pickoffs, but Blacklist playing this, like look at how like top waves in middle is synced up and just pushing in, while bottom not so much considering how quickly that Lord has spawned, and it's the first Lord of the game. So I think for now, Blacklist is just playing according to the plan here.
Yeah, Blacklist, so far so good because like every objective they managed to take. And at the same time, we can see that Kagendra, they are gathering up. They want to take this fight. I guess it's a little bit still early. We say that, okay, they want to secure the Lord, but I guess they just want to find that confidence again if they are able to take 1 or 2 members of Blacklist down.
I suggest not. I mean, maybe they could consider going for a split push. They have a Hayabusa. They absolutely should do that, and they should do like pretty good housekeeping for now, because right now Blacklist is just camping in their jungle, taking whatever camps they could. Renergy, you gotta stop doing this. What was that?
But that was a beautiful catch. Not gonna lie, but we're not done yet. Though Super Gens pulling one behind. Haji might be taken out next, and now he is out. Mizuki survives. K-Dot might be the next target, but K-Dot tries to get away, but beautifully landed by Renergy to get a knock-up there. Immediately taking out K-Dot, and they know that K-Dot is one of their biggest damage dealers, and without K-Dot, they can continue to push.
Yo, that was a 3-man Numenon blast earlier. What was that reaction timing from Mizuki? But unfortunately, it was still a 1-for-2 trade. How was Blacklist able to survive for so long?
I guess that's where your theory, when you mentioned about like, okay, going for a tanky lineup, I guess that's the answer. Even if the Numenon Blast managed to land on the 3, but they're still able to tank it out. And we might see a next one coming.
I mean, honestly, this is so terrifying. Blacklist is just going for like, I think, like what, 4 protect 1 kind of strategy here. Split already expanded. Actually lands on to Renergy. Renergy taking very low.
Oh,
but
Rindo!
Meow actually fall. Rindo! Backline.
Wow, beautifully done by Rindo at the back line. And you have Super Red at the front line at the same time. After dealing with the back line, the Luminous Blast will not connect. But that last hit onto Mizuki will not land as well. But Rindo did his job. He got the two back lines, immediately going for a split push at the top.
Oh no. He doesn't have his purple. He has to be able to go back. Tyro manipulation. He's forcing him not to go back. There are going onto the base, knocking on the crystal. Kage cannot do anything to defend against Blacklist as they take game 1.
I mean, during the start, it does look like they're able to challenge Blacklist, especially with K-Dot being on point, charging down his opponents at the right timing, getting those very early kills. He got like 2 kills in the first few minutes, so he was definitely on point. But when he reached the mid stage, especially with all the objectives being taken down by Blacklist, that's how they really scale faster than their opponent.
I mean, like mid to late game, it's like one team fight could really, that's all it takes to end the game. I mean, like the minute like you see the gear shifting, they decide that this is go time. And the fact that Haji was at the back, like stopping the Hayabusa from being able to go back and clear up, he really stopped in his tracks and just able to just crack the crystal open. But overall, like back into what's the match highlights, I would say this is quite back and forth from both teams. I would say both had really solid ways of engagement. I think just how Kage could have layered the ultimates better. And unfortunately with Novaria, she does have a bit of a damage issue. She's definitely used for more towards utility, but this fight, this was like the fact that Numenon Blast onto tree, but Super Red was just able to just go in Blazing Duel and BMI out. There was just not enough damage coming out from Kagendra.
Yeah, and Rindo was very smart as well to go in straight for the backline, and that didn't allow Mats to do anything much at some point. Yes, Mats, the moment Mats showed himself out, then you just look at Rindo's position. He goes straight behind, but not only getting Mats, getting Addicted Mel as well. So if you get Mats, Addicted Mel is pretty much just beside you in the same position. That's where you get 2 for 1. And Rindo almost getting the extra 1 more kill to Mizuki at some point. But anyway, it doesn't matter. As long as you're able to chase away Mizuki, then you pretty much don't have any more tanks to tank out the next whatever fight there is.
Indeed, I mean, in terms of the itemization, you can see that Blacklist has already, I would say a few of them, it's like quite close to max. Super Red has already completed Wind of Nature, being able to survive the damage output coming out from Mets. Unfortunately, I understand Mizuki wanted to be able to protect Addicted Meow because like she's very vulnerable when there is a Lancelot on the side of Blacklist. But Mets, I feel, has been kind of left to do his own thing unprotected. So maybe the gears must be shifted into protecting Meds more in the next match to be able to ensure this Beatrix is able to dish out damage safely. Because I think overall, Kage has the right ideas and tools, but maybe they were lacking a bit more damage because they were going for more of a utility mage. Because Blacklist, they were just like all bulk. They're so chunky.
Yeah, I think you said it right? With the tank slot, with the Terizla, with the Kufra, they're definitely really chunky. And we know what their idea is. We did discuss about that. Their idea is to protect Haji. And did they manage to do it? Absolutely yes. Haji was well protected despite his 2 deaths, but it doesn't matter. Because as long as he can execute the real world manipulation without being taken down, I mean, they would have done their work.
Right, and the MVP is going to Rindo. Honestly, really on point retribution timing. 615 on this tank slot. Ideally, yes, we do want to see more like damage coming out when we usually see this sort of assassins. But I think people are really going into this tank slot build. It's really working out so well for them. And they just somehow have enough damage because when you have War Axe and Hunter Strike, like a few damage items, I think that's still enough damage output overall. But I think overall, really good decision making from Rindo, like bopping and weaving out of these team fights, and like just jumping into the backline. Like Kagendra backline was so vulnerable because a Lolita can only do so much. It's like yes, you're able to block shots, but if your teammate is constantly being hunted down, there's only so much you can do but watch.
And you know what? You always talk about like, oh, thanks a lot, build, maybe not enough damage. But honestly, in that game, it doesn't feel like he has a damage issue. Maybe because like the ones that he wants to target are kind of soft, like a Beatrix and also Novaria, that doesn't have that much of health as compared to ones at the front line naturally, right? So I think it doesn't feel like that he has lack of damage as long as his objective is just to get the back line.
I mean, I think that's the goal. I mean, that's why even people like Carl Tizzy, who is known for his Lancelot, is even opting to build Tancelot because he saw how effective it is. I think in this meta where you're a jungler, like being able to survive team fights long enough, being able to secure objectives, I think that's pretty much your goal. It's not really a hyper carry sort of meta as of now, but you still have to contribute towards the damage. It's I would say very balanced lineup. But right now it's like after that really exciting match, let's go into a short break and we'll be right back after this.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu saja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be pro.
Susah nak menang. Selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan?
Jangan risau.
Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak duk tau, kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai?
Download aplikasi Kohai.
Download lah aplikasi Kohai.
Dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. And the best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys? Saya Miss.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry tak?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kok kuat. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lafel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line-up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk $10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
tank-tank ni siapa je pandang, Hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Ha? Kalau korang Hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry game korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya, kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi, kita jumpa malam ni.
Hi, what's up?
And welcome back to Kohai Southeast Asia Championship. Thank you so much to Kohai Esports, as well as this tournament is supported by IWG Esports, MLBB Project, and TikTok. We're your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Monshell, and we'll be bringing you the action for the next round, and it's going to be round number 2 between Blacklist Academy and KAGENDRA.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Sir Cloud, for that wonderful introduction. Overall, I would say that earlier match was, I would say quite balanced overall. But what would you say that KAGENDRA needs to change in terms of their draft in order to go up against Blacklist Academy?
I think when it comes to trying to dish out the damage, okay. Now that I think about it again, I think when it comes to dishing out the damage, there's a lot of reliance towards Hayabusa. That's number one. And number two, I think in terms of the utility usage of Novaria isn't really as effective. So maybe if any change were to happen with the lineup, perhaps it's to pick a different kind of a mid laner instead, like maybe a Valentina, Farsa, or Yves, something of a more of a comfort pick.
Agreed. I mean, understand that once they open up the draft, they saw, oh, Novaria has opened. They were thinking, okay, we have to get their hands on it. Her ultimate is like really strong, reveals their positioning, and we know how Blacklist loves to play their ube. Their positioning across the map is really important. So being able to reveal where they are, which bush they're hiding in, is really key. I think that's really great to set up. But overall, in terms of that, in exchange, they lack a source of burst damage. So this is something they need to consider moving forward. I don't think Novaria is a bad pick, but maybe how would they adjust the draft so that they're able to dish enough damage? Because, like, for example, Glue is like, here's my grudge with Glue. I really like him as a hero, but I feel like towards the later stage of the game, you don't really do too much in terms of damage output. You could stick yourself onto your opponent and split away, but you don't really contribute towards the later team fights, towards the mid to late stages of the game. You're just another sandbag, another punching bag to deal with.
Yeah, and if I gotta think about it as well, I think in their previous draft is that there was a little bit of lack of who would open up the fight. Is it over dependence on Glue? Obviously, Lolita is not really a good opener because to charge the aluminum blast does take a while, so it's not really good. It's probably a good follow-up, but not really a good opener. So they really dependent on Glue to really open up. But if Glue is not able to do that, at some point of the game, Glue becomes kind of soft, then it's a bit difficult. Like, they don't have a plan B on who can open up fights besides Glue.
Actually, soft like Jello, if you couldn't say itself. But I mean, that's the thing. Glue's job is to be able to find and chase members down, like jump into the back line. But unfortunately, not enough damage. And if your team is not close enough to follow up, I think that's just kind of a wasted effort. And we still see that there were really good setups, like really beautiful Numenon Blast, but not enough follow up. And Blacklist being like so bulky, you're just able to give away. And of course, like, to thank everyone for watching, here is a redemption code just for you. I heard from production that there's a chance to win an epic skin, but otherwise your usual in-game items up for grabs. So I would say this is very limited, so do grab your codes and redeem them as fast as possible, because I would like to redeem one, but we're on the cast right now.
Well, I see your hands holding the phone, below the desk.
No. You're seeing nothing.
All right,
nothing at all.
All right, I don't see it. That's absolutely fine. So make sure you claim it, ladies and gentlemen. If not, someone will, and that someone will be someone I shall not name. But it's gonna be interesting today. So we not only have good games for you, but we also have giveaways for you guys out there as well. So make sure you stay tuned throughout the whole broadcast, because you don't know when the next giveaway is gonna happen. But anyway, what we do know is going to be the next game between Blacklist Academy and KAGENDRA. And so far for Blacklist Academy, I can say that definitely on point with their executions. And earlier stage, it does look like a 50-50, but just like how it was for the HOMEBOYS game, it seems that they are able to get all the main objectives as a start, and they went on to snowball from there onwards.
I mean, on a side note, right? Sir Cloud, it's like we just got the redemption code, but you know what's other like good value for money? Do you realize that with the Kohai app, yeah, you're able to partner up and find your own team, but did you realize that with every top up, you get a free lucky spin?
Wow.
And you're able to win like really fantastic prizes. So it's like, don't say we didn't tell you about this really amazing deal. When you stick around for on our stream, you may get redemption codes and free gifts. And when you download the Kohai app, you also stand a chance to win like either cash prizes when you participate in tournaments, or even like get like I would say bonus when you top up, you get a free spin. So I think all this considering, thank you so much for Kohai for all their support. None of this would be possible without them. All this Kohai SEA Championship first ever season. Like I am like stoked, and I really can't wait for more MLBB action, honestly.
Yeah, so I guess it comes hand in hand, right? If you guys at home support the Kohai app, enjoy the Kohai app, and everything else under the sun, under Kohai, then there might be the next season. Because obviously Kohai will be looking at, hey, you guys, if you guys want the next season, very easily, just support the Kohai app. Download it right now. But let's jump straight into our next draft between KAGENDRA as well as BLACKLIST Academy. So looking over at KAGENDRA, looks like they do not like the Yves, which is very justifiable, as well as Lancelot.
They definitely don't like the Lancelot after what happened earlier in that game. But I would say targeting bans, understandable, but this is BLACKLIST. I think they have a really large hero pool to watch out for. And from the side, BLACKLIST, really standard, I would say Fermis, Joy, 1-1. These are just heroes that since Kage is on the blue side, definitely don't want to fall into their hands. I would say Kaja is open. Kaja is not a bad opener, but Valentina, I'm not sure if they want to go for Novaria again. These are still options they can go for, but no, still prioritizing the blue, it seems.
Okay, I mean, the glue was okay, but I think if they were to pick the glue, I hope that they switch up the Lolita and pick something else. Maybe like a Grok, or even like a Cho. I know the Cho was banned in the previous round, but if there's an opportunity, do pick up the Cho, a Grok, or if they're good with Minotaur, which they have used before this, then go in for the Minotaur. It's a good opener too.
Yeah, I mean, opener as well as a good source of counter engagement, I think. But I always have a thing against like picking like roam too early, because like in a way you reveal a lot of your strategy going in towards the game. But I think Kaja is fine because just suppression is such a great tool in the case when there is if there is a Joy running amok in the jungle. That's something you want to watch out for. But it seems like no, BLACKLIST, they see that Lancelot is not open. It's like we would just go with Fred, and they lock in the Clot once more.
Okay, I'm going to give the bad news, right? So Fedrin, Rindo loves Fedrin. So if we've seen how he played Lancelot before this, and he has played the Lancelot, yep, he loves Fedrin more than a Lancelot. In fact, he has played at least 4 Fedrins in the previous tournament that they played before. So definitely confident on that. So I'm a little bit worried with the Fedrin pick now. Worried for KAGENDRA, that is.
I mean, like, yes, Fedrin really solid, like jungler or EXP. I think there's definitely still ways to counter it. We have seen teams like deal with the Fedrin pick with the Akai, or even with sometimes we see like counter engagements as well. But in this case, Kage actually going for it. They're going for Kaja, and they locked in the carry. Really good Fedrin counter, actually.
Yes, and I think the Kaja is definitely a good one. We did talk about like, okay, they need a hero that can initiate. Lolita isn't the best initiator, so of course Kaja is a very good one. But if you have a Kaja, one thing you need to do is that you need to be the one to try to flicker in and initiate first. And the Kaja's ability is also, available after the ultimate at level 4. So once he gets to level 4, he really has to start to go and get pickups at lanes. So that also means that there needs to be someone else to be able to follow him. Carry might not be the right one because Carry needs to farm. So as long as there's someone else to follow, maybe I was thinking like a Martis would be great, or even like a Bane as well.
I would say, I think you can go either way. I think Kaja is just that flexible. You're pushed into a corner. You could just like lasso someone in and just drag them under the turret, and then they take too much turret aggro, for example. But Haji picking up the Valentina, this is when like, does he have a chance to steal the Divine Judgment and use it against him? So I think this can really go either way. I think overall, I would say both sides have their way of drafting around. But I think it's like there's only one way to find out as we go through the rest of the draft. Again, why is Hanzo being banned? I am so curious. I really want to understand that. Yeah, it's like really annoying to deal with. Like he just is like with his ghost, he's able to travel and like maybe pick off the carry, and carry has so little mobility, so understandable. But yeah, I mean, like these are so interesting like bans. Like Kufra is banned out as well. You don't want to give so much hard CC in favor of Blacklist. Diggy as well, but when Diggy is banned, I'm thinking of Minotaur.
Ooh, Minotaur. Yeah, they can still do that. But does Valentina really wants to steal the Divine Judgment from Kagendra? I don't know about that. I feel that it's a very risky steal because Valentina is not the most tankiest. So even if you steal and you use it, it's like it feels like you're putting more risk to yourself when you try to execute the Divine Judgment instead. So there might be something else of more of an interest for Valentina to steal away later on. But we'll need to depend on what the pick is going to be like. Definitely for Blacklist, they'll be looking to add more tankiness to their lineup. I think Minotaur can be a possible one. If not, maybe let's bring out the Franco. Why not?
Oh, okay. That will be really fun, honestly. But no! Oh no, it's actually not. It's not. They're not going for bulk. This is Kadita Rome. This is Kadita Rome. Valentina mid. Yeah.
Right.
This is.
Yeah. Actually, if we kind of think about it, like, what if it's a Valentina role? I don't know. I just putting it out there.
I would make an argument for Valentina jungle because that is like something that Blacklist has done before. Not with Academy, but with International. But I am like, all cards are open for now. But the fact that the Kadita, it's like they are intending to burst down the carry, all eyes on the carry to pick them off. The Farsa is in so much danger. I'm so surprised that they're even going for it because like you get knocked up into the rough waves, you cancel the feather airstrike. There's just so many waves to deal with the Farsa, and the fact that Blacklist finishes up with the Yuzong.
Oh.
Ugh.
Yeah. Counter onto Farsa.
Counter.
And on top of that as well, Valentina can steal the feather airstrike.
Yes.
So it feels like the Farsa, plus Farsa being the last pick, well, the second last pick technically. But knowing that there's already a Valentina, and then you have a Kadita, and then you pick the Farsa, I think Kagendra is running a big risky play here.
I mean, Farsa is a very good hero, but if Haji, his like Farsa is easily one of his signature picks. You allow him to steal feather airstrike, you're asking to be punished. Now, as we like close onto the drafts and before we enter the Land of Dawn, I'm getting increasingly worried because like, we're in for a game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Kagendra versus Blacklist Academy.
Yeah, so here we go. So some worries there for Addicted Mel playing the Farsa because there's so many counters towards the Farsa. Hopefully his teammates will be able to kind of like open up space for him, but okay, who can do it? Okay, Super Gens can do it to a certain extent, Mizuki as well, but we might see the first player. Haji flickers away just in time. Wow,
that was a bit too much. But Renegade going to be first blood. I think they really went too far. Haji, I'm not sure why he just went, I think really close to blue side and just got punished for it. Renegade was forced to take a bullet for his friend.
Yeah, it does feel like that. But anyway, it is Haji that they need to protect as well, because Haji needs to get his levels, especially his level 4, in order to counter Addicted as soon as possible. Well, we might see the second kill here at the bottom lane. Dominic managed to get away in time. Rindo tries to get away as well. So a lot of aggression here from the side of Kagendra.
I mean, here's the thing. From the side of KAGENDRA, they have really good early game damage with the Forza. And like, I'm so surprised they're going so like aggressively, as they should. But like going for Purify ensures that if he ever gets knocked up or CC, he'll be able to like wings by wings out into safety and to reposition his Feather Airstrike. So these are all things that they consider in Blacklist. Renegade needs his level, so the fact that he died earlier and makes he's unable to hit level 4 as soon as he wants.
And so a little bit of a hindrance there for Renegade, but I think it's going to be okay for him. I rather see Haji getting the level 4 first as soon as possible, but you talk about Renegade, immediately gets the kill for himself onto Mizuki.
Yeah, I mean, and like that, it's like I would say both roams, I think they're on even playing field. They don't have level 4. It's like Black Rindo. He will be contesting for Turtle. He just will get so super against, not able to deter his attempts. Matt's taking a fair bit of damage. This carry needs protection. Someone send help.
Yeah, call the police right now. Blazing Duet being used just to clear the lanes, and that's just to farm. Yeah, he has plans to go back anyway, and I think that's just to recharge his mana, so that's going to be okay for now. Especially at the top lane, seems to be well controlled by Blacklist.
I feel like Mizuki is just staying in mid for too long. Like, I feel like Mets is just bullied out, and the fact that Super Red is just able to farm as like comfortably as possible, not getting punished.
Well, speaking about punishment, there might be something brewing at the mid lane right now. Or more like at the top lane. You can see that 3 from the side of Kagendra wants to get onto Super Red. Super Red gets out of the Feather Airstrike zone.
Yeah, and like that, Blacklist knows that the Feather Airstrike will not be available for the next team fight. And you can see that Renegade and Haji are like lying in wait. But I think Kage is aware and like they're taking the safer route back in towards their side of the map.
Yeah, but by the time the next objective is up, the Feather Airstrike will be available as well. So I think that's okay. They do know the timing of the objective.
Oh. Okay, that was a bit of a failed attempt. I would onto Mizuki, but for now, I think Super Red is forming up fairly well. And we can see that Carry is getting a bit more assistance as he should, because Carry similarly needs like Claude and Carry has really good scaling potential, but needs time and items to be able to dish out the damage. And when there is a Yutong on Blacklist's side, I think that Carry will be very necessary for these upcoming team fights.
You can also see that Mizuki was waiting for the right moment to try and catch Super Red, but Super Red senses someone in the bushes, immediately retreats back down. The next objective is up, and obviously Rindo is there. Haji is also waiting in case Mizuki goes in with a Divine Judgment, but it looks like nobody's going to challenge Rindo at all.
Yeah, no challenge, no contest whatsoever from the side of Kagendra. I think they're playing definitely a bit more passively. That's why we can see like in terms of KDA, it's just 1-for-1 as of yet. If not mistaken, it was just both the roam positions being taken out earlier. So I think Kage is playing this so they're not they're really lagging behind in terms of goal. And they would have solid damage coming up, but I do hope that they can be a bit more aggressive. Mizuki haven't really seen any like good Divine Judgments for now, and Blacklist as well. They're difficult, like they have difficulty finding like the knock up into the rough ways because Kage is just so wary of this combo.
And Blacklist is very wary as well of Mizuki. The moment they see, it's as if like, okay, their comms is like, okay guys, Mizuki is missing, let's not overextend ourselves at the lane, and immediately everyone becomes very disciplined, and that becomes very, very hard for Mizuki to actually catch anyone.
3 on top side and 4 bottom, they're looking for the carry, but it seems like Mets is sensing something, but they will take this bottom tier 1 for free for now, and top side just was not able to respond accordingly, so Blacklist just takes that turret for free.
I mean, looking at the top side, look at how desperate they are just to get Dominic. And it's not the target that they really want, because Dominic can still use the Black Dragon and fly away. So I'm not sure if it's a target that they really want to give focus on too much. Perhaps they should start to change their target, or they should have changed it early on. But anyway, they have moved towards the mid lane, so a little bit of a switch of a strategy there, and getting ready for the next objective.
I mean, overall, it was a lane swap, so they were probably thinking, oh, okay, they did the lane swap, they're top, they might as well like get the turret or get the kill, but unfortunately, they got neither. Blacklist got the turret, so again, 1 point to Blacklist for overall like expanding their map pressure, and I really feel that K-Dot needs to try to contest. I know you're wary, but Supergen is providing you vision. You need to try. Mizuki, I think this is go time for you.
Okay, Mizuki not really going in as well. So, not too sure. Is that a timing or something like that? But
I think overall it might be fine. But Super taken out. Beautiful Feather Airstrike.
Nicely done there, Feather Airstrike, but a little bit of a counter there onto Mets. Mets been taken out. So it's going to be gold laner for gold laner trade.
Renegade taking a fair bit of damage. He'll be able to heal up, but Rindo steals the purple.
So he managed to steal it?
Yeah, he definitely managed to steal it. I think Rindo is like, you say that he's super comfortable on this Fred Rin. I think it's really coming into play. K-Dot was able to secure the turtle earlier with the deadly catch. So overall, I think this is the right call. You have to take it out. Yuzong really had to sidestep at but lose the turret exchange. Now we're seeing the damage coming out from this Bane pick.
Okay, let's see. Super Gen's not someone that they want to engage upon, but look at the top side. Mizuki again trying to get Super Red, but still, as of now, we have yet to see a big Divine Judgment pool just yet.
But I think for now, it seems like Kage is coming online. You're able to dish out damage, but as I say that, it's always a bit of a caster curse. You say nice things about the team, and then they get taken out. Oh man.
Okay. I mean, it was Haji getting onto Addicted Mel, so yeah, that's one. But we did kind of expect that as well. But let's talk about that later on, as now Super Gen's been chased down, but backup is Mizuki is in the fray, and we have yet to see still a Divine Judgment being used. Probably waiting for the right moment. He wants to pull the right tire, but can't find it himself, as Mizuki will be punished for it. Moved a little bit too forward, not able to pull off the Divine Judgment, and he is out.
This is where Blacklist is the scariest. Like, you see how they move as 5 across the map. It's like, and they come and gank you. I mean, this is the worst feeling you could ever feel in a ranked game, when the enemy team waves perfectly managed, secures objectives and rotate as 5 towards your lane. And you're just like, we're outnumbered, guys. And again, Haji gets the kill onto Addicted Meow.
I realized that during the earlier mid-fight, actually Mizuki doesn't have the Divine Judgment. So, but without a Divine Judgment being at the front at that point, not able to tank it out that much. It's better if Super Gens was the one in front instead. But then again, the coordination was exploited by Blacklist.
And I was looking earlier, I think just 1 to 2 minutes ago, Kage was actually slightly leading in terms of a map control, in terms of turrets. But let's look in terms of the itemization. Yep, this is going to be Damage Bane, and Renegade falls. In return, Dominic, Black Jennifer trying to scout out the carry, will not be successful. Good in disengagement from Kagendra.
Yeah, they are resetting again, but beautifully done, Haji, with the Divine Judgment. Managed to pull one back. That was nicely done indeed. But now Super Gens pulls one ahead. Rindo might be the next one to go down. Rindo will be taken out by Mets, and that is the target that they wanted anyway. But the Blazing Duet is there to take Super Gens down. A nice counter initiation by Super Red.
I mean, I think this is the closest match we have as of yet. Both sides not giving an inch. Counter engagement for counter engagement. Haji, it's we did say what's the value of him stealing the Divine Judgment? I think that's really coming into play. I think most of his kills came from it. So he's a hunter, and I mean, this is to be expected from a Valentina.
Yeah, so it looks like very, very confident in terms of stealing and using the Divine Judgment, and it was really, really on point. So right now, I think that's the first time we see a Divine Judgment stolen and used. So that will give signals to KAGENDRA to be like, okay, they do have that capability of doing that. So let's not overextend in case a possibility of a Divine Judgment will be used.
I mean, you say they don't overextend, but a lot of your heroes has to play in towards the front line. Like Dragon Farm, Suk again is called out. Split will be able to ensure that he gets onto safety. Overall, Blacklist disengages as well. There are no objectives for the taking. Both sides reset.
Yeah, but so far in terms of objective taking, it seems Blacklist International. Oh, okay. I want to say that they have the advantage, but the mid lane still has 2 turrets. But now we might see the next initiation.
Oh man, he was gone. I blinked and he was gone.
Oh.
Just like that, Rindo really shouldn't stay for so long. Oh, he might actually... Is he surviving all of this? He is! Appraiser's Wrath not connecting onto anyone. Super again managed to get away. There were only one casualty, which was Renegade, who got Divine Judgment. And Seal play, looking for Haji. Dash already used, but he's able to get out into safety. Ooh.
Okay, there's still some time for a Blacklist to reset and go for the next objective, which is the Lord that will come up in about 8 more seconds. We can see that KAGENDRA, they are interested as well to challenge the Lord, so it's going to be a Lord fight. Let's dance.
Like, just dance, huh? Oh, but Supergans just fall from that instantly. Blacklist in a numbers advantage is going to be a 4v5 situation. KAGENDRA, will they still try to contest this?
Okay, they are waiting for the right moment. They don't have super against though, so it has to be Mizuki going in. But now the Black Dragon form goes in onto the backline, stops them from coming in, and it's going to be Kado being taken down first. Rindo secures the objective, and Mets gets a kill for himself.
Oh, I was thinking like, what, if Haji was able to survive, he'll be really lucky, but the burn coming out from Carry will ensure that his target will not be able to escape. Right now, it's a 1v2 trade, but the Lord just fall into the hands of Blacklist.
So I wonder, is it really worthwhile? But I guess it is to a certain extent. And now Lord will put slight pressure. This is the first Lord anyway, so it's going to put a small pressure onto KAGENDRA at the bottom lane. But that means that Blacklist International has the top lane to themselves.
Man. Haji is really like out farming Addicted Meow in terms of items. It's like, I think like at least like 1 item up. But Mets is really shredding through the Lord like it's nothing.
Yeah, it's still the first Lord, so not too much of a surprise.
No, but that takedown was so fast.
Oh, it is Mets though. So I guess he's well prepared to take the next fight. He got himself 5 kills so far, so looking pretty good, looking pretty sharp. But at the mid lane, the turret will be taken out immediately by Blacklist, and now they immediately go to red line for the Black Dragon form. And at the same time, Renegade goes in behind and takes down Mets. The backline has been taken out. Same goes for Super Gets as well. They try to trade it back. The Feather Airstrike will not connect onto anyone, unfortunately.
That I was like always thinking like the fact that Dominic and Renegade have Petrify, like double Petrify, Dominic going in, getting that massive Petrify, and Renegade just coming in from the back. Oh, that was insane. Another Deli Catch will be able to try to protect this mid tier 2. They will be able to defend for now.
Yeah, that was actually a good takedown by Blacklist, getting a couple of kills at the same time. But gotta give it to Renegade. I noticed how he went straight for the backline just to take down Mets. And the moment Mets was out, that was obviously the goal later. So a lot of damage been taken out from KAGENDRA, allowing Blacklist to continue on the fight.
I mean, that's the goal. When you pick something like the Kadita, you're relinquishing another sorts of tank initiation. So Kadita's job is to go in and out, get a kill, and just walk away if she's able to. And Renegade is definitely doing his job. Not the best KDA, but I think we have seen worse.
Yeah, I haven't seen a bigger one. But oh, here we go. Nice divine judgment. They're trying to get super gates, but super gates is charging. Thank you, one. They can't get a kill onto him. But Mizuki will go down. Mets again down to Renajay. Going straight for the back line. And Dominic is not stopping to secure. Definitely get onto Addictum now. Addictum now goes down. Dominic super duper low. Maybe traded back. Has the immortality, but the immortality will not save him.
I think trading Dominic for 3 members, your 2 core damage dealers, I think this is well worth Blacklist. Will be able to take this Lord, which I'm not sure if it's enough to end the game. But man, this is looking really rough for KAGENDRA.
It is. Oh, Super Gens as well, looking rough for him, but managed to get away just in time. But oh, look.
Oh, Sharkwave!
K-Dot!
Oh, okay, that was almost just enough damage. Deadly catch used upon him, but doesn't miss. But KAGENDRA will die from the damage coming out from the Valentina.
Wow, okay, really on point again for Renajay. And now with the Lord going to put pressure onto the bottom lane, looks likely that Blacklist can get the turret here.
Yeah, right now they don't have K-Dot. Bane, like the amount of pushing power he's able to push back with the deadly catch is not available for them, so they will lose at least 1 to 2 turrets from these 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, Feather Airstrike being expanded to defend the turret at the bottom lane, but that doesn't shoo away Blacklist from the gates of their home at all. Now Black Dragon Form being used, they're going in.
Dominic taking a lot of damage actually. He needs to back off, otherwise he'll be sacrificing his life. But I think that's just to zone KAGENDRA from able to defend from the minion wave push, because top, I would say honestly most of the inhibitors are really hanging by a thread, top and bottom.
Oh yeah, so they almost got it. They almost got the top, but KAGENDRA managed to defend just in time. And speaking about KAGENDRA, now they're coming out again. They are playing this active. They are not going with Blacklist's tempo. They want to bring Blacklist back to their tempo, but they need to get a good catch.
It's really difficult because, like, I would say yes, 1 hook, 1 divine judgment is what would able to change like the name of the game. But Haji taking out the Farsa, I'm not sure what happened, but that is a 1-man down from the side KAGENDRA. That is their main source of high ground defense.
It is, and without Defender Astra, it's going to be difficult for them to try to defend. Plus, it's going to be multiple lane entry here for Blacklist. They're going to start it at the bottom lane because the minions are there, and it's going to be Rindo. But no, the turret still stands.
Yeah, Blacklist is like playing this really disciplined because wrong move, Divine Judgment into the carry's damage will be detrimental for this upcoming team fight.
So now everyone's just waiting for the next. I would say that Blacklist, they're just waiting for the next Lord right at this point, getting the buffs in the process, just pushing out the waves, and the moment when the Lord is up, then they just go straight for objective.
I mean, they're just they're just clearing up wherever camps they could find in KAGENDRA's jungle and ensuring that they aren't going to get any farm. But KAGENDRA's concealed play, what are they going for?
Okay, Mizuki still has the Divine Judgment but can't find the right target. Right now, he's still waiting for the right moment. I guess he wants everyone to get closer and come towards the Lord, because this Lord is going to be really important. It's not something that KAGENDRA can do.
But in a way, that is a conceal, like, not available for this Lord Dance. So I would say it depends on how KAGENDRA is trying to play it. Mets has a lot of damage, but Mizuki has to protect him. The rest of the members of KAGENDRA has to protect him from Dominic.
To a certain extent, Mizuki is taking free damage, but Renajay from behind immediately deletes K-Dot just like that.
Like that, the jungler from the side of KAGENDRA is out for the count. Blacklist will try, but Mizuki is trying to do something. Suppression comes out. Dominic immobilized.
Oh, but the Feather Airstrike being called out, but Feather Airstrike immediately stopped at the backline by Renajay. The shooing MAO behind. At the same time, they wanted more. The Haji is going in for it. Mizuki super duper low at this point. Suppress being used by MAO. MAO managed to get away, but the turret still be taken down by Super Red.
Renajay really rough ways in is out. And he's out, ladies and gentlemen. He's out. They get the Lord and they're pushing in. There's only Mizuki and Super Gen left to defend against this push.
Ooh, but Mizuki, okay, he has the immortality, but that immortality
not
won't
enough.
last him long. Yep.
K-Dot's back though. They too are able to take out Dominic, but is this enough to defend?
Yeah, I guess they're just.
Oh, there's so much
Wait a
damage
second,
coming.
K-Dot! Wow!
Oh no! That's actually a mistake. That's actually a bit of a mistake. The Lord is up. I think Blacklist thought, okay, there's so many in members advantage. They should be able to take it. But that damage coming out from K-Dot was shocking.
Yeah, K-Dot, absolutely on point there. Wow. I mean, you wanted
want
to see a Bane, right?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you wanted to see
Yeah.
a Bane, and now you
Yeah.
got it. So
Yeah, I want to see a good Bane. That was a good Bane right there.
yeah, the deadly catch. I mean, how many did he caught there? There was like at least three or
Three.
four, maybe. Yeah, three.
At least three. That was massive. Yeah, this is damage Bane. The fact that wow, okay, just straight up like full damage. Like if he gets caught out, he's dead. But sure. But that actually was the turnaround they needed. It's just KAGENDRA is able to stay in this game for a bit longer, and they have to be careful. The target actually shifts, like they have to watch out for meds. Now K-Dot, who has so much push potential.
Oh, Divine Judgment! On to Dominic. Dominic almost taken out by Mets is there, but K-Dot being countered back by Super Red, and now they're trading it back, but Super Red gets a double kill. Going with the Black Dragon form onto the backline, tries to get onto Super Gens, but Super Gens is the tanky target that they don't want to take down just yet, because Mets is still alive.
They're still on the run. They're really still on the run, but I think they're not going to be pushing for it. Some of the members on Blacklist is low. They want to be able to regroup. The next Lord is up in the next 50 seconds or so, and I think Kage, the right idea is like to go back, regroup, because K-Dot and Mizuki are out of the picture. They really need K-Dot. K-Dot should be the last person to die in this engagement, but Blacklist getting all these catches.
Here we go, Feather Airstrike being called out, but then again, he does not have enough time to fully utilize his Feather Airstrike. Immediately retreats back. Haji and gang will secure the next buff. Orange buff will be given to them for sure. So Kage unfortunately
It's a
won't
bit
get
slow.
it.
It is taking a bit slow. Oh, Super Gens almost steal that, but all good. They were able to conceal play. Maybe they're looking for someone. They want to be able to reposition for this Lord fight, because this, ladies and gentlemen, this is a game. They really want this Lord. They really want to buy enough time to get back his. But Dominic, Black Dragon form, but he's already taken so low.
Oh, Super Red now is on godlike mode. Renegade gets a kill onto Med as well. Now they don't have their main damage dealers. Addicted Mal use the Feather Airstrike. The Feather Airstrike being used to counter back. Beautifully done by Haji. And with that, definitely this Lord is going towards Blacklist.
I feel like they could push straight in, but never mind. You play it safe, you play it well. Blacklist clears up the Lord in, I think, record time. And look at Renegade just taunting, recalling in the base. There's nothing that KAGENDRA can do in this situation.
Yeah, they probably don't really need a lot to end this game. Let's see who else they can catch. And looks like it's going to be Super Jets next. And it's going to be a wipeout towards KAGENDRA. Blacklist International is going to win this round. Take it home, Blacklist.
GG, well played to Blacklist Academy. Wow, but I would say both teams put up a really solid fight. That was our longest game as of yet. Like, we really was approaching, I think, the ultra late game. But overall, congratulations. Wow.
Yeah. I think it was like, what, 25 minutes or so?
It was close.
It was close to that, yeah. And it is definitely a back and forth fight. At some point, it does look like KAGENDRA looked like they could defend and looked like they could counter back onto Blacklist and win this game. But I mean, it is Blacklist we're talking about.
I mean, Blacklist is one thing, but overall target prioritization. Like, I feel like if K-Dot is able to survive just a bit longer in these team fights, they might able to shift the tides. But how Blacklist is always able to take out K-Dot and Mets and not anyone else in all these like 5v5s? This is madness. What is this coordination from Blacklist? I'm not sure what their coach is feeding them, but this is what we all aspire to be. Like, we say, oh, it's easy, just take out the damage dealer. It's hard enough when there's a glue, and there's a Kaja in the front line. Super Red is just able to just jump in and out as freely as possible because the amount of pressure that Renegade and Dominic is able to apply. And even though Renegade keeps getting Divine Judgment and caught out, he doesn't have the best KD this game, but man, he made it work so well for them.
Right, and I also really like how Renegade retargets onto the back line, especially try to take down Mets, or at least not allowing Mets to have that free hit from the back. So that was really on point as well. But the moment, like what you said, the moment they got K-Dot at some point, towards the late game especially, then even like Addicted Mel with the Feather Airstrike couldn't do much. And the Feather Airstrike had to keep a long distance at this late game. If not, he'll be taken out even faster than that.
I mean, that's the life of the artillery mage. You always have to stand from the back, watch your positioning, but it's really difficult. You lock in the Farsa and then a Blacklist, like last pick, the Yuzong. And the fact that they have a Kadida as well, this is just a really rough game for any Farsa player. Just personal experience as well, but Kage, honestly, Bane has so much potential. There's so much damage, and honestly, I'm not surprised if the MVP goes to Haji from this overall performance, because he made it work so well. How do you get 7-1-16?
Yeah, wow, 7-1-16.
16!
Oh, 16.
He's so rich. The fact that he has blood wings. I think that's just really insane. Easily one of the most expensive items in the game, and he's able to play this comfortably. Haji is just in the zone. I think this is what the rest of the team needs to really like pull together, have someone with a lot of experience guiding them as a team. This is what you can pull off, and maybe that's what we need. But overall, like, shout out KAGENDRA, that was a fight. I really enjoyed it. It was something where so back and forth. I felt like KAGENDRA could turn it around, but they were just like the prioritization from Blacklist, knowing exactly where they are, the positioning, and how to take them out is beautiful.
Yeah, I guess if Farsa wasn't that countered, then maybe the result might be a little bit more different. But anyway, it is what it is at the end of the day. Super Red is crowned the MVP with his Claude play. I mean, he also had to give it to his teammates for opening up so much for him as well.
Honestly, it's like Dominic and Renegade made it work so well. The fact that the Claude is only died once. I think it was a trade with the carry earlier on. Yes, he played. He really like look at his items. He went so greedily. Maybe at some point he did sell his Wind of Nature, but I mean, this is how he was going about. I mean, we cannot deny the damage output from the Blazing Duet, but his whole team made it possible for him to play this aggressively.
Yes, and I gotta give it to him as well. He was very smart at the laning phase, because he's very aware about like, okay, who's in the bushes, especially with the Kaja and the Divine Judgment able to pull him back. But the moment like he's aware that, oh, okay, Kaja's missing, he must be trying to target the Claude, he never really revealed himself. So I think besides like the stats and the numbers, like how he moved or how he kept himself safe during the laning phase is also something that should be mentioned.
I mean, overall, it's just like really like clean, like overall macro, and from this both, I would say both sides. It's like both sides really did not give an inch. It was a really exciting match, even more exciting than the first one, indeed. Honestly, I'm just like really taken aback, because like this is only day one, and we're already seeing this level of gameplay. I really can't wait for more to come. Honestly, Cloud.
Well, there's one more thing that we want to observe in the following games, is that is Hanzo continuing to be banned by especially like the teams with MPL experience, because so far we have seen like the Hanzo's been banned, and we're wondering like, really, Hanzo, is this something that we don't know, especially with the pro teams and the new patches that is available?
I mean, there's only one way to find out. If it somehow slips through the cracks and the team picks it up, we get to see.
Yeah.
But for now, I mean, like, there's like, I would say we can just like leave it to our imagination as well as the viewers. What do you guys think in the comments about Hanzo?
Yeah, maybe let us know in the comment section what you guys think about Hanzo, and maybe you know something that we don't know at this point, like why Hanzo is so far one of the top bans in, I believe, every round so far we see a Hanzo ban. Obviously, we don't get to see it played yet, so
I
We'll be
mean,
looking forward to
okay,
see that
slightly
opportunity.
skewed when earlier when Homeboys kept banning out Odette. I mean, like, I think our stats guy will be looking at the numbers like, why Odette? Why Hanzo? Huh?
Yeah, I could understand the Hanzo during the first game, the Homeboys one, because their opponent at time has a track record of using Hanzo. But the second game, both sides don't really have a track record of using Hanzo, yet it's still being banned. So I wonder. But anyway, we will keep an eye on to the Hanzo ban, or maybe it's a Hanzo pick at some point, because next round is going to be See You Soon and MAO Esports next.
So do we call it MAO or we just go for MAO?
Yeah, I was
MAO.
kind of thinking about that. I'm not too sure though. Gotta get some clarification here.
Yeah, we definitely should get some clarification. But overall, Sir Cloud, how are you feeling off like the past 2 matches so far? The fact that it's only day 1 and everyone's saying like, oh, it should be one-sided or it should be pretty easy. But I think anything could happen. And now we'll be going into a short break for our upcoming match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Bye-bye.
Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak, dekat Kohai Gamers sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys, sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
Alright guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be pro.
Susah nak menang, selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan? Jangan risau.
Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak duk tau, kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai?
Download aplikasi Kohai. Downloadlah aplikasi Kohai.
Dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai Esports. The best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with us here. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys? Saya Miss.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry ya?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian
Saya Machi.
Hello everyone. Welcome back after a really short break to the Kohai SEA Championships Day 1. And we are powered by Kohai Esports, and of course we are supported by IWG Esports, MLBB eProject, as well as TikTok. Welcome back everyone. I am Monshao, and my co-caster here, Sir Cloud, has a couple things to say about this upcoming match. What do you think, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, after this, it's going to be See You Soon versus MAO Esports, and See You Soon. I realized one thing though. See You Soon, they just finished another tournament right before this, and now they're playing this tournament. So it's a back-to-back day for them.
I mean, if they're winning their games, it's like they'll be able to like run on this hype, like this high. But I think there's only one way to find out, shall we? I mean, like it's between See You Soon, the Cambodia representatives, if I'm not wrong, right? And of course MAO, if I'm not mistaken, they are from Malaysia.
Oh yes, they are. And during the previous Kohai tournament, they were used to be called funniest players. So in case you notice,
it's that team.
It's that team. So some may be like, but I don't see them in the previous. No, don't worry. They changed their name. Probably they managed to get a new organization to help them out. And the fun fact about MAO Esports is that they won against one of the popular names in the scene, MAB Esports, during that tournament. A 2-0 for MAO.
Wow. Okay, that's something to prove right there from MAO. I was really thinking, it's like, what is this team? I haven't really heard of them, but now that you're telling me that, it's funniest player, which I think I think that's like a bit of a funny name to go about, like introducing your team name. But I think maybe it's a group of friends. They decided, okay, we want to band together. Maybe they've been playing on the Kohai app for very long, going for tournaments, and they're deciding we want to break into the big leagues. And well, look how far they come.
Yeah, and now they are playing against one of the best teams around, which is See You Soon. So this will be really, really interesting. Although See You Soon have a little bit of a lineup changer for this tournament, maybe in preparation for their upcoming professional season. But yeah, I mean, it's still See You Soon at the end of the day, right? Like what we saw Blacklist as well. Like, yes, a change of lineup for them, but they're still as good. So we can expect the same level of quality from See You Soon.
I mean, See You Soon is, they have been in the scene for very long. It's like almost every international tournament, you will see this team name. And you do wonder, okay, what are they're the I would say dark horse in these tournaments. You're not sure what they're capable of. You're not sure what they're able to prove and what they can bring. But I mean, that's all in fun of competition. We want to be able to test out new metas and try against like a team from a different region or country altogether. That's how we improve, because think of it as cultural exchange. But in this case, instead of like exchanging like perhaps like food interests, you're exchanging fists in game.
Well, you can exchange food interests as well in game. I mean, if you want to use the chat for just getting to know each other, why not, right? And
no, I don't think I use my chat very often, because just based on usually people, instead of focusing on the game, they're like fighting each other instead, like on the chat box, and we're just like, Come on, guys. It's time to focus.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please use the chat box responsibly, okay?
Otherwise, you will get banned from banned from talking for who knows how many hours or so. But all in good fun. It's like, yes, all these features in game is like really sound. So Sir Cloud. So I mean, recently, how often do you play your end games? Like, do you play like after working hours, or do you play like every hour, like one or so per week?
Well, let's see, how often? I guess it's at recent times at least it's daily, because I just want to get onto Mythic at least before the season
Yes,
ends.
at least.
Right? At least, right? Just because before this I was kind of busy with all the other stuff that's happening around in life, so I didn't really have time to play. But yeah, I managed to still catch up onto Mythic and still not miss out on that, so that's great. But I wish I have more time. You know why?
Oh, why?
Because the Kohai app,
okay.
yeah, it allows us to spend time playing games and winning prize money at the same time.
So you can actually get cash prizes while playing your favorite game?
Exactly, because there's the combat arena that happens inside the game, and the combat arena is a mode that is, think of it like a ladder match, right? Like the more games you play, the more wins you get out of those games, the higher your chance of actually getting prizes. And as long as you're part of the top 8 of the leaderboard. So every 2 weeks that happens. So you have a week to train, and then the following week is sort of like a tournament day.
Cool. I mean, like, where do I sign up?
Well, sign up by downloading the Kohai app right now on either your Google Play Store or your App Store. Either one, it's available there as well. And if you are able to get onto the top ranks, you stand a chance to be one of the representatives for your own country in this sort of tournament. But hey, speaking about this tournament, so it looks like we're jumping straight into the draft between See You Soon and MAO ESPORTS.
Right, let's get to it. As speaking of representing their countries, this is definitely a match to play. So all the supporters in chat, show if you're supporting See You Soon or MAO Esports. I think right now we're seeing really standard bans, Kaja, Valentina, and usually when Kaja is banned out, you're thinking we're not letting the joy through. I still think like, okay, maybe people say it's not working out so well, but I think in the right hands, this hero is so annoying to deal with. It's like hard to catch. Just dish out so much damage. It's like just a real pain to deal with, and they follow up with the glue. So I think overall it's pretty standard. But I do wonder if teams are considering like Novaria anymore, or they're just like, okay, we're gonna keep our options open and just like open up the draft.
Yeah, I think after what we saw with Novaria, it's probably going to be sidelined for now. Unless another team wants to pick it and really show to us like, okay, how it's being played, then yeah, I'll be happy to see it. But there's one ban still open for MAO Esports, so we're looking to see whether Hanzo will be banned or not. But so far, from what the trend that we have seen, it is the MPL experienced teams that have banned out the Hanzo. So far, we don't see that with See You Soon. So there is a possibility that Hanzo may be open, and if that chance is available, I'd like to see Hanzo be played by either one of these teams.
I mean, in this case, we might actually get to see a chance unless See You Soon doesn't want to go for it, because with Fermis ban, you still have Arlet. Yeah, I would say Novara if they really want to go it. But I knew I was forgetting something. 1-1, after being banned consistently throughout all the previous matches, is being played.
Yeah, 1-1 is one of the favorite picks for See You Soon. So not too much of a surprise there. But if I were to look at MAO Esports pick, 1-1 is so-so. But if they were to pick a goal laner early on, it'll probably be a Claude. They have a good record with it. If not a Claude, then it's going to be a carry.
I think either one are viable options. So I think what Mao wants to do, I'm gonna go with Mao because it's just easier on the tongue. They're rolling with it, but Franco and Lancelot will be the priority pick for them. I guess suppression's always good. You want to like catch the 1-1 before she starts flying up in the air, landing the crossbow. But and then again, it's like you could negate it by like just running as far away as possible, because that's when the crossbow will not reach. So these are the recent adjustments towards 1-1. So I want to see in the hands of a pro player, is this hero still viable? That's something I want to see.
Well, it was banned a couple of times, and now it's being picked by See You Soon as the first pick. So let's see how effective that will be used. But Kadita, we saw how Kadita was in the previous round. Going in for the back line, getting an instant kill. So Kadita is definitely very, very good. So that means that for MAO, if they were to pick like a Farsa, I guess it's going to be a direct counter. Even a Yves as well is going to be a direct counter. So if they were to pick something else, maybe a Faramis would be great because I've used that before. Or perhaps even a Lunox.
I mean, you say all that, but Yves and Faramis has already been banned out. So there is like
goodness.
very, very limited like mid lane picks that you go for. I think Lunox is not bad. You're able to pop the brilliance and negate the damage from the Waff waves, possibly. But there's no telling if this is a roam or mid Kadita. So that's always going to be the question. I think why they went for Kadita was that there's so much map pressure you're going to apply with the fact that you always constantly have to worry about Franco landing those hooks and just dragging you all the way back to base. So that's something they have to watch out for. Kadita is just to match the pressure. And they secure the Fred Ring. I think overall it's just like, I think all the junglers are just really comfortable playing Fred Ring. If it's open, you take it up. There isn't like too many good counters for it. But it also says, when I say that, it's like carry is usually a pretty good pick, but they are locking in the Claude.
And they're banning out the Grog. Grog is pretty much a standard pick, and we've seen Felix use this before in one of the. And I believe this was a this was in the MPL in Cambodia recently as well. So I think that's quite a standard ban. But if they were to ban out something else, I would say that maybe CUSU can consider to ban out the Lapu Lapu as well. Something that MAO is used to using, if not the Arlot.
I mean, Arlot is just like being ignored for now. I think depending on whether he's still left in the pool, either side could still opt for it. I think it's still a pretty good like source of initiation. The final slash, the animation is just really fast. There's almost like even the fastest reaction type may not save you. But it seems like from the side of Mao, it's like yes, the banning out Minzatar is a good call. It's like imagine you get Spirit into the King's Calling, Rough Waves, or Crossbow Attack, whichever, like pick your poison. It's going to be quite a horrible end.
And of course that can be comboed together with the Blazing Duet as well. So it is definitely a difficult one if it was picked, so it's banned out. Farsa is banned out. Interestingly, they choose to ban the Farsa because I felt that Farsa might not be a good pick for MAO anyway. So it looks like they're going to go for the Arlot, like what you mentioned. It's going to be a good one as well. But for See You Soon, perhaps the next good one if they were to pick. It's been a while since we saw an Edith though.
Oh yes, I do miss playing Edith a fair bit. It's like I always feel like it's like so easy to dominate in the EXP because like the amount of early game damage catches people off. But you don't really see that anymore for some reason. For Farsa being banned out, it's like it's more of like they wanna like reduce the amount of counters against the 1-1 because as long as Farsa is able to position properly, she'll be able to catch up the 1-1 because that's what you need. You need a lot of AoE, and they've been locking in the Hayabusa. Understandable. They want to be able to follow the Claude back with the Ogi Shadow kill. So these are, I would say, these are really self-explanatory picks. Fredwin will be in EXP, which against the Arlet, I think it's just quite back and forth. They're just like it's like a slowly like whacking each other with a pillow. I smack you once.
I smack you once. You smack me back. That sort of thing. But one thing that we don't see is the Hanzo. Unless, come on, MAO, give us a Hanzo for whatever reason. But I don't think we'll be seeing it this time. So, well, slightly disappointed. Would I like to see it in the fray?
I mean, I think maybe we have to play reverse psychology. We say no, we don't want Hanzo, and then the future teams will pick Hanzo. I think that's the way we do it. But locking in the Sicilian, yes, there are basically not a lot of mage picks back, but do you really want to play Sicilian? when there's a Kufra, there is a Kadita on the enemy team. That is my concern, because if anything, I think I would prefer Farsa better, but she has already been banned out.
You know what? I think that Arlott will go for a tank build. And yeah. Oh, hang on. Either Arlott going for a tank build or we'll see the tanks a lot again. Because I think that you think the tanks a lot.
Tanks a lot is very viable.
Right.
When there is a Kadita on the opposite side, and also, wanting to negate a crossbow tank. But overall, I would say a little bit worried about the Sicilian. He will need to be well protected. Like, the late game scaling is definitely going to be very viable in the future. But I think overall, this depends on how both teams wants to play their lineup. As we jump into the Land of Dawn, this is going to be See You Soon versus MAO Esports.
Yeah, and I think both drafts are quite balanced as well. Like, you don't really see a big exploit between the two. Maybe like what you say, at most is a Sicilian, but I think that Sicilian is still not a bad pick. But we might see the first pick here. 3-on-1, Minjal has nowhere to go. Uses the flicker to get away, and Boxy can't catch on to him. Ooh, that was a close one.
Yeah, Manjal really taking a lot of damage, but Minjal, sorry, he's able to survive and recall. But first up the flicker, so that means no flicker, flicker hook combos will be available for the next fight.
Okay, so no flicker hook combo for now, and it's still early though. So as long as it's up by the time the objective is up as well, then I think it's a-okay. Looks like we're gonna take a little bit of a technical pause for now. While we analyze the situation. And speaking about the situation, the start, I guess for MAO Esports, they wanted to go for a little bit more aggressive type of roam early on, but at the same time, the Franco was caught out. So the moment they saw the Franco moving, they just shoo him away, and I don't think he'll try that out again, considering that he doesn't have flicker now.
Now, I think it's going back to the old strats of wanting to mess with the opposite team's jungler. We want to hook and displace their their buff. I think that was the idea, but I think he wasn't expecting 3 people in mid ready to gank on him, and he just basically overstayed his welcome. He's luckily he's lucky to be alive. Honestly, forcing out the flicker was a very good, very important resource that they taken out. So I think overall, from the side of See You Soon, these were really good calls for now. But I think one thing that See You Soon needs to work on is definitely they are going for the pickups, play around this Kadita. I think that should be goal. You're able to get these early game pickups. You're able to diverge their attention away from the 1-1, which will be their main carry, because just based on how they're banning, all their icks are really they want to support this 1-1 as much as possible.
Yeah, and I think if they are able to support the 1-1, and then you have Kadita to try to go in for the backline, it does look like a pretty good setup. But if you kind of think about it, I think that for Kadita, pretty much the only target that they can get is only their mid laner for MAO Esports. So not many options for Kadita if you kind of think about it.
I mean, they could rotate up to mess with 1-1. They could, set up for a gank onto the Sicilian. I think it can go either way. Depends on how they want to rotate around, or even just set up perfectly, knock up so that they can secure the turtle. So all these things we can consider depending on how the game plays out. But of course, we can only speculate on how the draft will play out for both sides. So overall, Sir Cloud, what do you think about MAO's draft?
I think both drafts are pretty good. I do like the Franco draft. However, this is the thing about Franco, right? You have to land the hooks. If you don't land the hooks, then it's pretty much nothing. So it really depends on how he does that. So far, we have yet to see a really good hook. Not that he has the right opportunity just yet, but if he's able to land a good hook, combo with a flicker away, then it would be definitely something. But now they're trying to take him out, and Minja doesn't have a flicker, so definitely first blood on to See You Soon.
I guess it was bound to happen eventually. I think he really just overstayed his welcome, unable to land the hooks. Instead, he was taken out himself. We can see instantly, See You Soon, a lot of priority protecting this 1-1 is the goal, ensuring that Felix is farm up against the Claw, because Claw is able to clear waves quite like safely from a distance. Like you go in, BMI back out, but it seems like MAO will be focusing on taking this turtle. Both sides are here. Boxy try and look for it, gets the flicker onto the Arlet. Razin is taken out.
Oh, will he be able to steal away the turtle? Looks like the turtle will still be given towards CU soon. They still managed to get the objective. And on top of that, 2 kills. So it's a good, clean win for CU soon.
I mean, you're not going to be able to win against when your jungler is down and he has Retribution on the opposite side. But oh, suppression coming. Felix will be traded.
Okay, beautifully done there in terms of a trade. And now let's see here. Okay, we can see the movement from Minjal as well. He's trying to find a target that he can try to disrupt. But so far, it's not going to be an easy move for him, because if he moves around alone with the lack of mobility that he has, and now his flicker has been used and is on cooldown, it's going to be a bit difficult for him to really go inside. So at most he can do is just play by the river.
Really fast hands from Tuzu, like securing that Little Wanderer. I think for now both sides is well aware of like, okay, the damage, the output. Don't think he quite lands anything. I think he was just able to scout out and see where Mao Shim is.
Ninja?
Just gone, just like that. Shin, Kogi Shadow should be enough to secure the kill. Razin is here, but I don't think he'll be able to do too much.
Yeah, everyone's skills on cooldown right now, so Razin still survives that. If everyone still had their skills, then Razin might be taken down. So it's going to be 2 kills back to back there for CU soon. Another good one there.
I mean, right now, like, Season is really leading it. 2,000 gold lead in final. Oh! Cupid was first to pop the ult to ensure that he has enough movement speed to get out of there. I mean, that's the danger of having to play Cecilia on, like, you already lack mobility, and Season has so much map pressure, and the fact that the Franco is unable to survive, he really needs to land those hooks. Oh, there were like 3 people in that bush.
Oh, Minjal, they anticipated a hook, and now they're just going to go in, and it's going to suppress, but Minjal is there, locked down together with the blazing duet. But that combo, a good idea, but not enough damage at that point. Razi right now will be taken down. At the same time, Razin can't do anything. He has to get away, but Razi holding on to his tail life somehow still managed to survive, but not for long. Finally, been deleted from this map.
I think Mao should stop taking these fights, but unfortunately, Season is really setting the tempo in towards how they want to play it whenever they're ready. And Mao don't have the answers right now. They don't have enough damage, and their main source of frontline is getting bursted down by this Kadena pick.
So yeah, so far Season they have good control over the top lane, and because of the control, they're able to get control over the turtle and Ra being taken out. But the counter initiation comes in, and they're going to take it on the Cupid as well as Razi. 2 kills back to back. A worthwhile trade for Season.
I mean, that is the danger of having the Kufra as well as the Kadena. Like, the combination was just beautiful. Razin will be able to sidestep Tuzu, still on his tail. Razin, does he have his cooldowns? I think he would just barely get out from there. But they're still going on the chase.
They are going in for the chase. Minjal is there to help him now, but Minjal will not be able to do much. Yes, he can get the suppress onto one. They manage to at least trade it back onto Felix, but then the trade again happens. So now it's going to be 2 down for the side of MAO, and Shin managed to get away somehow.
This is a really like bloody game overall. 12 for 2, and Season have just widened this goalie. You think MAO was able to find like space and like get a pick off for themselves, but Season responds so fast and like is able to even out and like win the trade.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Their coordination is well on point. When we saw like one being caught out, like the rest of them just comes in. The right timing. Like Boxy onto Cupid, but now they try to get onto their opponent. It's going to be Cupid getting the kill onto Boxy. Boxy, a little bit of overextension there, but Felix is then traded back onto Razi. Again, a 1-for-1 trade.
I mean, that was your roam for EXP is still not ideal, but I think that is definitely a better trade in comparison. Razi, really, that was a really nice final slash. That really like changed the situation for EXP, created enough space for them to actually land the kill. But is it going to be enough? They need more situations like that in order to be able to buy time and space back into this game.
Okay, looks like they are trying to find that opportunity. Now Ninja will come in.
Oh,
will he go in for the suppression? Yes, he will, under the turret. So it's a little bit of a risk that he took. And Tuzu comes in at the right time. And Jihin will be taken down. And there's nothing much they can do about that. Double kill will be given to the side of See You Soon. And they might get a triple kill there as Cupid. There's nowhere for him to go.
Nowhere to run, man.
It's going to be triple kill for Tuzu.
This Hayabusa is just on a roll. Master Assassin 506. This is the most ideal game you could have for a Hayabusa. And that was just really unfortunate. Felix should have died there, but he really hang on for dear life, and the rest of the team was able to down fast enough to get a kill. Again, Boxy is just nuts on this Kufra.
Not only that, the follow-up from Tuzu is on point. Boxy opens up, Tuzu comes in to follow up. I mean, it's a perfect combination for See You Soon.
I think just overall, like how they're able to set up, and they have all the tools they need. While for MAO, I would say it's more other than Razi if he's able to land the final slash, but as Yusun really watches their positioning really well. It really relies on Ninja on getting those hooks, but he's unable to do so. He dies so quickly before the hook could even like land onto anyone.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing much that he can do at that point. I mean, I would say Ninja did the right thing by going by his hooks and his suppression, but other than that, then it's pretty much like very, very difficult because the follow-up of See You Soon is even more on point.
Yeah, good counter engage. They have enough damage to take out multiple members and just collapse. Like the layering is just perfect. Perfect, the good action. And I think this Franco Big is affecting MAO right now. It's like it's so reliant, as you mentioned, like reliant on landing those godly hooks. But otherwise, like you just let like consistent source of CC. You only get final slap like for that one instance, and then it goes back on cooldown. You really need like to make full use of those hooks.
Yeah, and since their mid turrets have been taken out, like the hooks did not really bring any return, so it seems to be starting to be a bit difficult for him. Let's see if he can land the next one, because like if at some point if Ninja can't land the hooks, then it's already it will be pointless at some point. And that looks like he's going straight for the back line. The blazing duo has been opened up. Ninja may be the next target. He's super duper low at this moment, but managed to get away. Some backup here from the side of Razin will save his day.
They really met at the middle during that concealed. Got a lot worse if Boxy was able to like continue on like his journey, but no casualties. But See You Soon just secured the Lord.
Yeah, so that's going to be... I do like the concealed play from See You Soon earlier on. Like, they went straight for the back. Like, the two of them. I think it was Tuzu as well as one more. And from there onwards, they just messed up MAO's positioning.
Yeah, it was Boxy and Suzu. I think the idea was like, they want to go from behind and like surprise the members of MAO, but I think they were just like, like awkwardly like got caught out and stuck in the middle, but they have enough damage that it doesn't really do too much for them. Well, unfortunately for the Claude, he really tries like with the Blazing Duet to really dish out the damage, but his team is so underfarmed that he's unable to like just come online. And the problem with having a Sicilian who needs even more time and items to come online.
Yeah, and he doesn't have like enough cover when he opens up the Blazing Duet. Like the moment he goes in with the Blazing Duet, it's like his health bar just goes all the way down. And he needs to back out. So his teammates really need to like buck up. But then again, how are they going to buck up if they can't even come out of the base now?
Ooh. Yeah, Rough Waste was forced from Ross to ensure that he was able to get out to safety. Boxy, I think he was just like charging up, not doing too much. He is also realizing that MAO has retreated back into their base. So what do they have to do? Because right now it's an 8k gold difference. Basically only their inhibitors are left standing from the side of MAO. This is looking really rough for them.
Yeah, it is. If they're pushed to the corner right now, not able to come out with this sort of network gap, it's going to be a bit tough. And no, it's not only about the network gap, but look at the level gap. If you look at Ninja, he's at level 11, Dusu is level 15.
I don't think Minjal is that comfortable on the Franco, and I understand that yes, suppression is always solid, especially when there's a 1-1 on the enemy team. I think it was just a pick that slipped through their minds. They're not ready to deal with it, and they are unable to get any good catches. 0-7-2 is definitely just not ideal overall for any hero. It's like so far behind. That was really close. I think I have to what I want to do is reverse psychology and talking to Minja. Come on, Minja. You land those hooks, then that's not working. But we have to say, oh, he's not landing it, and then he does, and then game changer.
Yeah, more like something like a cast discuss thing. Razzie got away with the just by the slit of his life. Wow, that was a close one there for Razzie. Right now, we can see that there's full control for See You Soon, and definitely they're going to get the next Lord.
I mean, they're just overall playing it safe. They're not pushing any further. I think they could, but I think they don't want to force a fight that they cannot take back. So they're just focusing on the Lord. I think it's a lot safer to do so because they do have pretty good high ground defense on the side of MAO with the Sicilian and the Clot. You should be able to clear out waves up far, but Razin already taken so low. But they actually are able to take out Felix.
Oh yeah, somehow they managed to do that. And at the same time, we can see that the hook almost landed onto Tuzu. Now waiting for the lot to show itself, but without Felix, I mean they can still put pressure. They can put pressure onto multiple lanes, the top lane and the side and the bottom lane as well. Let's see what they're planning to do. Looks like they're planning to walk together with the Lord.
Their waves are not as sync up as you would hope. So I think this Lord will just crash into mid, and I don't think they'll get too much from it because the waves are just not synced whatsoever. Top side will come colliding, but MAO should be able to clear this up fairly easily. Boxy looking for it. Oh, really nice timing. Oh, here's the hook!
Oh, nice! Finally landed a beautiful hook, but then again the counter initiation comes in, but they still manage to get it onto Boxy. Boxy is the first one to go out. Shihin goes in for the backline onto Ra, but Ra managed to get away, and now Shihin needs to run as well because three of them going for Shihin, especially for Felix. He wants revenge.
Shihin's just running across the map. I think he's buying time, life stealing as much as possible, BMIing in and out, but I don't think it will be enough. Wait!
Oh!
That was a lot longer. That was definitely a lot longer than expected. But okay, I think that was just a lot of time bought for his team. Not ideal to sacrifice your goal lane. I think he's realizing okay, I think I may have strayed a bit too far. But it's fine. I think for now, they are able to buy some time back in. So again, that's what they need. Minjal needs to keep landing those sort of hooks, but we say that. And we're not sure if he's able to do so, but I think from a lot of experience, for example, a hook or one fatal links could change the game. And as much time as MAO can buy for themselves, their damage dealers will be able to scale up. Oh!
Unfortunately, he couldn't land that hook, and now he's being countered upon. Trabot gets onto Minja. Duzu gets a double kill, and with that, they'll definitely take down the turret, and this is their time to end the game. Unless somehow MAO can defend this, but then again, okay, it's only going to be 1 minion for now, but the rest of them are coming in. MAO now suffering huge damage. They get it onto Razin, and that is it. They can definitely close off the game. Double kill for Duzu just to top it off, and this round goes to See You Soon.
And right, we'll be seeing them very soon in the next game. After this, I know that was a bit of a pun. My apologies to the chat, but congratulations to See You Soon. Overall, I think with MAO, if they were able to buy more time, their cores, as I mentioned, will be able to scale up. But I think See You Soon is well aware of that, and they just didn't give any room for them to come back as what they have done earlier.
Yeah, I think this round feels like See You Soon really choking MAO esports till the end. And at some point as well, like you did mention it, right? It's Minja not able to land his hook. So now, for the Franco pick itself, I think it's okay. But if you're not able to land the hooks, then yeah, it's very, very difficult.
We have seen a lot of godly Francos, like like you're wondering how do they have this sort of map awareness? How do they know they're in that bush? But in this case, we're not really seeing that. The fact that he was caught out like multiple times by the Kadita earlier on is just really unfortunate. Boxy really on point with these Kufra like pickups is just really beautiful to see, like comboed in. But this was a really nice engagement for Razi. That final slash really saved his team. He sacrificed himself, but that was the first good trade that they had.
Yeah, then follow up by this bottom lane fight. We can see Tuzu. To me, he is the man of the hour. He knows exactly who to target. That's number one. Number two, he knows when to come in as well. Like, he don't come in too early. He wait for the fights to happen, and he wait for some skills to be used before he actually comes in, just to be the mop-up crew. So Tuzu, to me personally, he's my man of the match.
For you, it's Tuzu. For me, honestly, Boxy. Like I think I've seen Boxy a few times in previous like matches with See You Soon. I always feel like this is a really solid roam, and I would like to see like what other heroes he could play. But I think if he could just keep coming up with this sort of performance, we have a really strong contender in the form of See You Soon.
Yeah, and also just to point out that for Tuzu, he was not in the MPL lineup before this. So he's actually one of the newer additions to See You Soon. And as a newer addition, well, for him to put out this kind of performance, I think looking good for him and his future with See You Soon.
Yeah, I would say like a new star jungler rising in the ranks. I mean, this is what we want to see. Overall, we can see that in terms of itemizations, like MAO was really put really far behind. Honestly, I feel like the Claude, if given a bit more time, could have scaled up, but he was also forced to build like with Omniturus steel leg plates to ensure that he's able to survive the damage output that's coming out from the rest of See You Soon, especially Tuzu, who just full on like Tracian, the Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar. I think these are just really dangerous combos for Tuzu. He just doesn't care. He just dives right in with no fear about his life. He's confident in his how he plays this hero and its limits, and able to take it as far as he can while being able to get out like into safety with no deaths whatsoever.
Yeah, there was at one point of the game as well, like he dived into the base of MAO esports, and then he just ran away from there, and he was all alone at some point. So he's just showing that how confident he is. But okay, so it's going to be Ra that's going to be the MVP. Okay, Kadita it is.
Okay. Maybe there is a little issue with the hero name, but it's going to be Ra's match on the Kadita. You can see that he actually opted to go for, I would assume, like the roam boots to ensure that he actually gets that additional bit of damage because he's roaming around so much across the map. So I think it's just an additional more gold. You get the blessing. So I think overall, just really solid plays from the Kadita. Had a really great like snowball. I think this is what you want from a Kadita player, from the start to finish. Like just getting all these massive pickups. Usually you think, okay, they'll focus on the Sicilian or their marksman, but no, they just kept going for the Franco. Franco couldn't do anything.
Yeah, he got like a 0-10 something, if I'm not mistaken, for his KDA. So it was a tough round there for Franco. Despite it being a decent pick, but looks like it was a difficult round for him. So I don't think we'll see the Franco in the next round. Probably he will switch it up to somewhere else, to something else. Maybe like hopefully the Grot will be open for him, and I think a Grot will be a better pick. But that's our thoughts on it. Who knows what they might pick later on? Maybe something else. Let's see if that happens. But before that, we'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be coming back for more action between See You Soon and MAO esports. See you after this.
What up guys?
What up guys?
Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry tak?
Perbaiki skill anda main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lefel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kok kuat. Hello semua. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lefel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara. Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esport, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esport, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk 10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
Main tank ni siapa je pandang, hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry game korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya, kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi, kita jumpa malam ni.
Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak? Dekat Kohai Gamer sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys, sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
Alright guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kohai Southeast Asia Championship. And thank you so much to Kohai for having this tournament for us. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Monsha, together with me. And this tournament is also supported by IWG Esports, MLBBE Project, as well as TikTok. And we will be heading into round number 2 between See You Soon and MAO Esports real soon.
Okay, see what you did there, right there. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but you got me there, Sir Cloud. You got me there. Okay, so I think based on that the first match, I think it was a bit one-sided, unfortunately. MAO had a bit too much of a late game composition that if they're able to drag, it was so reliant on them dragging out the game to come online, but Seosun just did not allow that. So what do you think in terms of adjustments towards their draft? Maybe they need to prioritize their mid lane more, because I think I feel like Cupid was just left with nothing. Like he was left with scraps and ended up picking up Sicilian. So maybe that's what they do need to do to really set up for better team fights, because I think Franco combo with Farsa would have been the play, and I think Seosun read that, and that's why they opted to ban it out. So theories?
Yeah, I think like what you say, right? Like the Franco with the combo with Farsa would have been great, but the Franco was kind of stopped, you know. Like he wanted to go in, like from the first minute, he wanted to go into the jungle and try to pull those buffs out just to reset those buffs' health, but he was stopped. And the moment he was stopped, very, very early on, he was forced to use the flicker. And when he used the flicker, they know that he doesn't have a second chance of running away because Franco doesn't have good mobility. And from then on, they kind of targeted Franco, and then they just snowballed the Franco from there. And I think he got at least 10 deaths in that round all alone. So it was a pretty sad round for Franco.
I think we're past the prime time of like Franco resetting buffs, because that was a strategy back then. But I don't think it's like as effective now, because there's still that bit of time frame where the buff will not get reset so easily. It will get reset the second time. If Franco does it, but otherwise I don't think it's worth their time to do it. Instead, I think maybe a bit more focus is either they focus on the gold lane, since they are aware that Seosun is intending to funnel into the 1-1. But again, thank you everyone so much, the audience, for the support. Here is another redemption code, but is this the same code earlier, Sir Cloud? It does seem like it is the same code, so it means it's the same code, so it means that I guess you can still continue to claim this code, it appears.
Yeah, it shows that maybe no one has claimed it just yet. So you got to do it fast right now before the code changes.
Okay, this is my chance. Hold on. I'm going to do this right now.
All right. Yeah, I can see your hands there.
All right. Okay. This time it's like I'm doing it. Earlier on, they were like, we're messing around. But now I'm like loading the game, and let's see if I'm able to get my hands on this code. Thanks, production.
All right. Yeah. Okay. You got the green light. But hey, you know what? You guys can be faster than Monshel. So make sure you try to claim it as soon as possible. Don't let this chance go away. And speaking about chances that go away, sometimes the chances of finding a new teammate can go away if you don't use the Kohai app.
Oh, reverse psychology. I'm seeing what you're doing there. It's like, yeah, I mean, like, you won't be able to get the team of your dreams, huh?
Yeah, so make sure if you want to play your next game and you feel kind of lonely, you want to get someone to play with you and maybe form a new team and join these kind of tournaments, make sure you use the team finder inside the Kohai app to find new players. Or maybe you're playing as a duo, or maybe even worse, you have 4 friends, and for 4 friends you can't queue a game. So why not?
Yeah, that's always
use
rough.
Use the Kohai app, use the team finder to find that one extra teammate, and then you can play as a 5. And who knows, that could be your new team.
I mean, honestly, I think dual rank is so rough recently. It's just like you're instantly like a matchup against like a full 5 men for some reason. Not sure what's up with the matching system these days. Who knows? But now we're back in towards our game 2 of match 3. MAO versus Seosun. The draft has commenced.
Yeah, and looks like Kadita, the MVP from the previous round, is banned out. So yeah, I don't think we'll see a Franco again. Maybe it's a time to change. If they really want to pick the Farsa, okay, since they have the first pick down, I think it's okay to pick the Farsa early.
I agree that it's okay to pick the Farsa early. I'm not sure about first pick, but hey, if this is a really like Cupid's really crack on Farsa and they are going to play heavily around him, go ahead. I think that should be if that's a power pick for you, then that's how the draft should go about. But I think overall, still, I think standard bans across see you soon. They had their fun with their 1-1 since that MAO is on the blue side. They're gonna ban it away. They're not going to allow this pick to fall into their hands. So I think still a lot of things up for contention. Faramis is open. Valentina as well. If they're gonna prioritize a mid lane pick. Grok is still banned. I'm seeing a trend here.
Yeah, okay. So maybe the Grok ban is also to kind of like force them to like, okay, if you don't have the Grok, what are you going to do? Are you going to be a Franco again? Because See You Soon will be happy to counter the Franco, like what we saw earlier on. So they're kind of confident with that in case that's been picked. But I don't think that will be one of their picks right now. So looks like it's not going to be the Franco.
I think I'm reading into this. If Shihin still wants to play Call Out, this is the classic Faramis Claude like combo, which they can go around. Like just you see 2 circles of death, one for healing, one like death for your team. So basically, that could be something they're going around. But See You Soon, they're opting like, okay, yes, when there is a Faramis on the opposite side, you pick Valentina, you instantly a free counter in your grasp. And the fact that they have Final Slash as well means like there is a lot of wombo combos they can set up for, which is again very terrifying.
Yeah, and maybe they're anticipating the Farsa pick as well. So it's like, okay, so we have a Valentina. Feel free to pick your Farsa because I can easily steal your Feather Airstrike away and counter it back onto you, like what we saw in like the previous game too. So maybe that's what they have in mind. But I've also seen like, okay, people pick Farsa and the Valentinas on the other side. There are ways of countering it too, but looks like it's not going to be that choice. It's going to be the Fedrin and it's going to be the Beatrix. They need something tanky to be at the front. So I would like to say, let's see, maybe a Lolita would be a decent one.
I mean, I think from the side of MAO, I think Faramis will, naturally go in towards mid. I think he works better that way. Fred, always a good choice, and I think they locked in the Beatrix really early, so this is not going to be the Claude combo. I think Shihin wants to try something else, but See You Soon picks up the Claude. Okay, and they can still call alter. So I think I'm right in one way, just not on the right team.
Yeah, well, as long as the Claude is still being picked, right? So, okay, good for them. But now we're going towards the ban. So, I would say See You Soon I want to focus on banning like the more tanky ones. I guess Lolita would be one of them. They wouldn't be bothered with the Franco.
Yeah, I think they definitely they shown they definitely have tools to deal with the Franco. Surprising because understand they are on red side, so they are aware that Boxy is really amazing on this Kufra, but I don't think they want to have that fall into the hands of MAO, so they just ban it out. It's much setup potential. What are there some good sources of CC? I don't think MAO, unless they're okay, the first one was a fluke, we want to try again with the Franco, that is also a possibility, but I think it's still really hard to say.
How about an Akai? If See You Soon were to ban off the Akai, then I think that will be a decent one. But interestingly, okay. I wonder why. Or maybe they're thinking that See You Soon might want to try to use the Franco instead, because that can be countered with they can be comboed together with the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, I think either way works. I think Boxy is just someone that a roamer that you really need to respect. So I think just taking out certain picks that you don't want to deal with. But I feel let's see, there's still Lolita. I think there's still an okay amount of roam left in the pool, but then again, not really. I guess for the remaining bans, it will be for their jungle for See You Soon that they have to focus on. I don't think this will be Arlet jungle. I think we have seen it happen for some teams. It didn't really work out very well because Arlet clear speed is not good. It's really slow, not very effective. Even he sometimes struggles to clear in lane itself against someone like a Lapu Lapu, for example. So I think these are things you have to consider. From the side of MAO, they're still missing, I think, potentially EXP, as well as, potentially EXP and Rome.
Yeah, so I
Mhm.
guess if you want to go with that pick, I think Archive would be a decent pick as well. Maybe a Rome Archive. Yeah, I think they can be an option, because right now they do lack tankiness. They do lack a front line.
I think in this case, they ban out Fanny and Ling. I think that leaves for the side of Chuzu. Lancelot could definitely be a point of contention for him, but I do want to see more interesting picks. I mean, I did see like Paquido slowly being picked up once more. I really want to see more of that. Huh? Wait.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. So
I'm not sure if it's showing the right hero, but you're seeing what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're seeing. Yeah.
It appears that the Grok has been locked in. It appears.
Okay. So anyway, see you soon. Locked in the Grok, which is a great pick, and we have seen Boxy played Grok during the MPL as well, MPL Cambodia. So I think that definitely is as one. So now for MAO, if the Grok was open, right, then in my mind is that they could have picked Grok early on.
I mean, definitely they could, but Seosun, they themselves banned it out, so I'm not sure why it's appearing here. It could be a hero portrait issue for as far as we know, and we only will know until we actually get into the game. But yeah, okay.
Okay.
So
yeah.
now with the
Blue that
slight
was
adjustment.
banned.
I see. Okay, so MAO, despite the fact that Rock was open, do not opt for it, but okay. They're opting for the Diggy, this cursed little bird that has been banned from the pro scene for the longest time due to some technical issues. And MAO locking in Phobius. This is so interesting. I guess in a way it's to counter Arlet in lane. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the play here.
Yeah, Razi has used Phobius before, so he definitely knows what he's doing with it. He used it once before this in the previous tournament, and he got a win out of it, so that's pretty nice. Oh yeah, Hayabusa. Oh yes, Hayabusa. Tuzu with the Hayabusa. Yes, he was really on point previously. And they got a good frontliner with Grok, so the front line is well taken care of. I'm just a little bit worried for MAO Esports because they don't have a solid frontliner to really protect Beatrix.
Yep, I mean, like, okay, if you can't, like, if you don't have enough bulk, you just have to out DPS your opponent. I think that's the goal. Honestly, I think it's quite terrifying, like the Diggy just like layering bombs, like right by your buffs, and the Hayabusa who is going for full-on damage. Maybe this might be the counter they need, because honestly, Faramis and Diggy is a really deadly combo, and I want to see how that draft comes into fruition as we jump into the Land of Dawn. This is going to be game 2 of See You Soon versus MAO Esports.
Yeah, the trade-off is that, yes, they have a good combo, the Faramis and also the Diggy, but they don't really have a solid front line. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to readjust themselves for this. And of course, we're going to get Tuzu again with the Hayabusa, and they still have Boxy, who plays the Grog, who has played it during the MPL as well, MPL Cambodia. So we can see that they are really, really confident in terms of making those rotations, especially with Boxy leading the lines.
But Boxy is going to need to build up some really early magic defense, because the fact that there's a Faramis, Diggy, and a Phobius on MAO side, that's a lot of magic damage, and it's one thing that is going to be Grok's weakness.
Okay.
So yeah, something he has to watch out for.
All right, or maybe he tries not to target the lane that has the both of them. That could be one as well.
You say that, but Min Zhao is everywhere. He's the roam. He could just layer stack bombs anywhere, and if you're not careful, you go into a bush to regen. You just walk into just a bunch of rabbits.
Or maybe at least try to stay away from Cupid, so at least they can't pull off the combo. But so far, we don't see any big moves yet from MAO. They're sticking to their lanes. It's only See You Soon making those rotations up and down, up and down, up and down until the first objective is up.
I mean, like, look at
Oh,
just
man.
just the bombs, or in this case, the rabbits. Boxy is already taking so much damage from Minjal. So this is the concern. I mean, like the fact that Minjal is going for this was previously known as Mystery Shop. Now it's called Bargain Hunter. Like this is a real pain, like to deal with. He's going to be able to farm again up damage. Felix is poked out. Ooh. Razin will be actually able to secure the turtle. So surprise, surprise, wild charge.
Okay, but then again, Tuzu is there to get a double kill, so it's a little bit of a trade back here for See You Soon. Mathematically, I guess it's still okay as long as they get the total 2 deaths. It's fine. If it's 3 deaths, then maybe not.
2 deaths. Ooh. Yeah, Boxy, again, I mean, like, the time, like, reverse time is always going to be a pain when you're playing against a Diggy. I don't think it was rare work because they lost Razin there. If he could survive, then I think it would be an okay trade, like one death for the turtle. But because Siusun got 2 kills off of that, I don't think it's very ideal. So not that good.
Or maybe especially if it's given to Tuzu. And if Tuzu is able to scale faster than anyone else on MAO, that means he's able to dish out more damage earlier.
I mean, in this case, yes, they're just funneling into the Hayabusa as they did in the previous game. Oh, Kaltar expanded from See You Soon. This was a big fight earlier. Both sides disengaged with no casualties. Various outtech expanded, including the Time Journey as well as the Kaltar from both sides. Razi getting pulled back in. Yep, I don't think he'll be able to survive for too long because for Phobius, like he lacks mobility and definitely needs items and time in order to become more sustainable. But even so, it's quite hard to survive like the forces of See You Soon.
Okay, well, let's see. MAO tries to get the kill here. They try to chase onto the top lane, but then again, Boxy is not the target that they want to go onto. Okay, not gonna be an issue there for Boxy. He's still A-okay. But Shihin is taking as much as possible. Boxy still tagging it out. His teammate tries to run away. Boxy is left all alone to defend the top turret, but it's not gonna be an issue. He's tanky enough to hold it on himself. Backup has arrived. Ra has shown himself, and Ra comes in to get back out. But then again, Tuzu. Space open up for him to get the objective.
Top side is just a brawl. Top side just a like straight up brawl. Shihin will just like, you know, he wants this turret, his teammates are supporting him, while Tuzu is deciding, yeah, I'm not going to participate in any of that. I'm just going to take this turtle. They can have as much fun as they want top side. Somehow finally the turret does fall. That really took a while with a Beatrix.
Yeah, that took a while, and that opened so much space for Tuzu to do his own thing. He got the turtle objective by his own, and now he's just putting pressure onto the bottom.
Yeah, and I mean in this case, Tuzu is just like farming as comfortably as he wants. Razin does secure it when Boxy is just annoying. Kaltar being forced out because Tuzu is like forcing Cupid to recall there.
Okay, they're going to come in the wild charge
onto 2!
Used, but then the wild charge, no follow-up from anyone, flicker away.
Oh!
But speaking of follow-up, immediately onto Minjal, and that's going to be 1 kill at the bottom.
That was instantly a chicken skewer. Instantly you saw that how quickly he went. I don't think the final slash was necessary, but I felt like they just had to like finish the job as soon as possible. But just like that, Minjal's already back, getting a final slash again.
Oh. Wow, that's going to be double kill at the bottom, but also another kill at the mid lane. At the same time, See You Soon will secure the bottom turret. And now looks like Sisu, they are still dominating this round. Felix tries to get away together with his teammate Tuzu, but looks like a little bit of a counter initiation to Razzie. Razzie maybe the next one to go down, but before that,
that's a big shutdown.
As Felix tried to trade out to Razzie. Razzie is still alive, but backup has arrived as well. And backup from Boxy will take out Razzie. And now they're out to Minjal, and Minjal goes down.
Trabot really wants really wants chicken skewers. He really has a vendetta against that Diggy.
Yeah, he really went all out on the Diggy there.
Yeah, it's I think he just likes satay for days and he just goes for it. But I was thinking that was a massive shutdown onto Tuzu, but See You Soon just collapsed onto MAO, and again, like, they just negate that loss altogether. It was still a big shutdown going to Razin, which is ideal for MAO's jungler. But see you soon once again. They're leading in term traits and they'll be able to secure this turtle because the pair on the bottom side, everyone just rotating for men to get that one turret. That seems to be the plan. I'm not sure if they're able to get back in time. Felix, they kill each other at the same time. Boxy is here, he's looking for it. Reverse time will be able to negate what he is attempt. 2-0 on top will just secure the turtle and is attempting a split push. Wall charge. Seems like it's already been expended. A final slash as well is just going on and off. Minjao will fall as well. That is 3 for 2, favoring See You Soon.
And not only that, they still managed to get the turtle at the top. Now Razzy's all alone, 1v2. Boxy doesn't have the wild charge. He obviously used that earlier on, but Razzy has nowhere to go. Just taking damage bit by bit. Felix has arrived and they're leaving it for Felix, and Felix will get the kill instead.
Man, it's like the fact that like 2-0 was just left unchecked, able to farm like across the map, take the turtle. Like look how much they have pushed in on the top side. There are no more tier 2 standing on top. He's just able to push right in. I'm really curious to see how much of a goalie he has against them. He's 1 level up of Ryzen. Again, this is not very ideal because we have seen how painful 2-0's Hayabusa has been in the previous game.
Okay, here we go. Looks like the fight is happening now as they try to get out the Trabot. Trabot now healed up again. Trabot not taken out just yet, but the blazing duet comes in, and now looks like Trabot will take out Minjao. Trabot super duper low, will be finished off by Chihin. And now MAO, they managed to defend themselves at the cost of Minjao's life.
Right, overall, we can see that, Razzy. Razzy is like, even though you can see that, yes, he's able to generate shields, but Valentina will be able to just penetrate through. Overall, it's like, I would say really like good engagement from both sides, but I'm just impressed that they were like, you know, like I thought there would be more casualties since both of them were able to pop Shadow Kill onto Cupid. There's no counter to save him.
Oh yeah, straightforward kill there, but Shikin was there to at least trade it back. So 1-for-1 trade, but overall, we still can see that See You Soon is still on the lead with 17 kills and a little bit of a lead when it comes to a net worth as well.
Oh, Boxy looking for it. He wants it.
Nicely
Oh, that's
done.
a really nice time journey into the altar.
But still waiting for the follow-up here. Boxy managed to slide away now. Looks like the blazing duet came in at the back line, but then again the counter initiation comes in. Razzy is now down to 10% of health. Razzy will be taken out by Felix. They want more. They want blood. They see Razin is super duper low. Razin will be chased out by Felix. And now they're not done yet. As Cupid is there, but Cupid went now on the protection of his turret to be immediately taken down.
Not sure what he was trying to do. I think dashing like straight into the arms of See You Soon was not the play. And I mean, I understand that, you know, Faramis, his death timers are really low. I mean, like literally like a few seconds he's back online. See You Soon will be able to secure this Lord for free, no contest. Let's look in terms of the itemizations. Yeah, 2-0 is still going for that full-on damage build as expected. So it does explain why MAO was able to get those pickoffs earlier on. Yeah, Claude has really farmed that one, like easily almost 1k ahead of the Beatrix. Ooh.
Okay, almost getting a catch there. I was kind of worried there for MAO, but looks like they'll focus on the objective that's going to take down the turret. And now with the turret down, the orange buff been taken as well by See You Soon. Now MAO has been pushed back to the corner.
Yeah, I mean they are the Grok does block off the waves from pushing, but now I don't think they were going to engage earlier on. They were waiting for this Lord to come crashing in. Razin is not going to survive. Coulter stolen by the Valentina will be expended. MAO's Coulter will be expended as well. They're trying to jump in the back line. Razzy jumping onto everyone, but I don't think it'd be enough. Terrified, he will be able to get out with the help of Time Journey. But Tuzu has so much damage.
Oh, that was Tuzu being an opportunist there. He saw like, okay, he only needed one hit and he just went in and got that kill. And now we're only 3 left on the side of MAO. How are they going to defend this? But then again, looks like they might be able to do so.
Yeah, their waves are not quite shoved in. Arlet will be joining back into the fight. He was wanting to push mid, but it does appear that most of MAO will be back, including Shahin. But Tuzo, Ogi Shadow Kill has been popped. He just wants to be able to get the kill onto Diggy. No time journey for you.
Yeah, looks like your only journey is to back into the base and wait for the cooldown. And now we can see that Ram is getting onto Razi. There's still more than they want. Trouble super duper low. Razi once again to the backline but can't reach there. And now Ram will counter back onto Cupid, taking it out. The placing duet being used, but who needs a placing duet? He can just pull himself back as long as he's putting pressure onto his opponent. Now they can push it in, but it's going to be 3v5 at this point. Boxy super duper low. Immortality will raise him up again. And now Boxy goes back in, and Boxy is still tanking it up for his teammates, luring his opponent. Now Razi will be taken down. And that's going to be Minjao together with Razi. But then again, it's just too much for them to handle. As see you soon, we'll say adios, amigo.
Indeed, I mean, they will be like sending them off with congratulations to see you soon. I mean, you would think that their first match was a fast game. This match was 10 minutes. Congratulations once again. I think a lot of the other teams will come and tends to see that See You Soon is going to be one of the top contenders to watch out for.
Yeah. So it's a signal as well to stop Hayabusa. Don't allow Tuzu to use Hayabusa. And again, Tuzu is a new addition to See You Soon, and his Hayabusa is on point. I really want to see his KDA later on.
We will definitely get to see, but overall in terms of the highlights, I think Minjao was definitely a lot more comfortable on the Diggy, but it felt like Trabot was just constantly on the hunt for him, was unable to survive because this is damage Diggy, not really a tank support, so he's not able to survive for too long. He's really reliant on the rest of MAO to cover for him, but Boxy, it's like you give him the Kufra, he does so well. You give him the Grok, he performs like this. So it's like really hard to counter against you soon, because I think most of their drafts they also were able to just go accordingly. And this, like you can see in the multiple call turns that was happening left and right. This is the power of the Valentina. You can see that from Raj Max, not only he was really adept on the Kadida, you can see the power of his Valentina as well. Like overall, just amazing plays back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, and also Boxy opening up the fights. I mean, wherever he shows up, he walls up, he uses the wild charge on point as well. So, I mean, Boxy really did a lot if you gotta think about it. Of course, his KDA wouldn't justify because he's a roamer, and that's natural for a roamer. But his contributions in this round is definitely on point.
No, despite that, there was so much magic damage from the other side. I was expecting him to have to be sacrificed a lot more, but the fact that he only has 2 deaths in this entire game shows that he's very comfortable on the Grok, even though there is so much threats in the form of a Diggy and Faramis on the opposite side. And we look in terms of the overall KD. Tuzo 626. I think earlier on he had definitely had a higher one. I think it was 9-0 and I think 10 maybe. But I think this time he got caught out a bit more. MAO definitely has tools to pull him back in, with whether it's reverse time or the shadow stampede. But I would say honestly, I gotta give it to Trabot. It's like you don't see a lot of it, but his final slash was able to catch so many members off guard, especially Minja, unfortunately. Sorry to the poor bird. But overall 7-1-15 on Arlet. That is honestly really difficult to achieve because of the amount of mechanics you need to play this hero.
Yeah, and yeah, you gotta think about it as well for Tuzu. I don't know. I just thinking like this, right? Because Tuzu didn't get the MVP in the previous round, despite him having a perfect game. So maybe it's like, okay, because I didn't get the MVP, that's why I don't want to do so much this time around. But anyway, he still did very well, if you ask me. Like his targeting was on point.
I mean, overall, I think he was just like he's realizing that if MAO is rotating as forward across the opposite side of the map as a Hayabusa, it makes sense for him to secure objectives, steal camps away from the enemy, split push the heck out of the opposite lane. I think this is just what he went to do. But in this case, what again, Tuzu is not getting MVP. It's gonna be Trabot on this Arlet 7-1-15 KD. Honestly, I think this is just insane. Like the amount of setup that he has for the rest of his team, I think is just like overall really solid. We get to see like every single one of See You Soon like really stand out players, and I really can't wait to see more of what was yet to come.
So I give a fun fact here for Trabot during the
Yeah.
MPL Cambodia, he was a sub, so he wasn't in the main lineup. Yeah, and I guess with this kind of performance that he has shown with the R-Lord, it does warrant him to be in the main lineup. And so far, yeah, I mean, obviously he's in the main lineup together with Tuzu as well. So looking good, not gonna lie about that. Everyone's trying to win their place in preparation for the professional league coming soon.
I mean, that's the name of the game. It's like all these tournaments, like, you know, shout out to Kohai for making all this happen. Really, like, allows all these players to shine and like play their hearts out and get recognition from their organization if they are able to perform, you know, the best of their capabilities. So overall, just amazing showing from these teams. And upcoming, we have our last match for today, but I think it's going to be something that a lot of the viewers will be wanting to see. It's going to be BIGETRON versus MAV. And as we know, BIGETRON was, if not mistaken, a winner in the previous one of the Kohai Championship. So this is a team that is feared, and I'm also saying on the side because like I really shout out to their female team. I think that's something that they did very well in terms of the coaching. But enough about BIGETRON, and we're going to be jumping into a short break, and we'll be back with more MLBB action. Stay tuned.
What up guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be pro.
Susah nak menang. Selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan? Jangan risau.
Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak dupi tau. Kita orang nak carry korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai?
Download aplikasi Kohai. Downloadlah aplikasi Kohai.
Dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. And the best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with us here. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys?
What up guys?
Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry tak?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lefel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kok kuat. Hello semua. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lefel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara. Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line-up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esport, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esport, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk 10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
Main tank ni siapa je pandang, hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry team korang,
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our short break to the Kohai SEA Championships Day 1. So we're closing towards the end of our last match, but here, my name is Monshel. On my, I would say my left or right, I can't tell, is going to be Sir Cloud, and we are your casters for the English broadcast tonight.
Yes,
and of course, sorry, Sir Cloud, it's like I'm just about to say that of course we want to be able to thank Kohai who organized all this, who made this possible. And do you want to run me through who else that made this tournament possible, Sir Cloud?
Yes, everyone else besides Kohai, we of course this tournament is supported by IWG Esports, MLBBE Project, as well as TikTok. So thank you so much for making this tournament happen for all of us to enjoy, and also for all of us who are not even if you're not playing. Well, who knows? You can be up here at this stage if you train with the pros. So of course, you can use the Kohai app to find a Kohai partner and train with them real time. They can give you tips and tricks, they can show you how it's done, and maybe you will be the next pro on the stage.
I mean, that's what we all hope to see, to be on stage to like bask in the glory of representing your country. I mean, that's something that we all would love to see. I mean, I know you, Sir Cloud, you were in SEA Games the other day. You actually were part of the team that prepared our teams to, like, you know, for their journey in the SEA Games. So like, I mean, like, from your experience, what do teams need to do to become, well, like for example, like the pro teams that we see today?
Well, all I can say is that there needs to be preparation outside of the game as well, because yeah, from what I observe is that there's a lot of focus about in-game stuff, like in-game tactics, everything about the in-game, but there's also preparation outside the game as well. Just for example, don't forget to exercise, don't forget to eat proper meals, have a proper diet. These are all really important tips as you journey into the pro scene, because at some point at the pro scene, just like all our teams here today, everyone is at a similar skill level. Like everyone can execute whatever that you can think of that they want to execute. But what gives them the extra edge, the extra percentage, is to have all the things that I just mentioned. So if you want to know more about playing like a pro, use the Kohai app and train with a
Yes.
pro.
I mean, Sir Cloud would know. I mean, he's the expert here since he has trained our part of our SEA Games team. So, like, take his word for it. But overall, it's like, yes, indeed, it's like you need to have strong mental as well as physical. I think these are all intertwined. If you lack in either one, you will definitely falter because like MLBB, even though like games can be quite fast, but like imagine you're playing like multiple tournaments and games and matches across the day, is going to be really taxing. So I mean, Kohai, with all the tournaments that are ongoing and with the prizes you could win, I mean, there is even more incentive for you to continue ranking up and scrimming and keep practicing, because I mean, there is so much more for you to earn. Of course, build up that stamina, because pro players, they train for really long hours. I don't think I can do what they do. How many hours do they train per day, Sir Cloud?
Oh man, you can't imagine. Like sometimes they're up from like they start training like 10 o'clock in the morning all the way up till maybe 10 o'clock at night. So that's
Oh my
about 12
God.
hours. Yeah, but of course 12 hours of doing lots of different stuff. It's just not looking at the game and the game and the game, right? You get sort of tired. So sometimes you do something different. For example, you use the Kohai app to find a training partner.
Yes, I mean, like, best tips and tricks, because like not only it's like, you know, just like, you know, working your, you know, your muscles, you know, you got to work your brain, you got to think on your feet. And all these, like, I would say what set pro players apart from the rest is all this sort of like split second decision making. Like, you're the shot caller, you are coordinating your team, you meet to make decisions, and whether it's a good or bad decision, it's the best call for your team at that moment. And those are really tough decisions. It's a lot of pressure, and these are something that you need to do on the fly, and well, it all comes to practice. So that's why the Kohai app is for you.
Yes, so that's some tips for you, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you check out the Kohai app. Don't say we didn't tell you about it. But what we're going to tell you about as well is going to be our next match. So I think the next match is arguably one of the biggest match today. So it's going to be BIGETRON Alpha versus MAB Esports. So BIGETRON, they registered a football team lineup here. So I don't really know who's going to play. Of course, there's some staple names inside of there. Whereas for MAB Esports, they've been really active in various tournaments recently. And for MAB as well, they have been in the MPL scene before this as well. So they have experience at the pro scene too. So I think this will be the match of the day.
I think in all, you know, in the end, all these tier 2 teams, semi-pro teams, they want to be able to break out and join their local professional league. So I think that is the end goal. So going for tournaments, training, and growing together as a team is the key here. So I think, like, I'm really excited to see how like the matchup will be between these two teams, because BIGETRON Alpha is a very well-known ID team in the MPL. Also known as the Red Robots. I mean, I can't really tell in terms of the logo, but apparently that's what they're called. I guess MAB with their logo, it's more of like a tiger. So I mean, it's going to be the Red Robots versus the Malayan Tigers. I think we can go with that sort of iteration when we go into the game. But overall, BTR, as you mentioned, they brought a football team. Basically, like, they have so many subs and players that can go on. But let's jump into the draft right away. The picks and bans have been going through really fast. First phase has been done. From BTR, Kaja, Faramis, Arlet. MAB side is Minsitar, Joy, and 1-1.
Okay, so I'm just looking over at their lineup since they fielded a football team. So second is new. Yeah, I believe second is new. Correct me if I'm wrong. For
third, actually.
Third.
For I think Han and Moreno I have seen before in Zorizo.
Right.
But I mean, like, let's focus on what they wanna like go into. Once we get into the game, then we can speculate more about these players. But as of yet, locking in the fragment fairly early. I think overall it's probably like just comfort from the side of BTR, locking in your jungler early, so not up for contention. But for MAB, Zeph, we have not get to see a Fanny at all this entire day. If we're finally going to see this Fanny pick.
So Fanny and a Kufra. So you already got like one high mobility, one tanky. So I think they're looking good so far. And not only high mobility, but also able to dish out a lot of damage. Whereas for the side of BIGETRON, I would like to say Kaja, but I'm kind of surprised actually that they ban out their own Kaja, considering that they have the first pick. But since they don't have the Kaja, then, well, okay, so they're going for the Valentina. Moreno is very comfortable with the Valentina, so not a big surprise there. I'll be interested to see if they actually pick the Jawhead, but looks like they're going to go for a Franco instead.
Yeah, I think we remember Vin for his Franco a fair bit. I think most of the players, the roamers in MPL, can play a really good Franco. I think just planning out the Kaja just shows that okay, they just don't want to play this hero. They want to offer something else, and another form of suppression will be in the form of Franco. So I think overall, I think this does play. This is very much needed when there's a Fanny on the opposite side. But let's see how overall this works out for them.
Yeah, for MAB on the other hand, well, the Grok is still open, but looks like they're going to go for Farsa, meaning that, okay, they're not going to take the Grok, my bad. But then again, Farsa, yes, well, considering that there's a Valentina on the other side, they still take the Farsa. So they're taking a little bit of a risk here, but I have seen it before that although there's a Valentina on the other side, having a Farsa is not going to be an issue. It's just a matter of how you're going to counter the Valentina if they steal the Feather Airstrike, especially.
I mean, regardless, MAB will still consistently have Feather. Morena needs to constantly, opt to steal or choose to steal it, but he could opt for something else altogether. Interesting enough, MAB is opting to ban out Moscow, which is quite unique because we don't really see that. I mean, I don't think earlier we saw all the Hanzo bans coming through, but I think after all that, we have MPL teams here, but I don't think they're focusing onto it unless BIGETRON decides to prove me wrong. Kla has been banned out. That leaves options like the Carry, the Beatrix, still up for grabs.
The one is still, no, the one is out. Yeah.
It's out. It's out.
So,
I'm really curious, Sir Cloud. It doesn't seem like teams are picking out Melissa anymore.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, interestingly, not too sure why Melissa.
I wonder if there's a reason for that. Yeah, it's really odd. And MAB finishes up their bans with a Yuzong. So obviously you don't want Yuzong jumping into your backline, Black Dragon for chasing down the Farsa or either way. So I think this is just overall good ban. I mean, there are still good heroes left for EXP. Lapu Lapu is still open. I think overall they're still up for contestation, or Fredrin could even be flexed at EXP, so it's pretty flexible. BTR closes out the draft with Blue. I'm surprised Blue made it.
The surprise crew made it that far. Yeah, and it's still being banned out as well. So now, I think for both sides, the focus will definitely be on a gold laner. So some of the popular gold laners, let's see, Beatrix is still open. Yeah,
Beatrix, Carry.
Beatrix. I mean, we have seen MAB in the previous tournament use a good number, even like a Clint, even like a Granger as well. So something that we don't see very often.
I would fight against the Granger pick unless it's like they're opting to play jungle Granger, because I do think that's where this hero like suits better. But in this case, MAB, I guess they're raiding my draft a little. They pick up the Lapu Lapu for themselves. I'm seeing a really balanced lineup. From their side, they pick up their tank earlier. Now their EXP lane really strong to contest. Not a few EXP laners can really match up against it. But in this case, from Star BTR, yes, I was right about Fredrin being able to be flexed. They lock in the Lancelot as well as the Carry. They don't want to give the Carry over to MAB because you're going to be able to shred through Fredrin like a paper shredder.
Oh yeah, wanted to point out as well, Saurus is playing. Saurus previously in the tournament, he was a sub, so he's taking over Mint. Yeah, so this is basically his debut in the Kohai tournament series.
Alright, interesting. Looking at the drafts overall, what do you think? Who you're liking more? For MAB, I'm just looking at how it's very balanced. I would say like early, mid to late, there's a lot of damage. A Fanny will eventually fall out, but the amount of pressure like Shiwa has in the early stages of the game will be massive, and it's going to be up to Vin to really land those hooks.
Yeah, so I think the theory still stays, right? Whereby if you use a Franco and you can't land the hooks, then it's going to be very, very difficult. But overall, I like MAB's lineup a little bit better just because of how they have the Fanny. And I think the Fanny will be really disruptive, especially the Fanny can easily go onto the back line, arguably even easier than a Lancelot.
I mean, overall, like the drafts have been locked in for our last match, game 1. It's going to be BIGETRON Alpha versus MAD Esports. Let's get right into it.
Let's get into it. Here we go. So BTR with their lineup. I mean, even like, let's say this round they have this lineup. Next round they can still change because they have a lot of players. But Vin going in. Okay, his hook does land to rank 30. Does buy a little bit of time, delaying his buff a little bit, but not that much.
Not that much. I guess Fanny just opted like, okay, I position myself like if I do get hooked, I get hooked, but it's not enough to take me out of the game. I'm able to secure my purple, which is so essential for Fanny. I don't think he got slowed down so much. Vin is just a presence across the map, like with this Franco skin especially. It's just so menacing.
Okay, but again, he missed that. If only gone to Marzi, then that could be the first blood for the round.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite terrifying overall. It seems like top side, Fanny is looking to pressure the Fredrin a fair bit. Not sure if they'll be able to get so, but I think he's just opting to just not opt to contest.
Yeah, but we can see the jungle evasion here by BTR, and they still manage to secure that jungle creep. Rencuti goes in. Rencuti all alone though. Gotta be careful not to be hooked. If he gets hooked, then that's pretty much it. But he probably will secure that first blood. But backup is here. First blood still goes to Ken.
Wow, that engagement could have gone either way. Both junglers were fairly low, but Super Ken, yes, he used his retribution to secure the kill onto Rencuti. And Rencuti will be up as well. Both retributions are down as of now, as the turtle is spawning, but I think he'll be back up fairly soon. Marktizi is in a fair bit of trouble against Zorizo. Oh, Zorizo actually trying for it. Oh, he actually flickers in, trying to get their praises. Rafi's low, he's dead. Shiska was able to clean up shop.
Oh, Zeph goes in. Shiska provides backup, but then again, Ken still gets the objective. Ken now heads back and should be A-okay. I mean, it's a Lancelot. A lot of mobility, not an issue there. But Rencuti gets it onto Vin.
I mean, overall, we can see trades across the map. Soros actually taking quite low second. With the carry is going to be a real pain. Is going to scale up, but Rencuti, does he know that second is recalling that bush? I guess he's not trying for it. I think the team rotated up. Zeph was checking the bush a bit too late, but they do find Vin, and they'll take Vin as a consolation prize.
Oh yeah, they definitely take that. Better airstrike being used. Rencuti maybe taken down. That Moreno last hit. Can he catch it? No! He fails. Rencuti survives.
Just barely. I mean, like, the Fanny is just so mobile. It's like, I'm really impressed that he didn't die from all that. But overall, just a really good like bobs and weaves from Rencuti overall. Super Ken is contesting for his orange, and Super Ken gets it. Wow.
Ooh. Couldn't connect that last steel cable. It thought he might have gotten it, so it kind of saved there.
I mean, Super Ken, I think he's Super Ken for a reason. His retribution timings are on point, and I would say he is very comfortable on this Lancelot.
Yeah, so far so good with his Lancelot, and so far he's scaling quite well because he already got himself a kill. But now Super Vin, not really alone. Ken is just behind him together with Moreno, and they could counter upon them. But then again, Martizi with a better airstrike managed to get a kill, but Zap been taken out. So a little bit of a trade there. But what's most important is that the buff's been taken away by BTR.
Man, I feel like in both like previous match as well, the Franco is just like the prime target for abuse from the opposite team. It's like he's constantly being caught out. It's like, oh, okay, we don't get a damage dealer, but we get Franco, and then we just take the kill. Just expand everything.
Yeah, I guess because of his movement as well. It's like it's always trying to find opportunities in the jungle on the side of like MAB, and same goes like the previous Franco too. So it's an easier target.
I think the idea is like you can't land those hooks if you're dead. But Zep is trying to set up. Does land!
Wow, and speaking about setup now, Vin could be the next one to go down, but he has backup on Sakem. Moreno arrives just in time, and this could be the counter that they've been looking for. The feather extra being called upon. Martizi gets away.
I think overall just really good disengagement, and maybe they didn't lose too much. They do lose Zep, but overall good counter engage for BTR. I think we can see from Moreno, it's like the really valuable ultimate for him to steal would be the feather airstrike. I don't think there is much for him to go about with that. Saurus really bullied and forced out to recall. Rankyuki doesn't have purple, and he's forced to just fly away and recall back to safety. That does delay his recall time a bit. Okay, I think I can understand. It's like you pop the feather strike, didn't realizing that there were so many people in proximity, and decide to like, okay, best I get out before I lose my life in the process. And Super Ken is just stealing all of Rankyuti's buffs. Like this Fanny is not able to get purple. I can't remember for at least like the last 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. That hook onto Zep. Okay, but no one's there to follow up. But I believe that the objective for VTR is just to cut the purple buff, whoever it is, as long as Rankyuti doesn't get it, that's fine.
And this guy's just kind of being like heavily focused. I don't think they'll continue to go for it, but Super Ken just wanting to get this mid turret while Fanny.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, he just turned Rose. I mean, he had enough damage to take him out. Rankyuti in a lot of trouble. Appraiser's Wrath not missing. Rankyuti is able to fly away and take that up turret on the top side.
Still running away though at the top, but finally managed to get away thanks to steel cables. The staple skill for any Fanny without the blue buff.
The fact that no purple and he was still able, like really good like energy management, he was still able to get out. Zep trying to look for it, he lands onto Franco. I'm not sure if that's the target gonna go for. Zep has the bouncing ball away.
Ooh,
I don't think he has enough damage to get out. He actually walks out. Second's abilities didn't quite connect. Super Ken again on top side, just landing, securing all these objectives.
And Rankyuti still doesn't have the purple buff, so it's a little bit difficult for him to really engage onto BTR. That allows BTR to really push it in. And speaking of pushing in, of course they will take the purple buff for themselves.
I mean, like, Lance for them is just a juicy morsel for him to take, and for Fanny is just a luxury at this point. He's unable to get anything. Shiska really not landing any of his skills. Vin not landing hooks as well. Both sides will disengage. I think what Fanny will have to do for now is constantly applying pressure on the opposite side of the maps. With so much mobility, it makes sense to split push. Rankyuti getting caught out. The Lancelot should not continue on to the chase, but I think he still wants to. But I think Rankyuti should be able to walk of shame back into his base.
Okay, more like steel cable away. Without the purple buff, I mean, we can see he's kind of struggling. Like during the early stage of the game when he got the purple buff, he's like, okay, he can still do stuff, he can still harass the opponent, but now without the purple buff, he's like forced to just play safe and just farm.
I mean, just straight up, with no purple, she's like a flightless bird, like a dodo, for example.
Oh. Okay. I know of someone who's using a dodo as a mascot.
Yeah, I like birds a lot. I mean, they fly freely in the air and they are immobile. So I do like Fanny, but again, always a really high risk, high reward kind of hero. If you're unable to like really take advantage of her of the early stages of the game, but Bloody Hunt will land it.
Beautifully done indeed, and Rankyuti tries to come in to deal as much damage as possible, but seems like he's not able to do so. He's able to escape, but then again, not able to get anyone except for Vin. But now he goes in again. A little bit of a risk there taken by Rankyuti, and now Rankyuti, oh no, where is he going to fly?
No, he's landed. He's a flightless bird, as mentioned. He's nowhere to run. And BTR. Yeah, because they need the purple buff.
There you go.
Yeah. I would say I mean, there's no way of telling because the dodos are extinct. Actual dodos are extinct, so there's no way of telling if they were actually purple.
I only know one purple dodo that someone uses, but yeah. Anyway, So it's going to be a lot of pressure onto MAB. It felt like a 50-50 early on, but just look at the goal difference right now. It's a 10k goal difference.
Yeah, I mean, like, shockingly, right? It doesn't seem like, but Zep bouncing ball, I don't think it would be enough to save him. Like, just like that, one man down from MAB. Feather Airstrike has been popped second. Like, it's just tickling him at this point. He's able to just tank it and take that turret down.
Yeah, at the same time, we can see the Lord actually putting pressure on the bottom lane. But BTR putting pressure on the top lane, and another kill for them, taking out Shiska. And now RenQT has arrived, but he doesn't have the purple buff still.
It just feels bad. Right now, it's like MAB is forced into their map. It's like slowly but surely, BTR is really forcing them into a choke point, taking their cams, with the Lord pushing on top side, like diverting their attention. They will take this mid inhib. I don't think they'll take bottom. But yeah, for now, like Fanny is also like trying her best to do some form of split push. But BTR, are they gonna continue this? I don't think so.
Okay, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, okay, for MAB. Now that BTR has retreated, and they should, but RenQT is trying to find his target. Moreno is there, but the moment he saw Moreno, is like, nope, not gonna happen.
No. Don't wanna deal with that. Definitely not. Flies back in to safety. Like, the only thing she can do as of yet is just to clear up the waves as much as possible. Imagine the way where it's not easy for BTR to push through, because let's not forget, they do have high ground with the Beatrix and the Farsa. So that's just something that BTR is also really wary of. So it really comes down to Supervin to start off the fight, get that initial pick off. And that's when it's go time. But there's appearing the conceal play has been used. They want to be able to take down this top side turret.
Oh, right now we can see that second takes down the turret. There's nothing much that MAB can do at this point. Oh, even the hook managed to land. Shiska managed to get away. Now the Feather Airstrike will try to counter a pull, but then get second instead to take him down. And they might get a second kill, but Saurus still survives somehow. Now they're trying to trade it back, but Saurus finally will still go down. It's good at Moreno securing the double kill. MAB down to the last two men. They're trying to throw everything back onto BTR, but to no avail. It's only down to RenQT, and there's nothing much they can do about that. It's going to be a maniac gameplay. And with that, BTR will close off this round.
I mean, they're just slowly but surely chipping away at the crystal. That will be game 1 taken by the Red Robots. Overall, it's like we mentioned that there's like Vin is a new addition. He came he came back to BIGETRON, and I think second is fairly new as well. So overall, this lineup is working out really well overall for BIGETRON Alpha. And for MAB, I think what happened was they weren't able to get the early to mid game lead that they wanted with the Fanny. Eventually, Fanny like slowly just fell off and unable to contribute too much other than clear up the waves and split push. Yeah. So I think it was just like a really rough situation to be in for MAB.
Yeah, it's like a rule of thumb, right? Like if you're going up against a Fanny, the rule of thumb is don't let Fanny have the purple buff. So as long as they can cut the purple buff, they basically cut a lot of possibilities or a lot of potential from Fanny.
I mean, in all these sort of situations, we can see like initially we thought, okay, it was like a coin flip, a 50-50. They were taking out Vin in many of these fights. Maybe they were expanding a bit too much resources, but in these are still called for. Like Ken really showing off his skills with this Lancelot, which he is always like shown to be very comfortable during on the MPL stage. And this is no less of a time. Vin really comfortable with this Franco, just landing hook after hook. And like I think just comboed really well with the rest of his team. And as a result, just like really feeling his like in his element on this Red Rin pick. Like all these final moments, you can see it's like all these sort of initiations is like it's either you get the hook or you don't. And it's so important that your roam is like your main force of setup. And Vin really shows like what a good Franco player can do.
Yeah, he got his hook on point as well. So there were a lot more hooks than misses shown in
Yes.
this round. So I guess this is just how he's just showing that, okay, this is how you play the Fango, my friend. Like, you have to land the hooks, and his hooks was on point. So now looking at the numbers, although no kill for Vin, but at the end of the day, if you watch this round, you knew that his hooks were on point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just like the amount of pressure he applied across the map. I would say like Soros had a pretty rough time. Martizi constantly has to watch his positioning, but is always worried about being countered by Moreno with a duplicate feather airstrike. So all these things, like, it's like really have to consider. You're always like watchful for Vin. You worry about Ken like jumping into the back line. So all these things that they really have to watch out for. And like Sakin was just able to just farm pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
Like he was able, like the fact that he was able to tank a full on like feather airstrike to the face early on, that was sick.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely can. Yeah, yeah. At some point as well, like, I think the gap was just too big that even the feather airstrike couldn't deal much damage, and that's due to the goal difference. But looking at the overall here, yes, the system does say that, okay, Moreno is the MVP. But if you ask me, I think everyone in the team did so well. For me personally, it's hard to pick an MVP. What do you think?
Honestly, like, shout out to Supercam. I think overall, like, he was able to secure objectives, like, even though like some at the start it was quite close, it's a 50-50, and like just forcing Ren QT out of his jungle. But in this case, similar to the in-game, Moreno will be our MVP on this Valentina KD of 5-0-10. We're seeing like a lot of solid Valentina gameplay. So for a lot of people who are thinking, oh, this is a hero that is eventually going to fall off, there's still Sility and built-in damage. You can nerf her, you can adjust her. She is still going to pop off in the right hands. Like, overall, just really solid plays from Moreno.
Yeah, and just for the record as well, the last time we saw him inside PMPL inside of MPL Indonesia, he got himself. He used 3 times Valentina in the playoffs, so he's definitely comfortable in using the Valentina. So when the Valentina was picked, I was like, okay, kind of like an expected pick, and he's given to Moreno. So MVP for him. Yeah, I guess stats wise as well, even from like the previous tournament, it does look towards him as the MVP.
I mean, overall, like, really solid performance from Moreno. I mean, there's a reason why BIGETRON Alpha is a really feared team in the ID scene as well. I mean, they're bringing in all these new players, and they're really working like clockwork. I can't recall how like long ago since Vin joined the team, but he didn't really win nation, the training. So I think this is really amazing. But right, actually, before we start our second game, we'll be going on a short break for the teams to get ready. We'll be back after this short break.
Main tank ni siapa je pandang, Hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. Kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Ha? Kalau korang Hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry game korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya. Kita push rank sama-sama, guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi. Kita jumpa malam.
Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak? Dekat Kohai Gamers sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot, geng. Maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke, kan? Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry, ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke, strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys, sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. 16 pasukan dari pusingan Open Qualifier dan 16 pasukan teratas di Combat Arena telah berjaya mara ke Kohai Championship musim ketiga. Kesemua pasukan ini akan berlawan di pusingan top 32, top 16, top 8 sehingga ke peringkat akhir. Seterusnya, 4 pasukan teratas dari Kohai Championship dan Kohai Infinity Championship akan bertemu dengan 8 tim MPL dari Malaysia, Indonesia dan Filipina di Kohai SEA Championship.
Alright guys, korang pernah tak bila korang main solo rank je mesti kena turun dengan public? Padahal kita dah semangat dah, tapi bila dapat team macam ni memang auto malas lah nak main. Korang just download je Kohai ni sebab ramai lagi pro player yang nak main dengan korang. Impian menjadi pro player bermula di sini. Saya tunggu anda di Kohai.
Musim lalu, kita menyaksikan BIGETRON eSports menjuarai Kohai Championship, mematahkan semangat pasukan lain dan membiarkan hasrat pasukan lain terkubur begitu sahaja.
Tetapi
Kini, Kohai Championship musim ketiga kembali lagi dan bakal membuka tirainya bermula 6 April sehingga 4 Jun 2023 dengan format baharu dan semestinya semangat juang yang baru. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini. Daftar tim anda sekarang, mungkin anda pemenang yang kami cari. Born to be Pro.
Susah nak menang. Selalu kalah. Mesti korang main solo ni kan? Jangan risau.
Korang pernah dengar aplikasi Kohai guys?
Dekat sana, ada ramai pro player yang tunggu korang untuk bermain sekali.
Partner Kohai ni guys, semua jago-jago. Korang boleh bermain sama-sama untuk improvekan gameplay korang.
Kita orang bukan nak duduk diam. Kita orang nak kill korang. Apa kata korang download apps Kohai? Download aplikasi Kohai.
Downloadlah aplikasi Kohai.
Dan try sekarang.
June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai ESPORTS. And the best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with us. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and another.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kohai Southeast Asia Championship. Thank you so much to Kohai Esports for having this tournament for us. And this tournament is also supported by IWG Esports, MLBB eProject, as well as TikTok. We're here as your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the beautiful Monchel, and we'll be bringing you the story for the next round between BIGETRON versus MAB Esports.
Thank you so much, Sir Cloud, for the introduction. I'm honestly just really curious to see how could MAB adjust against, well, BTR, because I think BIGETRON is like a really feared name, like a really tough opponent to go up. It's like slowly, it's like they could make something that looked like an easy like 50-50 split. Like there wasn't really anything wrong with the draft, but somehow BIGETRON was able to secure objectives and slowly but surely like relinquish map control all across. So what they have to do, maybe they have to watch out for their waves getting shoved or mirroring their movement across the map. What do they have to do differently this time around in order to be able to secure a win?
Well, I really want to say, like, I think saying it is easy, but yeah, but I guess the theory is that they need to get map control over BIGETRON, because the moment BIGETRON got the map control, they know that, okay, if you have a Fanny, we get your purple buff, that's it. Fanny will be disabled, and that's what BIGETRON did. They got control of the jungle. All they needed to do is to secure the purple buff on the opponent's side, MAB side, and that's it. Good enough. But you know what else is good enough or not good enough? If you don't download the Kohai app, because if you download the Kohai app, you can also join in on the Kohai community, and there's a lot of activities in there together with giveaways.
Ooh, like that redemption code earlier?
Like that redemption code earlier, and maybe more. So if you want to know what's inside, download the Kohai app, join the Kohai community, and find out there.
I mean, quite simply, through the Kohai community, also we'll be able to catch up with all the latest updates for, whether it's the pro scene or the semi-pro scene, latest trends, metas. I think overall it's like really good as you want to be like, keep in the know, stay up to date with all our esports information. I mean, that's where you want to be in the Kohai app.
Yes, and if you join the community, there's also fun matches there as well. So have fun while you use the Kohai app at the same time. But at the same time, while you're having fun with the Kohai app, have fun together with us at this live stream. Don't forget to shout the fun as well, and also tell your friends about it, because this tournament will be until Sunday. And we're going to come back onto BIGETRON Alpha versus MAB Esports. Okay, so I said my piece. What do you think should change for MAB in the next round?
I think quite similarly. It's just like, I think they have to play towards their winning condition. I know I say this and it's easier said than done, but I felt like the Fanny could have gotten more, been more aggressive, when she was still able to secure her purple, go for more aggressive plays on the opposite side of the team, and the idea is being able to snowball out of control with this Fanny pick when the damage, but it doesn't seem like he was able to do that. I don't think there was enough adjustments made in time to do so. It's when they finally decide, okay, we're going to split push instead, it's a little bit too late. BIGETRON has already taken over the map at that point.
Well,
so I think it's good to have already a fixed plan, but I think you need to be able to adjust accordingly, right?
Well, if we kind of think about it, if Fanny is so reliant on the purple buff, and we can see how BIGETRON Alpha, they know how to kind of cut the purple buff away from MAB Esports. Maybe the answer is don't pick the Fanny, pick something
Ban it
else
out.
instead. Yeah, maybe don't even bother about the Fanny instead. Maybe try to get the Lancelot instead.
I think okay, regardless, Fanny, I think still needs to be respected and banned out, because I don't think you want to give Super Ken. We already seen this performance on the Lancelot can do on the Fanny. So I think all these sort of things, maybe it really comes down to the drilling to let go and what they're contesting for. Because I think in the end the idea was that they wanted the Fanny. That's how it was even slipped through the draft in the first place. But in this case, maybe okay, straight out okay, I guess they hit to the advice and you're banning out Fanny and Joy. And from the side, BTR, 1-1 and Firmis. I think overall just really standard bans across. Even though MAB is on blue side, they don't want to pick up Fanny anymore afterwards, because it does seem that BIGETRON just know where to be able to affect and cut off the source of the damage, which is the purple buff.
Yeah, so I guess with Fanny out, and Red Cutie was the one using the Fanny before this. Actually, he's quite versatile. In the previous Kohai tournament, besides the Fanny, he has used a Julian, Martis, Archive, Fedrin. So he has a good amount of hero pool in his arsenal for him to choose. So I guess that could be one of the early picks. If not, then maybe they can try to pick the Valentina away.
I mean, Valentina is always going to be a solid pick, no matter what. But in this case, MAB, they're opting for Arlet. I think overall, it's still very, one of your usual, if it's open, you take it sort of heroes. Final Slash, great setup, initiation overall. But by revealing Arlet so early as here, is also able to pick up the Valentina and also counter Arlet accordingly in lane. Afterwards. So I think this really is a bit of a telltale of what MAB would like to do. And after this, okay, if they want to opt for Farsa once more, they have to watch out, because there's a Valentina as well as a Grok that could cancel the Feather Airstrike and enable Moreno to steal and pop the Feather Airstrike in return when yours is cancelled.
Okay, I'm trying to see if there's a change in the lineup. So no change in the lineup for BIGETRON, still sticking to the same. So that still opens up like Farsa to be picked. Yeah, Farsa is still open to be picked. If not, they can still go for a Joy. Oh, okay, Joy is banned out as well. So it looks like no Farsa, they're going to go for the Yves instead. And Martis was used by Red QT before.
Yeah, that's good overall. Like Martis and Yves, as I mentioned, like Farsa's alt Federer strike can be cancelled by the Grok and also stolen away by Valentina. So I think overall it's just you're asking to be punished a little. So I think they're just opting like Moreno, like with stolen Federer strike is too dangerous. I think Yves is more manageable somehow.
Right, so it's going to be the Yves here. But of course, the real world manipulation can also be stolen. So you got to be careful of that. And considering that the real world manipulation can be stolen. Oh, Minsita, nice one. I think this is the first time we see a Minsita today because a couple of times
banned. It's like always banned. I mean, like, is this going to be Vin Minsita or is this going to be in the EXP lane? I mean, who knows, right? Can be flex either way.
Yeah, can be
or in some really weird circumstances, Minsita go.
Minsita go. Well, frankly, MAB has played that before. Yeah, but that was MAB, of course. I don't know if BIGETRON will try to pull it off as well. But if they do, it will be something interesting, of course.
Definitely something interesting. Looking forward to it. It does seem that BIGETRON, now they're opting to ban the Brody. What is the plan here? Does this indicate that this is a Minsita goal? In a way, because like they would have like picked out their marksman already? I mean, it's a bit hard to tell. I think it's just like their draft and they just don't want to have to deal with the Brody. MAB answers, they remove the Lancelot because Super Ken is, well, just like extremely super on this Lancelot pick. I'm really excited to see what else he could bring to the table. There's no Fred, there's no Lance. What other options are there available for him?
Well, frankly, if they want to play a Minsita goal, so there could be this reason, right? Because MAP eSports, they played Minsita goal before this in the previous Kohai tournament, but they lost that round. So if BIGETRON were to do that this time around, it's more of like just flexing it onto MAB, basically.
And I think it's more of like, Minsita is a really fun hero. And like, the spear into the King's Calling is such, just disabling what you're trying to do. You cannot dash out of it. You can just slowly, painfully try to walk your way out of it. So it's really a big pain to deal with overall.
All right, so you're still looking forward to see if it Minsita go. Okay, we can keep that in mind.
I think it's fun, and I would like if BIGETRON would like to shake things up, and maybe I think really smart banning out the Hayabusa. I think we have seen some really scary like players on this Hayabusa, and no, I am like slightly sad, but I think it's fine. It's either if it's EXP or Rome, I will accept Sitar. Either way, and they're going to pick up the Claude. So interestingly, they banned out the Brody this early on. Well, I would say MAB, I guess they could still stick with Beatrix, but I think Saros was having a really rough time in lane.
Yeah. So it looks like, okay, if Beatrix had a rough time, I think Leslie might be difficult as well. Because Leslie, it's quite easy to counter, especially if you can go onto the back line. So I don't think it's that difficult to really counter a Leslie.
I mean, like, long range is always nice, and the ultimate snipe provides vision for the rest of the team, because I think if what could give an edge for MAB is to have vision over BTR's whereabouts across the map. So that could be very valuable for them. And let's see what BIGETRON will be picking. There are a lot of like junglers already banned out, so opting for the Link is not too bad. But this is another jungler that's very reliant on the purple buff. So I wonder if MAB will try to do any funny business in retaliation for the first game.
If they want to do it, then Lolita has to play a very big role in going in, and then someone else has to really follow up together with Lolita, because Lolita cannot steal it all alone. So so maybe it's Lolita and Martis. going to try to combo, or Lolita and Arlot going to try to combo to get the purple buff?
I mean, it's the broomstick once again. Thanks for pointing out Lolita and Arlet, the broomstick combo. Whether we'll see that actually working out in this game, we will find out. But overall, for side the BIGETRON Alpha, I think really standard lineup. Let's see how this Mincetar plays into their plans as we jump into our next game, which is our final match of the day, MAB Esports versus BIGETRON Alpha.
Potentially final match, unless they maybe can pull off this game and bring us to game number 3. So let's go and let's see if they can do it. But so far, any big jungle invasions from either side? Not really. So they're going to start it off respectfully. But maybe the next round of buffs, that's where we'll see the jungle invasion happen. But Saurus not having a good time.
I think for now, Yves rotating up to get a bit of more EXP, just ensure that he's able to hit level 2 as soon as possible. And Moreno actually taken fairly low. Oh no! She's so low. How unfortunate. That could have been a kill for them. That could be really good for the Yves to really dominate. But Zeph really chased him down.
Yeah, Zeph went in all the way for Moreno and finally getting the first blood for MAB. But the purple buff, of course, definitely still BTRs. By the way, at the bottom lane, putting a lot of pressure. But looks like at the top lane, still not stopping. It's going to be Shiska now in action.
Yeah, Shiska, I mean, just healing all across, he'll be fine. The amount of heals he gets from his skill dashed in will ensure that he's able to survive. I see that against Grok, I think against so Arlet versus Grok definitely favors Arlet more. So I think this is really clear lineup. I wasn't expecting Vin to be playing Mincetar instead. So I think this is he still want to go for basically the hook strategy. Flickers in Saurus, able to flicker out the blades, expanded Saurus. I don't think he'll be able to survive. That was the ultimates expanded just to get the kill onto Saurus. Blazing Duet, Tempest of Blades, and as well as King's Calling.
Yeah, I guess that was kind of worth it as well. But that bought some time for RenQT to get the objective, so it's good. That's going to be the turtle secured. But now, using the wild charge to get away. Can he last
Zorizo.
This guy's going.
I don't think he's out. Yep, he's it. From there, Numenon Blast, really nice onto Saurus and Ultimate Snipe, but I don't think you have quite enough damage as of yet to do anything about it.
Really quite neck and neck for these two teams this time around. 3-2 for the side of MAB, and they have a little bit more goal advantage this time.
I think overall, the response for NQT securing the objective while they're so busy chasing Saurus down bottom. I think they're just deciding, okay, we must at least get a trade, and they're able to secure the objective. So I think all in all, not too bad. Saurus dying is not ideal, but sometimes we need to cut our losses for the bigger picture. Saurus pressured heavily again. King's Calling. Saurus will not be able to walk out in one piece. Zev not landing Numenon Blast. RenQT trying to go for it. Decimates, gets one, flies out.
Yeah, managed to trade it back, so at least there's a little bit of a trade there between these two teams. But BTR managed to even up the scores. And now in terms of goal difference, they managed to catch up as well.
I mean, overall, right now, the gold lead is, I would say, fairly negligible. Right now, it's how are they going to play across this map? How do they respond? Because I think MAB, they're understanding, okay, if they're going to heavy focus on Saurus, unfortunately, we have to make do and focus on what else we can play across the map. Vin, not quite landing that spear. And Siska, just, spotting out. He wants to be able to mess with Ken. Force out the Tempest of Blades. Not sure if he managed to get, So Super Ken gets the orange, and Shiska loses his life for it. Not ideal for sure.
Well, at least he managed to still, I don't know, kind of buy time, I guess. But let's see if his buy time really works out for RenQT. Still secures the objective. So the buy time, actually, to a certain extent, is worth it.
I mean, they're throwing bodies for objectives. I feel like that is a very Malaysian style of doing things. we're just like throwing volleys in order to get what we need to do to achieve a certain goal. I'm not sure how effective this Super Ken taken fairly low. Shiska, I don't think he'll be able to continue chasing, but the rest of MAB is looking to collide onto them. Super Ken recalling under his turret. I think MAB will decide to back off because BTR is hard focusing onto the mid turret. Where is your map control?
Ooh, looks like it's going to be Superwin getting it, but now Superwin could be countered upon. Superwin last hit, and Superwin goes down to Marcy. Can they get more out of this as Moreno now suffers from Shiska? Shiska is there. Moreno last hit. Oh, it did not connect, and Moreno got away, and now backup is arrived. Ken will counter upon the Mega Cutie was Ken, and now Zeph will go down as well thanks to Dorizo. Couldn't get onto Rancutie. Rancutie should be able to get away. Tempest of Fate being used, and now Rancutie will still be taken down. Beautifully executed by Ken.
The disrespect from Ken. He knows he has enough damage. He goes right in. You would think that the Martis will be able to survive because he is going for a tankier build. But no, Tempest of Blades in. He gets the kill, walks out. That's the power of the link.
That was beautifully executed at the mid lane by BTR. At the same time, they managed to get the turret at the bottom lane, opening up for space.
I mean, this is just BTR once again in the driver's seat in terms of your map control. I can't believe they were able to take that mid tier 2 for free. And Shiska can't even take this top tier 1. This is like really rough for this Arlet.
Not only that as well, now they're at risk of losing the next turtle because BTR is going to focus onto it unless if Shiska shows up. But Shiska does, and now they're going on to Shiska, so it could be a little bit of a bait as Shiska stun. Oh no, Shiska! But
man, just
he took the bait.
Just while charged in the face, final slash honestly wasn't really necessary. Ooh, that's a decimate for Rancutie. Sidesteps the Spear of Glory into the King's Calling, but I don't think he'll be able to survive for too long. Mortal Coil will not be able to save him.
Oh man, Ken already has like 6 kills, so can you imagine his scale? Like, he's way ahead right now. Also, he's level 11 and the rest of MAB, they're like level 9 and level 10.
We always take like Ling as like, oh, he needs like items, he like, you know, like he starts to scale up in the mid to late. But honestly, if he's able to get this sort of lead earlier on, he's perfectly fine. Final slash, but Shiska will be taken out. They're not even safe under their own turret. Sora's trying to come in, probably do something about it. Numina Vest doesn't land like exactly, but they are able to get Vin as a consolation prize.
Yeah, they still managed to get a kill. It's like, oh, okay, but if only the Numinum Blast landed, then they probably would have gotten the 2 kills there. But at the end of the day, it's okay. You take whatever you can get.
Yeah, you wish have, could have, should have. I mean, that's the name of the game. We always wish, you know, things could work out better. But I mean, we just take what we can, right? And as we jump into in terms of the itemization, yeah, Ling is so far ahead against against Rancutie. It's like he is like 2k goal lead ahead, and honestly I don't know how Saurus will be able to like buy like time and space back into this game, because like Leslie needs items, like really needs items and farm in order to dish out the damage. So, and I feel like BTR are just splitting up MAB's focus. MAB is just constantly getting split push, and there's nothing they can do about it.
And plus, they need to deal with the mobility of Ling, so that's not going to be easy for them to do so. And Ling can easily go to the backline, meaning that for Saurus, oh man, no matter what sort of distance, it's still going to be difficult for him to defend himself.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Like, dealing with such a mobile hero like Ling is like you're constantly being split push. The rest of BTR is just really comfortable, like just pushing the waves, taking objectives, like finding farm across the map. Because when both these teams collide, like they clash, like you can expect Chorizo and Vin to really collapse onto them. Chorizo really surviving as long as he's could, but here comes second.
Yeah, blazing duet there, but then again Chorizo being taken out, so it's going to be 4v5 as he tries to secure the Lord objective. And now second, being chased back. Shiska waiting for the right moment at the H bush. And now Vin is probably going to go in. But are they going to really challenge it? Ken has arrived though. Ken's
here.
Waiting for the right moment. 40% health more left on Lord. And now, looks like Zev gets it onto Vin. And there's no way BTR can challenge this. But then again, Ken still tries to go on the backline, gets it on the Saurus. Tempest of Blade being called out, but Ken is being punished by Saurus. Beautifully done there.
Actually was able to land the stun. Moreno will be able to take out a kill, but Ran QT gets the prize of the Lord. And maybe like just cleaning up shop. We're starting to see a bit of that broomstick. I think it's half of it, like Numenon, and half of the stick. But I think we're starting to see it like coming together.
Yeah, and I think that is what they had in mind when they had this draft. So looking good so far. They managed to catch up in terms of net worth as well as kills. So maybe with that turtle, with that Lord especially, they managed to catch up again.
Man, I want to see it one day where, like, instead of the Lord, we see this giant turtle, like, trudging down, like, the path in the Land of Dawn. I think that's something really funny we like to see one day.
But that's an idea, and if that really happens, then you know where it came from.
I mean, that's a really funny thought. But overall, I think for Bigetron, they do lose some turrets at the cost of losing that team fight earlier. But overall, it's still manageable for now. Saurus like providing vision with ultimate snipe. Ooh, King's Calling.
Luminum Blast does connect onto one, but they're going on to Zep though. Not enough damage to take it down just yet. But that's going to be A-OK for Zep as he backs out. But now we have oh wow, charge managed to get onto Mansi. And now Luminum Blast again. Mansi goes down. Nice counter by Shiska taking out Zurino.
Like, that was so fast. That all happened so fast. Taking out Martizi just in the blink of the eye. That was a really good wild charge. But really good counter engage from MAB. They trade 1 for 1. So, like, doing so, they are on equal playing field in the 4v4 fight.
Well,
I'm curious, like, in terms of, like, what is Shiska's build? Because he does hurt a fair bit.
Yeah, we'll probably get to see that later on. Especially if this game continues to drag on. And I think this game is probably going to be a long one. I expect 20 minutes above now.
Oh no, not like this. If everyone is still watching, understand that yes, it's a Thursday night. No, actually Friday midnight. But ooh, Super Ken, like taking a lot of damage there. He has first the recall. He does not have purple, which will be up in about 10 seconds. Let's see if MAB can do something about that and make a quick contestation. Because I think that will be the right call to do.
Yeah, but MAB is going to take it onto BTR. Seems like they want to try to cut the purple buff away. RanQT is at the forefront right now. RanQT. Did RanQT manage to get it? Yes, RanQT got it!
Yes, he did! Wait,
Wow.
no.
Wait,
Ling has it.
No.
No. I would say RanQT got his own purple, and it was really close. Ken still ends up getting it.
He's still getting it, so now Ken he has the purple. He's going for the orange buff as well. So I guess they're just resetting and waiting for the right moment to catch on to MAB.
I mean, that's the goal here. And I expect this Lord Dance to take a fair bit. Oh, hello, as Shiska says, hi to Vin
Yeah,
in the trade.
That's a nice catch there, but no one's
no!
there for them to continue
the Lord
on.
cancelled the Numenon Blast.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate there. I saw that happening though, but then again now, focusing onto the fight, looks like a real world manipulation is turned on, but not in the right target. But then again, it doesn't matter as they still manage to get Shiska. Saurus will go down as well. Ken will take out Martizi, but RanQT, so looks like one more to go. Triple kill, Maniac for Ken. And with this Maniac, it's a wipe out as well. With that, they will definitely push on, and they might end this game.
I think just off that, I don't think the members of MAB could come out in time to deal with this onslaught. The crystal is exposed. The final match goes to Bigetron Alpha. A clean sweep. GG, well played.
Wow, it just took that one fight at the Lord for Bigetron to push on to victory.
I felt like the Lord was really like that Numenon Blast cancelled was honestly the go time for Bigetron Alpha to just like go in and collapse onto them, because that was one source of CC they don't have to watch out for. Like the cancellation was so unfortunate. When I saw that, I'm just like, oh no. And BIGETRON saw, and that's so how quickly like the team fight just collapsed onto them.
Yeah, it had to become like, oh no, not like this, not like this. They had everything in control at some point, and it became a 50-50 until that one final fight at the end for BIGETRON, and they just finished up the game. As simple as that. And there was even like, what, 2 turrets left? But yeah, it just happened.
I mean, it's just really unfortunate, really unlucky timing, and also maybe positioning can be better. But I think in this situation, there's not too much you can do. Once a really important ultimate has already been expended, BTR was just go time. But honestly, the fact that MAB was able to buy enough time to stay in this game, like even Saurus was pressured so hard, like constantly getting gang. You can see that slowly the true damage was showing up. But honestly, we can see that with Zorizo and Vin, there's so much pressure, right? Zorizo really beautiful flicker while charged. And I think this is the moment Zorizo feels bad for Ren. Like Super Ken like doesn't care there's a full HP turret in his face. He will just take it.
Yeah, at some point it's like it doesn't really matter because he has a lot of mobility on his side, so he can escape fairly easily. And I think throughout the entire round, he only like died once.
I mean, when you watch your positioning, you don't get caught out. I mean, this sort of things happens. Look how quickly like they just collapse onto MAB. They were like basically no prisoners taken. We're just gonna go for the mania. We're gonna clean up shop, and I'll just end this game. And I think pretty record time as well.
Yeah, and I thought that we would go like, okay, 20-minute game, they're going to go back and forth. But nah, that's the moment I said that the next fight, that became the final fight. And it all ended within 14 minutes. So it's going to be MAB defeated and BTR winning this fight 2-0.
I mean, overall, I'd say with BIGETRON, there's a reason why they're a feared team, and they really showed that with a slightly different roster from their MPL lineup. I think it's like we get to see quite like a new faces here, and I think it's really exciting to see whether they'll be part of the official roster when MPL starts. But overall, I think Super Ken, like man, you can be banning almost every single like viable jungler, and he'll still make like he'd like pop off with the Ling. I think overall, just like really solid gameplay from all these players.
Yeah, I think for this round, no doubt, Ken is definitely the MVP for this round. His Ling is definitely on point. He can pull off solo kills, he can pull off team kills, and he knows exactly when to come in. I mean, yeah, there's no doubt about him being the MVP. If he's not the MVP, I don't know. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, you're going to bed because it doesn't seem like we're giving MVP to any of the junglers tonight. But I'd like to see it going to Super Ken. I think whether he was on the Lancelot or on the Ling, I think he just really showcased like he is a really amazing jungler, really all-rounded. And yeah, so as we get into it, thank you so much. Yay, yes, well-deserved. Super Ken, basically BIGETRON Superman MVP for this match. It is on his link KDA 10, 1, and 4.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's not the first time he plays a Ling as well. The last time he played a Ling inside of MPL Indonesia, they got a win. So his record with the Ling is looking good. And I think that whoever who's going to face up against BTR got to consider this as one of the respect bans as this tournament will go on.
No, I think his Lance is more terrifying, honestly. And anything maybe in terms of like maybe Lancelot, maybe like I think maybe instead like you have to contest like certain picks, maybe contest his Lance, ban on the Haya. I mean either way, like we leave that to the coaches to decide on what's the best to deal with Super Ken. But for now, I mean we're gonna wrap up this match overall. I mean, Sir Cloud, what are your final thoughts of today?
Yeah, I think today has been a showing. Okay, so to summarize the record, all the invited teams win 2-0. So
Yes.
it's been the day of the invited teams. But anyway, there were some really, really good fights as well. And at some point,
Yes.
some of the teams really pushed the invited teams too. So we can see that there's still potential. So who knows, tomorrow we will have another batch of invited teams versus the teams who qualify onto this stage. We might see a surprise tomorrow.
Right, indeed. But once again, congratulations to all our winners for all our matches for today. And of course, like big shout out and thank you to Kohai for making this happen. Like we are able to watch all these and cast all these amazing like games as of yet. And of course, shout out to our like supports, and IWG Esports, MLBBE Project, as well as TikTok, last but not least, like for making all of this happen. Sir Cloud, what else would you like to say?
Well, I would like to remind everyone to don't forget to follow, like, and to subscribe Kohai social media on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, because there will be a lot more content and a lot more live streams like this in the future for you guys to enjoy. So if you don't want to miss out on that, and who knows, maybe in the future there'll be giveaways, do follow as well.
I mean, straight up, we have that earlier redemption code. Could be more, but I think for now, let's close out this night. Well, a very good night to everyone. We will see you tomorrow. Stay tuned. Bye bye.
4th June of 2023 at YouTube. YouTube lah. Sorry, cut. YouTube. YouTube. Again. Sorry. Hello everyone. For the first time ever, we are live streaming the Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 with up to $10,000 worth of prize pool on the 1st of June and the 4th of June. It is going to be live on YouTube and TikTok at Kohai Esports. And the best part about this is that we've invited a lot of teams here, and that's going to be 8 teams from MPL. We have teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also Cambodia going to be competing with us. We have HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Outer Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RSG Philippines, and none other than BLACKLIST International. What are you waiting for? Don't forget to tune in with us. It is $10,000 on the line for them.
What up guys? Saya Min.
Nama saya Yamichi.
Kini saya partner bersama Kohai dan saya sudah bersedia untuk bermain bersama anda.
Nak kita orang carry tak?
Perbaiki skill anda, main hero yang sesuai dan belajar meta baru. Kini, impian untuk menjadi pro player lebih cerah dengan Kohai. Tiada lagi solo player. Jom sertai saya di Kohai.
Hello everyone, nama saya Lefel and this, yes? Okay. Aku terbiasa tu suara aku kok kuat. Hello semua. Hello everyone, nama saya Lefel and for the first time ever, Kohai SEA Championship Season 1 akan diadakan pada 1 Jun hingga 4 Jun 2023 di YouTube dan juga TikTok at Kohai Esports, di mana kita telah menjemput 8 MPL team daripada 4 negara. Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines dan juga Cambodia akan join sekali. Antara team yang akan join line-up ni ialah HOMEBOYS, SMG, Aura Esports, Alter Ego, BIGETRON Esports, See You Soon, RG Philippines dan juga BLACKLIST International, di mana diorang akan bertanding untuk $10,000 USD. See you soon and tune in kepada Kohai SEA Championship Season 1.
Main tank ni siapa je pandang, hyper tu kill 10, bunuh 15, yang bunuh 100, assist 50. kita tank siapa lah yang pandang. Tapi korang silap. Korang ingat tanpa tank korang boleh carry game ke? Ha? Kalau korang hyper tu, korang ingat korang boleh main macam tu ke? Jadi kalau korang nak saya carry team korang, jom kita jumpa dekat Kohai, okay? So dekat sini korang boleh main dengan saya, kita push rank sama-sama guys. Senang kan ada Kohai ni? Korang dah, jangan main seorang lagi, kita jumpa malam ni.
Hai, what's up guys? So, korang tahu tak? Dekat Kohai Gamers sekarang ada features terbaru tau, iaitu Global Chat. Features Global Chat ini dapat mampu meningkatkan kemahiran sosial korang, yang mana korang mampu untuk berinteraksi dengan semua pemain Mobile Legends yang ada di Malaysia. Korang boleh berinteraksi dengan pemain lain on the spot gang, maksudnya real time. Lepas tu, korang bolehlah promote diri korang juga dekat sini. Tak kisahlah korang rank tinggi ke, rank rendah ke kan. Jadi dekat sini bolehlah korang cari siapa-siapa yang korang nak carry ataupun minta dia orang untuk carry korang. Bila korang dah borak-borak dekat dalam ni, bolehlah korang nak share tips ke, strategi meta yang terbaru dengan semua orang yang ada dekat dalam ni. Yang terakhir sekali, kepada player-player baru, this is the best feature for you guys. Sebab korang boleh belajar gameplay-gameplay yang terbaik dan juga cari kawan-kawan yang baru. So jangan lupa download Kohai Gamer dekat App Store ataupun Play Store.
Selamat datang ke Kohai Championship.